back to continuing coverage of the Merit Poker Western Series here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. I'm David Lappin alongside Andrew Headley, and like we did yesterday, we're going to bring you a PLO cash game. I believe we've raised the stakes to 50-100. Of course, yesterday they were 25-50 with the 100 straddle thrown on quite often, it must be said. Big winner yesterday, of course, it was Hadi Kadra, a player who really sort of drove the action. I think he V-pipped 90, maybe upwards 95%, something in that region. Dug himself into a big hole. I think at maybe peak he was 26k down, but managed to get himself out of it. 16k to the good in the end, Andrew Headley, and he is back, I think, for some more fun and games tonight.
He is back. Hadi Kadra absolutely ballist yesterday. Was in pot after pot after pot, David, as we saw. He just loves the game, just absolutely fearless. Saw him run some huge bluffs, get in there with some, we'll say, optimistic holdings. He's in there. He is back. We have Georgi, the resident MTT boss. He is playing this big stakes PLO game. Haven't seen Georgi play PLO before, so interested to see how he gets on. We know he's aggressive. We know he's a very shrewd operator. He's in the mix. And Nicholas Schweety was waiting in the wings yesterday.
He was.
Don't think he got on the table. He has been patient, waited for his moment to strike. He really is a live tournament beast. I would imagine going to be very proficient in PLO. Very excited to see. And we have a few other names in there. We have Rafael Aslani in the mix. Antoine Hasbani. Hasbani and Haslanis of the world. And Frederick Popo came 8th in the Gangster Series last November. Great lineup once again, David. Let's get to it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what happens here. Sometimes you get a dynamic where when the stakes get increased, 50-100, obviously when maybe the regular game around these parts is 25-50, we might see people get a bit tighter, but it seemed like the game wasn't big enough for Kadra, and he's probably going to drive the action once again. Kosa, I know, is in the mix. He was a big winner yesterday too. In fact, he might have actually been a bigger winner than Kadra. It seemed more dramatic because Kadra sort of went on a 40k upswing from being 25 down.
Absolutely.
But actually, I think Kosa, much more steady climb to about an 18k profit, which was obviously very impressive. Jury was out, shall we say? You know, my opinion was it was box office. It was Hollywood of the highest standards. Some people thought he was maybe a bit inexperienced and misread his hands a couple of times. I guess we'll have another opportunity to maybe a little later on to see if that's true. If he joins us here, we see there Aslani 200 big blinds. Kadra going to just start with 10k today. See how things go. Shkulia, oh well, we love Georgie. We just love Georgie. It's going to be great fun. And yeah, very excited to see how this one goes down. Interested to see if there will be straddles, obviously. You know, straddling a bigger game now.
Yeah, yesterday we did see it be pretty much mandatory in the sort of second half of our coverage. Yeah, intrigued to see how this one plays out, David. Bigger stakes should make for bigger pots. As we see Georgi here under the gun, raising with Queen 7. Don't see his fourth card. Hadi Kadra, bad kings. Well, not so bad now. Top set, hand 1. Let's go, David.
Let's go indeed. Not a huge amount for anyone else here. We're going to assume Shlukia has maybe a jack or a 10 underneath there while he's getting in the mix. Also, I suppose it's a probey one, just trying to figure out where he might be at. I hope for his sake it's not a 9.
Yeah, Hadi. Absolute stranglehold here. Georgi probing flop. Does find the turn check. Hadi, of course, very comfortable here with the second nuts. Imagine he's going to seek value. And look at this, David. He bets 100. He's trying to induce. Kind of like it. I really hope Georgi did not river 7s full. That just gets out of the way. Look at that absolute insane price. Decides not to take it. It makes sense. Of course, never good in this spot.
No, and Kadra obviously continuing the V-pip 100% adjacency of yesterday. I think the only hands he didn't play yesterday were the hands where he came into us to high-five us in the boot and said, "Did you like that last hand? Were you entertained by this? Are you enjoying what I'm bringing?"
I gotta say, I've got a soft spot for him. He just seems like larger than life type character. Always got a smile on his face.
Fun.
Getting in the mix.
Yeah, big smile always, and great to see people out there loving the game. In fact, to be said by most people in this poker room, a lot of personalities.
So new player today, Stanley.
Oh.
Round 2 has Bani, who we saw yesterday.
Not use the cameras and stuff. First time.
Pretty shrewd operator, played a bunch of pots, was constantly in the mix. Even Kadra gets rid of the 10-10-10-9. Aslani here, double suited, working with nut diamonds. Content to come in, as does Georgi. I'd imagine Georgi's already bagged the main if he's playing this cash game.
That makes sense. Obviously, it's 1C today, 1A and 1B, giving decent opportunity to these guys to have gotten their stacks ready for tomorrow. Allow them some time to have a little bit of fun in the cash game streets. There is, of course, a mix-max tournament going on, complementing the day 1s and day 2s of the main, so you can play both simultaneously. Doesn't give you much of a break in between, but you don't need breaks in this poker room because the poker kitchen is just always there. If you need a little snack, you can get it.
Oh, I love it. You know, in so many poker rooms, it's a stress. You've got 15 minutes. Got to go to the bathroom. Got to send a quick text. Got to get on Twitter and write a witty comment if it's you, David. Where, you know, but you never have time to do anything. And I really got to tip the cap to them here. They really look after us. Literally, you can walk out the poker room, down the stairs, and have a hot plate of food in front of you within a couple of minutes, and actually have time to enjoy it on one of the breaks. You saw there Hasbani tries a little steal on the flop, runs into the trip sevens, quickly lets it go to the raise.
They will take after 1 hour.
Hasbani with 4 clubs. And already we're seeing, well, it's early stages. I don't want to predict too much into the future here, but we're seeing a slightly more solid game begin. Kadra in there with just a 9 and a 4. I hope for his sake he's looked at the other 2. Well, it doesn't matter if he did or not.
Yeah, yesterday in the sort of last quarter of our coverage, Hadi was just doing Hadi Kadra things, deciding I'm going to play every hand. Quite normal, David, right? When people first sit down, you don't normally step too out of line in the early goings, and then once the table loosens up, action tending to ramp up. I wonder if Kadra bagged the main on 1A. I didn't see him. He's obviously content to just play PLO at the moment, last couple of nights. We see a limp from Mahmood. Kadra overcalling, as does Georgi with bad queens. 5-way action here, checked from the big blind, Hasbani. 10-9-5, 2 hearts, 2 pair for Hassanli, excuse me. Look at that, boats up on the turn. 5 of diamonds. Gonna seek value now. Nobody really with anything to work with. Georgi might feel compelled to call 1 bet, David, with the overpair. You're not loving life.
No, certainly not.
He is going to call, though. Going to keep Hassanli honest. River is a complete blank. Pretty mandatory river bet here for Hassanli. I like the size. Not gone greedy. Trying to get called by a weak 10, David, or one like maybe jacks or queens.
Yeah, I suppose 10-9 is a nice target hand here. Ace-10, maybe the overpair, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Should look here far too cute a poker player to be interested with the overpair, I feel. And he does manage to toss it in. Well played for both.
Yeah, I think recognizing his opponent, not really going to be betting with the 10x now by River. Not going to have enough bluffs. Nice fold from the Merit boss.
How did you spend your afternoon, Andrew? Obviously, we had no coverage until, what time is it now? About 5:30.
Yeah, we had a nice sleep. It's been roasting hot. I don't know if you've
warm here.
noticed
I
at
know.
night.
Don't say that. There's so many of our listeners are probably in Latvia or Lithuania
Hey,
or
guys, come
I
to
don't know,
Merritt, get some of the heat.
Ireland, where apparently there's storm warnings all over the
I
country.
know. My heart bleeds for all concerned. Yeah, had a nice relaxing morning. Went to the gym.
Here he goes.
It's not really my mate. Let's be honest, it's not really my thing. But I'm trying healthy living, new year, new me, and all that. Went and had a lovely lunch with my partner Jade and with yourself and your lovely partner Sharon.
Was that you who was there?
It was me.
On the other side of the table.
Yeah, and then we went to the turtle sanctuary
Ah, fabulous.
that you told me to visit, and it was really nice.
It's a lovely
nice.
spot.
Yeah. Actually swum with turtles in the wild in Curaçao many years ago. It was a great experience.
Beautiful.
Anyway, first look at Nicholas Schwiti. Has the best of it here. Pocket queens, full house with the 3 aces on board.
Yeah, only possibility there is Mahmoud is hiding an ace of spades underneath all of those other cards.
Nothing
Yeah.
Which really does simplify life for himself there with the boat.
Yeah, picks up a small one. Everybody just
good.
jostling for
One hour
position
now.
in the early goings.
You mentioned how he was keen to get onto the feature table yesterday. I think he
Yeah.
was maybe the next man in. He was 3 or 4 on the list that I saw
Right.
when it began, and I think we ended up with maybe 3 new faces over the course of the session. So maybe he was the next one. The organisers told me that what they were going to do for this 51 game was offer everybody who had played yesterday first option on a seat, and,
Nice.
and then go to the people on the list, and then he had an auxiliary list, I think, of other people interested. So at the moment we found 6 willing to play at these stakes. I think we probably have a couple more who maybe want to show up a bit later than 5:30 in the afternoon for their poker.
Yeah, I would imagine that the table will be full as we proceed. Very interesting looking ace, queen, jack at 8 for Georgi. No nut suit, and that's just an example, I think. I think Georgi just recognizes you have to play tight, David, right, pre-flop in PLO for the most part. You know, yesterday we saw that that was not a rule that people obeyed. I think Georgi recognizing drawing to the nuts so important. So we see Mahmoud and Kadra complete. Kadra doesn't know the meaning of the word tight. Does flop an open ender here. Unless Mahmoud has a queen, no pair. I believe for any player, which seems incredible.
Yeah, which is going to make life very nice for Kadra and this mini wrap. He'll be able to semi-bluff his way to a nice pot. It is interesting already to see the dynamical shift from yesterday. It felt like we were in a game where everybody sort of wanted to get to flop, and because Kadra was raising every pot, that meant that if you raised, you were going to be in a very big post-flop situation.
Right.
And if you didn't, he would raise, and you could all call behind and play 4, 5, 6 way sometimes. Today just seems a little bit more like a regular game, almost like something we'd more come to expect.
You know, I think that with respect to yesterday's lineup, with the addition of Schwiti and Georgi especially, these are 2 players with an incredible amount of poker experience, right?
Yeah.
And I think they are going to be much more aware that the pre-flop ranges should be several pips tighter, which just naturally I think is going to lead to a slightly more cautious game pre-flop. We'll see how that changes when we see Kadra launch in the action.
Yeah, as I sat with James Dempsey all but an hour ago in the Merit Diamond jacuzzi, living our best lives, we talked about yesterday's game. We sort of did a bit of a post-mortem, and we thought that maybe, you know, given the way Kadra was bloating pots, given the way that he was in there with the 100%, and therefore very hard to put on a hand, admittedly, but also the flip side of that being there, he's in with a lot of weaker hands. It did surprise us that a lot of the players were not willing to maybe just like push pre-flop edges a bit harder against him. I think that could have put manners on him. It could have changed the dynamic. They almost let him play that style and play it profitably.
Couldn't agree more. I actually expected, as the stream progressed, to see people limp re-raise him a lot. You know, with some, you know, very strong starting hands that aren't as strong as in generally that they would need to be to limp reopen action.
For sure.
But when he's in there with every 4, you know, you really need to start pushing those edges, look to narrow the field and get him heads up, you know, and maybe take some more marginal spots post to get it in. I'm with you, in agreement. So we see Aslani river in a straight here. Nothing for Kadra. Wow, Kadra calls the little 200 bet.
Yeah, with just a 7.
Yeah, decides wants to get a read on his man. See if there's any nonsense afoot. Nice little bit of value for Aslani there with about the 25th nuts.
Yeah, it's funny this
How does he
game.
play?
I think commentating for 2 days on PLO is going to absolutely wreck your head now going back to the Holham streets tomorrow.
I know I'm going to be in there. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
can't fold this. Look at the potential. Do have a new player arriving.
Here we go, full table now.
Yeah.
Where you live now? هذا فلاح.
اللي بيلعب كل ايد.
يا بقول لك هذا فلاح.
I'll take you through that lineup just briefly now. We didn't really get to touch on it. Of course, Hadi Kadra, seat 1. Incredibly aggressive tournament player and PLO. Rafael Aslani, one of our new players. He played in PLO TV games in Merit before. He's moved all the way up the ladder, David, from playing 5-10 PLO. So he is, you know, building experience. Found himself here in 50-100. It's quite the jump. We have Georgi in seat 3, crushing the live tournament scene. Nicholas Schweety, who I did also mention, MTT Beast and Live Cash Boss. Elvin Hassanli, who we saw there, getting the value bet with that straight. He's in seat 5. Antoine Hasbani, a businessman from Lebanon. Saw him out last night's stream. We have Frederic Popo. We know that name. He came 8th in the Gangster Series main event last November. Nice run for him. Be looking to better that this week. And then finally, Yassin Hamoud in seat 8. And he has played in streamed cash games regularly in Merit. There you go.
Well, what a flop for Kadra here. Does actually have the goods with this 3-bet. We've come to expect a lot of 3-bets from him that wouldn't be quite so strong, but he had the aces and he had the ace-jack of diamonds.
Yeah.
He's absolutely flopped it all here with top set and best draw.
Look at this, Hadi. Bit of deception.
Oh my goodness me.
Beautiful life. Unfortunately for him, no one with anything. Schweety. Oh, Schweety with the napkins. Gonna probe.
Yeah.
Yeah, perhaps attacking David like a king, queen, jack 10 type holding.
He's just got too much of it here. It's sort of really, really strange hand, but he is out of position. Sorry, he's in position to Schweety, you should say.
Yeah, a little Hollywood here.
So I suppose he's just going to call and hope to get another bet.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any reason or any universe where you want to raise.
58 or
Schweety
He
does
should
river a pair.
yeah, and I think Schweety's probably thinking Kadra has some sort of ace, or maybe kings or queens. Makes the most sense right now.
Yeah, this is it. We're basically attacking, you know, the pocket kings, double suited types. Hand like a king, queen, jack 10, David, or something with that turn probe. Just trying to get a steal through. Of course, not going to work.
And with so much of it here, does
Yeah, I
Kadra
think we have to go
incredibly
absolutely.
small?
I think we have to go tiny. Yeah. Somehow induce some madness from our opponent.
Yeah, try and get the straight. I suppose the 5-3 straight to call is probably a decent target hand.
Yeah, even blocking diamonds is so funny. It's very difficult to give Schweety credit for anything here.
He's going to go to third spot, sort of target
Yeah.
the pocket sixes with the bigger bet. Very hard to get paid in the
Yeah, we
spot.
can see that. Probably could have blown on that pot and picked it up. Kadra doing Kadra things.
Yeah, 5k to the good today to add to his 16k profit.
Oh,
from
he ended up 16 yesterday. Quite the turnaround. Was in the hole. Quite a substantial amount of dollars. Finding some momentum here.
Suddenly Comes in with the double pair, 6s and 10s. Also has
I'm sorry, Heidi.
medium
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
spade draw. Hispani happy to call along with the king queen 9-9. He's got diamonds. Mahmoud comes along with a nut draw. He's got the ace 6 of hearts to go with the 5 and also a 3 of hearts. Ace 5 4 3 little
very
baby
nice
run
hand
down
for
for Cadra.
with nut clubs. Pretty nice one to look at. Less so now.
And the blinds come in as well, so we go 6 ways. And quick check there sees Schweedy has an 8. Nobody else with a huge amount here. Hassanli and his 2 pairs obviously have 4 ways to make a bout. Also has some back doors with that holding, but Schweedy,
Yeah, likely hand done.
Cadra backdoor on a flush draw. He's got some sort of other backdoor stuff
He
going on.
just loves it too much, doesn't he?
He's having a think.
امتى في نحضر الستريم نرجع؟
شو ده؟
امتى في نحضر الستريم؟
نعم.
We can watch the stream again or no? When?
هلا ببعت لك لينك رومان نص ساعة جايين.
For the fun of it.
I do just love watching Cadra. He is box office like that. Even there, he had didn't want to let it go, did he? He had some plans, but thinking, okay, my opponent has bet on this very dry board into 6 people.
Yeah.
I'll probably let this one go.
Yeah, into half
Reluctantly.
the deck.
Yeah.
Popo, he's got 3 clubs in hand. Unlikely to see him enter the pot with this sort of holding, but we've stopped predicting what they might come in with. Mahmoud is going to raise it up with the 10-10-6 deuce. He's got spades. Cadra in there as well. Queen 5-4-4. He's got diamonds and clubs. Sharukhia with the ace king 7-7. That's a nice hand.
Yeah, drawing to the nut hearts makes his hand a lot more palatable as well.
And a very similar hand for Schweedy here as he 3-bets the ace king 10-7. He's got diamonds. And obviously quite a lot of big cards.
Yeah, Schweety pushing the action.
Cadra in there after Mahmoud calls. So we're going to go 4 ways with a big pot here. 6,500 in the middle. And Mahmoud flops all of it.
Yeah, Mahmoud with a very, very loose heel pre. Loosest of the 4.
The 2 danglers connecting
I mean,
with this board.
somehow finds the deuce. I like this from Schweety. Like the sizing, you know, very small. We could feasibly have aces here, David, right, and go for this size. Look to, you know, get a cheap price on this bluff.
Wow.
You don't expect really anybody to have a deuce.
Are you surprised that Mahmoud shoves there?
Yeah, not a huge fan. There's not much to protect from, right? I mean, if Schweety does have aces, for example. Oh, forgot.
They really are well-made ads. Those advertisements for the various properties within this resort. Makes me want to book a holiday here, and then I realise I am here.
1,000.
Oh, so we see
1,000.
Kadra opening the action. And we did ask to see this, David. You know, some
Yeah.
sort of reopening action against this wide range of Kadra. Opens bad kings. Hassanli in there with the bad queens. Hispani, very nice little hand to squeeze. Makes it 1,000. Called by both. Very dry board as far as PLO goes. Very interesting. 10-6, 10-10.
8.
Look at this. Hispani going to step out.
Yeah, and Kadra obviously has the ace blocker, which is useful when you've got the kings here. Can't go anywhere for one bet, and probably
Yeah.
can't go anywhere for two, but it's a tricky one because obviously his opponent can absolutely have the aces and you are toast.
This is exactly how aces would play. Going to check this flop. Look to pot control.
Also not unreasonable to have a 10 here.
Yeah, intrigued to see if Hispani shuts it down. River coming. Of course, Kadra cannot lose this hand unless he folds. Yeah, Hispani waves the white flag. Check, check.
Quick give up.
Very good, very nice.
But I like how that hand was played. I agree
Yeah.
with you, Andrew. Picked a nice candidate for a light 3-bet and then obviously played the texture of the board well, checked the 10-10x, and then when another 10 came, thought this is my opportunity to stab here. No way you're necessarily putting Kadra on a real hand at like ace-king-king there,
Last time I
given
said
the way he
same thing
plays.
as aces.
I think you can get a hand like jacks to potentially fold here.
Yeah.
Maybe queens even. Kadra gonna look him up with the cowboys. Take down a small pot.
Yeah,
Say small, $4,500.
I know, right? Kadra has been very sticky. We saw him make that hero call against Ahmed yesterday, with just one pair facing 3 barrels. I remember when
That was
Ahmed
wild.
fired on the ace-high board with the king, king, queen, queen.
Loved
having
the
3
bluff
bet
as
break.
well. It was incredibly creative from Hamed.
Yeah. Mahmoud
350.
in the bin, and a6-4-4 qualifying here for Kadra. He's got the 6-4 diamonds.
Yeah. Round 2 is Shweety. Has some connectivity surrounding those queens.
Round to Shweety for round 2 versus Shweety. I will bring in Hassan Ali though. And Popo probably getting involved here with the Jack 10-9 double
Yeah.
suited. It's a really nice hand as well. All of these guys with very similar equities in this one.
This just seems like Kadra wins the pot because everyone else card shares. Well,
Sneak peek
Oh.
for Shweety.
here we go. Wow, bottom set Kadra, middle set Shweety. Club draw Hassanli with a gutter. Action imminent.
Yeah, Hassan Lee can't go anywhere to 1-bet. Shweety, I don't know if he'll raise in this spot or
I don't think so. Typically, I think we just call and evaluate here, David.
Roman.
You know, turn card going to change this texture quite often.
Sure.
Hassanli, though, going to have to peel one off for sure.
200.
Looking for that disguised Broadway, I'd suggest, rather than a club. Little jack of diamonds or the like. And it's a jack of clubs. Hassanli turning the nut flush.
Yeah, a little annoying here for Kadra here with bottom set, and he has an ace, so he's blocking the possibility of this board pairing a little bit. He's going to proceed very
Yeah.
cautiously. Shweety probably has to check in this spot.
Yeah,
doesn't want to
Shweety
get blown
can't
off his
bet.
equity, or in fact price himself into some nasty call later
Yeah.
against Hassan Lee. Hassan Lee's presumably going to bet here. He can't make it all of his stack, but he can get a lot of it in here.
Yeah, he is choosing pot. Shade under.
Quick fold from Kadra.
I think this is going to just go fold. Hassanli has no bluffs, you would imagine, right? Really difficult to find one.
No. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
And you see there it would have done a hold, so
اه
the
ماشي.
two boys with the sets probably feeling better about life.
انت معك
Absolutely.
That one.
أحسن منك.
ليه ظبطنا.
It just goes to show you there with someone like Kadra who just really understands the relative values of hands. He's in there bluffing into pots where nobody seems to want it. He's in there with some very funky moves. He's obviously in there pre-flop
Yeah, no
all the
cap.
time. But when it comes down the streets, he
Yeah.
is very good at understanding, even knowing that they know that he's got the widest range.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder if a Stanley's supposed to bet smaller. It would make some sense to me. You know, if sets are going to always fold to the large size. I'm not, by no means, we were talking about this yesterday. I'm not as experienced PLO as yourself and James. It just make a bit of sense to me, I think, to try and, even though we really don't have many bluffs, I would suggest we're going to have nut clubs a lot. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it's also nice to bet smaller because inferior flushes have to call.
Right.
Don't give them a chance to get away either.
Exactly, yeah. What if we ever check? See it being a thing. I'm not sure. Anyway, heads up. Mahmood, nut flush draw. Georgi, not a lot. You can see though, 48% here somehow. With just a gutty. Does of course have pocket threes. And wow, that changes everything. Has the check mark. 5 pair on the board. Of course can't know it, David.
Bomb pot, because bomb pot is 5 cards, yes? And the camera, they can read 5 cards. they
Yeah,
only
Mahmoud
read the
obviously
4
can
cards.
have some pairs here in the big blind.
Yeah. Oh, Georgi going to get to show this one down. Get the good news. Threes are good. It's got to be a good feeling. Pretty dusty holding.
Yeah.
Gets it done.
Have you been keeping an eye on the action in the main event today? See how big the field has gotten?
I was actually in a bit of a rush on my way down, professional. So I didn't get to see, didn't get to check the numbers.
اه ده تيجي.
I was reading a few of the poker news updates, seeing who has stacks, who doesn't.
Going there.
I think over the first 2 days, about 350 runners, which is pretty strong.
Very
With
strong.
two flights still to go. Of course, 1C typically, traditionally, the busiest flight. People trying to book their passage to day 2.
Not cigarette.
Normal cigarette.
When I take my first break, David, I'll do some investigative journalism
Normal.
and report back.
Only.
So see Aslani, King 10, 9, 7. In for the open, Hassanli. Double suited clubs and diamonds. Drawn to the nut clubs.
يلا.
Mahmood. We've seen already, David, he is willing to get in there with very wide ranges. He's in there. With just King 10, 7 deuce.
Check.
As we see Hassanli with the best of it. Top pair, the Jack High diamonds.
Yeah, 3 diamond draws out there.
Yeah, it could be problematic for Aslani in particular if a diamond were to roll off. Kadra now with 2 flush draws and a pair.
Yeah, versus Aslani with the second nut flush draw and a little wrap.
Yeah. All of a sudden, action brewing in this pot. This is tough for Haslani, David, I think. Just 1 pair. Do you have a gut shot? Of course, the 10 can be no good. I think I like this fold in the longer term.
Yeah, and the diamonds can be no good as
Yeah,
well.
they can just be dead. Look at this. Mahmood gonna call. Just 10 high spades.
And remember, Kadra and Mahmoud both have spades and diamonds.
This is really interesting. This Kadra, no way he can know he's good. Third pair. Almost never good, you would venture.
No, everybody on the draw here, and a pesky little 8 here in Cadra's hand actually makes him best.
It's really tough to bluff here too, right? As played. Look at this. Cadra. He just always finds it. There he is. He just always finds the bluff, the man. What a sicko. Half pot. Just trying to represent, David, an ace that has improved. Very nice. It just has this feel, right? Just has this instinct, David. You touched on it earlier.
You don't smoke.
Just seems to know. Seems to sense weakness. Actually had the best of it there, of course, but no way to know it. Very nice. Nice bluff.
Well, I've done a little roving reporting of my own, and I can tell you now that there are 508 entries in the... Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that might be the total.
Got ahead of myself there. There are 474 entries, which is not quite at the guarantee yet, but of course we do have some time into day 2 for re-entries.
There's a turbo flight also this evening.
Aha.
There's a 1D, so it's going to comfortably make it. And then I believe, yeah, 4 levels of late reg day 2, I think. Potentially 5. So guarantee almost certain to be broken.
Well,
Yeah. Shout out to Ryan Lashmar of Poker News, who's been providing tremendous coverage of that event and others over the week. Had a nice opportunity to speak to Ryan in the bar last night after our PLO session. He was enjoying his only day off while he's here. It's almost all work and no play for Ryan.
Here we go, David. Big pot brewing. Hasbani squeezing aces with nut spades. Picks up 3 callers. Mahmood very out of line overcall of the squeeze with 5-5-4-3. Jack, Jack 4. Nobody with a jack in hand. Ace is still good. This is very spicy from Mahmood. Like this check from Hasbani. Can't go mad on the Jack, Jack X. And see he's still best. Nobody with anything really. Shweety with a gutter. He is going to step out once again. This time, if he could find a river bet, could work. Yeah, we see it says Georgi drawing dead. A 9 would work. It's not going to matter. Going to be out of there. Now, Shweety. Can you pull the trigger or drill a king? King, of course, would only be a chop. Problem here, David, Hasbani with just 3k back.
3 and 5.
Asking for a count. Knows he needs to do something heroic to get this one through, David. I'm not so sure about this. Blocking ace is not great here, right? I don't think it's great to block aces.
You win.
Does give it up. Hasbani very happy to see river check. Picks up a nice pot. Shade under 10k.
Yeah, Shweety, one of those opportunities where it's like you can only bluff for a small amount. It looks very convincing when you do, and you just wonder, well, if it only works a little bit of the time, it's good enough. And
I think it would have worked.
yeah, I think it might have too. But
Yeah.
اللي حمسك الستريتين.
Yeah, lots of little subtleties in PLO that might go over my head a little. We do our best.
معلوم değil ki.
I can hear my own voice. I think one of the players may be watching the stream on the table. I think I've found our culprit as well in the 8th seat.
Is that what that sounds like?
No.
It's actually quite unsettling to listen to delayed coverage.
Kafka-esque for us in the box here. We're talking about the weather. I think it is Mahmoud whose phone is on the rail. Apologies for the double Dave and double Andrew right now, as Cadra eyes up what to do here with the button and aces, and they're nice aces too, double suited. Ace, ace, queen, three, spades and clubs. Sorry, spades and hearts. And now we're talking about turtles. Do we ever talk about the poker, you and me, Andrew? Hearing this back now, the weather, the turtles. I hope there wasn't an interesting hand going on. Not like this one, where we've got 7k in the middle already. Mahmoud with a very nice hand of his own, ace, queen, 10-10. Up against the wily Cadra, who he won't be putting on premiums only in this situation. Bit of a swing and a miss here for Mahmoud. Obviously, he has a jack for a straight, but that's kind of it really with the under pair to the king.
Yeah, Cadra's going to run this SPR over pair, not hearts. Time to go.
More than happy. And
Yeah.
no way Mahmoud can hero this
No.
particular holding.
Steve, run it. رحنا كنا معايا 2 ساعتين ريا.
تربع يمكن
ايه
في عربي بتخسر.
ما معي كبة، نزل كبة طار.
No smoke, Georgie will kill us.
Можешь туда дуть, пожалуйста.
Georgie, when we
Nice
smoke,
pick up there for Cadra. Guys, if you are just joining, 5,100 PLO cash stream here at the Western Series. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin covering the action. We'll be joined by the musings of Mr. James Dempsey in the not too distant future. And as we continue through the week, live coverage. Day 2 of the Western Series main event tomorrow. I believe we'll be starting at 1 p.m. local time, the stream. We see a limp from Mahmoud. Seen he's very willing to get into the mix. ISO'd by Cadra, overcall by Georgi. Queen 10, 9, 7 of Cadra. Look at this, David. We spoke about reopening action, Mahmoud. The somewhat dusty kings does limp 3-bet. Georgi and Cadra both call. Bloated pot.
Oh, it's a big one coming, I feel it.
Yeah, Mahmoud here with less than pot behind. Great flop for him. About as good as it gets.
Well,
I think this one gets through.
I don't have five.
Cadra does have a pair of 7s and some potential to pair up. And the gut shot, not much else. Problematically for him, of course, Georgi behind him.
He's going to
with
gamble.
14k is going to gamble. Georgi's going to get out of the way.
once or twice.
As you like.
In bad shape here, Cadra. 4-1 dog.
Yeah, very much hoping to see pocket kings or pocket aces, not with a heart draw
Yes.
to go with.
Twice, 2 up,
And
2
not with
down.
a 2-pair.
Huh?
That's a blank. And he needs a king or an 8 or some kind of pair up. Doesn't find it on the first run.
Okay. Bro.
Looking for 7s, 9s, queens and 10s non-heart. No good turn. Bricks out river. Mahmoud taking both run outs.
Ship it.
Biggest pot of the day so far, 15.6k.
Yeah, and pretty much equal biggest with our biggest pot yesterday as well.
Little eyebrow raise from Mahmoud. Definitely not expecting to win both. A welcome boost to his stack. Cadra just loves it, David, right? Ready to spin the wheel. No good on this occasion.
Yeah, we see him winning both run-outs in a pretty big pot there, 16k pot yesterday. I think that was the biggest one we played.
460.
So, experiencing both sides of the poker gods'
لما كنا عم نفرجي
capricious nature.
تعلم كل جديدة اسمها ريت.
1 carrot juice, please. Carrot juice and cold water.
Little carrot juice, David. Bold selection from Hasbani.
What do you know about that? It's a cleanser.
As David wrinkles his nose
Oh,
in disbelief and disgust.
do you know I did a worse thing than drinking carrot juice
come
yesterday.
on, let's go.
This is really bad.
Right.
I thought I had picked up a glass of what I presumed was beetroot juice.
Oh no.
It was, and I brought it back to the table. And I was very proud of myself. And I said to Sharon, "Oh look, beetroot juice. Look at me. Going to have a big cleanse here. My colon's going to appreciate this."
Oh no.
And I took a massive mouthful, like it was like convinced it was beetroot juice, so didn't think anything
didn't
of
even
it.
just go for the sip.
Didn't go for the sip. Went for the big glug. I had a full mouthful glug down, and the second one about to go when I realised it was beetroot vinegar.
Oh,
قلتوا عنه بيلعب كل اللي قدام ما لعب ولا إيه.
that will cleanse your colon, I believe.
I think that one's a real medicinal thing. I think there's actually some.
هلا الصبح
I know there'll be some influencer on Twitter saying that that's what you're supposed to do.
انا شايفه
right?
My mother wanted me to do apple cider vinegar for,
I've heard about
my,
this
for
one.
my
I've heard about this
indigestion,
one.
and it was horrendous. A terrible thing to do. Never do it. Just buy yourself some proton pump inhibitors. Go with the drugs. Ignore all this natural wishy-washy stuff. Just take the drugs.
There you go, guys. Watch 50-100 PLO and take drugs. As we see four-way action.
Prescribe drugs by your pharmacist.
Hassanli with the best of it,
GP.
David. Top and bottom. Very awkward for him. Scary board. 6 brings 2 flush draws. Does have 9 high diamonds to go with his 2 pair. And a gut shot, going to make him feel a lot better. Double gutter, in fact. This hand should be over. No. Hattie.
Wow.
Wow, this is spicy. Does have a double gut shot, but wow. And look at this. He has the 10s. The door is open. I mean, you just know he's going for it.
He's going for it. It's all of it, too. It's going to be 3,800 here.
It should work. Really should. Hassanli with very bad blockers here.
The Master Blaster.
He has the diamonds himself.
How much?
It's so hard to assign bluffs here. Don't have a 10 in our hand, of course. Don't
so
block
hard.
either straight.
It's so hard to assign bluffs until you look up and go, oh, Hattie's my opponent.
Wow, he finds it. Hassanli.
That is an absolutely boss call.
Not having it.
Wow.
That's a big call.
That is an enormous call.
Calls full pot.
That's basically like, I bet you have those 10 blockers.
That's it.
That's basically what he's decided.
Yeah, trying to assign bluffs there when Kadra continues turn. Great call. Of course, looking for Kadra to have the bricked 7-8.
Sorry, I just have to point something out here. That request for a carrot juice was about 45 seconds ago. He's already taken his first mouthful. How
they're
quick
so
is
good.
this? How is there just carrot juice lying around?
They really are so good
How
here.
do they juice a carrot in 40 seconds? There's not that much juice in a carrot. You got to get quite a few carrots.
If you put your back into it, you can achieve anything. But they are amazing here, the service. You got to tip your cap to, you know, the players are really just looked after sensationally well. And there's no bias there. I'm contractually obligated to say it, I'm sure. But it's so true. You know, you go for your dinner.
Did you get a contract?
No. Not yet.
Joking aside, Ali Najad loves his pomegranate juice, and I can only imagine the reason he chooses that is because it's the smallest little thing, and he's just imagining all of them being crushed up individually
peeled
until there's enough to make a 250 ml glass of juice for him.
They have machines for this type of thing now, David. I'm
What?
sure. I know.
No.
I was also shocked. Mahmood, +1. Ace Jack 8, 7. Drawing to nut clubs. Kadra has a pretty nice hand. Ace Jack 10, 3. Drawing to nut diamonds. Gonna 3-bet. We know Mahmood is here to play. Makes the call.
50.
Okay.
Heads up. Pretty close equities. King, Queen 8, 2 clubs. Big flop for Mahmood. Nut flush draw and a gut shot. Action goes check, check. Kadra turns Broadway.
Yeah,
Finds Jin.
no way Mahmood can go anywhere here.
Yeah, I don't think he folds here.
2 pair, gutter, nut flush draw. It's a lot of hand.
Big river coming for Mahmood. River is an ace. Kadra's still good.
Yeah, 3 pairs now for Mahmood. No use.
Yeah. Does of course know that Kadra is the guy who is capable, but this would be pretty out of line. Depending on sizing, looks like Kadra has gone for half pot. Yeah, a little less. Like it. Like this sizing. Try and do some crying calls, David. Even a hand like 9-10, right, doesn't love it.
The fact that you're blocking the nut flush draw here
Yeah,
is
really bad.
is the reason to make it a fold all day.
Nice laydown, Mahmood. Well played. Kadra continues to get in the mix. Getting some chips back from that previous failed bluff. Slani, non-believer.
After the hand.
So we take a moment to check out the chip counts. Obviously, all of these guys buying in for 10k originally, but there has been some rebuys since then. Rafael Asanli has 18,000 in front of him, and Asanli has 18,000 in front of him as well. Georgi Shulukia has 14k. Hadi Kadra after that last pot up to 13k. Popo, the short stack with basically the starting stack they all brought. This game going to be a deep one, I think, before long. The way they're playing right now, I fancy there to be at least 1 or 2 30k stacks hovering about.
Yeah, I can really see this game playing very large later on this evening. As a feature of what we saw yesterday, people buying in shallow-ish, bunch of double ups, more money being added to the table. First straddle of the night, and here we go. Straddle for 200. Kadra, ace, king, queen, 9. Gonna bump it up, makes it 700 to go. Round 2 Mahmood, gonna defend that straddle. Ace, 9, 7, 4 Badugi. Jack, 10, deuce. Mahmood comes up empty. Multiple straight draws for Kadra. Gonna go ahead, bet 2/3, get it done. Wrapping around that Jack 10 very nicely. If they start straddling 200 a hand, David, this is going to play huge.
Yeah, and it's just going to mean we're going to get to flops with like stack to pot ratios of 1 a lot.
Yeah.
And it means people are going to gamble with a wide variety of holdings, and it means some people are going to have double ups and some people are going to have to re-enter or rebuy, I should say. And yeah, that just is going to get us deeper and deeper as this night progresses. Expect fireworks, guys. We're very much in the amuse-bouche phase of the tournament. I think there will be a soup course and 7 courses to follow.
Very nice.
Might have to undo a notch on the belt. Sorry,
That's the
I'm just
problem
thinking,
with that.
It's just terrible. I haven't had dinner yet. You
That's
can
the
tell,
problem
can
with
you?
that buffet.
All of your metaphors become food metaphors in
400.
the parent poker room.
I'm going to have an early dinner with our schedule this evening.
Oh yeah, you're first man out.
So we fly blind here, just for a moment. See Mahmood believe heads up. No, it's 3 ways. Hispani and Cadra also in the mix. Mahmoud gonna stab. Bets 1100.
This is a fast fold.
Quick fold.
You can't.
You can see the guys obviously keen to pick up the information now readily available on YouTube. Half-hour delay. These guys have been playing for about 50 minutes. Watch back now, see if they got bluffed. See how loose Cadra's playing. And I think the straddle's on again from, or maybe no, maybe it's just a raise from Aslanli.
Yeah, it looks like 300.
Yeah.
I think just a raise. Round 2, Popo.
This card is marked.
Just an illustration there, I think. You know, yesterday we saw these double-suited hands with the low cards being played a lot, David.
Last one.
Overall range is certainly tighter this evening.
Can you see?
Yeah.
It couldn't be any looser. Mahmoud going to defend from the small.
Roman,
Go 3 ways.
change. It's okay. Okay. No.
Queens of Aslani still best. Of course, can't know it. Action checks through. Mahmoud with the baby flush draw. Aslani wants to see a clean river. Gets one. Is he going to go for a small value? Does. Don't think he's going to get a customer. You know that Cadra's always potential for some madness or stickiness. I don't think you can bluff this one, David, but he's going to look it up. Just an 8. And the bad news, Aslani, nice little bit of value with the pocket queens. Finds a caller.
Some call it the great game of Pot Limit Omaha.
The great game. I've enjoyed covering it. It's making me want to get into the PLO streets, I think. Do a little investigative study. I could see it being a very enjoyable game. Quite challenging. It's not often that you completely whiff boards, right? And No Limit, of course. So many occasions where you just have really nothing going for your hand. You could see PLO being a little more engrossing, a little more, you know, testing the grey matter constantly. You're going to be in a lot more pots.
Yeah, I think that's what it really provides these players is a bit more complexity.
Yeah.
And an opportunity to maybe play slightly more pre-flop holdings, play a game where the equities run a bit closer, so it becomes a little bit gamblier if that's what they feel like doing that day. Do always feel, though, with Pot Limit Omaha as a tournament format, and that's probably what I play more of than anything else, is sort of a broken game, because when you introduce a risk premium to a game where the equities run this close, just kind of break the game a bit.
Look at this. Cadra going to lead with the kings. Look to define them somewhat. He just gets this one through. Sweetie, bad hearts, no overs. Again, Cadra just plays pretty non-standard. It's a lot of fun to try and dissect. Could be wrong. Wouldn't have thought there'd be too much leading there.
Yeah, I guess he felt like he didn't want to call a bet as much, so decided to dunk out and represent the bottom trips while at the same time having a hand that would like protection.
Sorry. Ah.
Shweedy does put the straddle on here with the 9-6-5-4 2 hearts. Asanli going to pitch his 9-9-XX. Spani with the nut hearts is going to throw them away. Action round to Mahmoud. Jacks and 6-3 diamonds danglers. Just has to put in 100 more. Or wait, he would have had to put in 100. He would have had to put in the full amount. Sorry, we're into the blinds now who are getting discounts. And Aslanli actually with almost the best of it here, himself and Shulukia with queens, obviously Shulukia with the queen 8. Slightly in the lead, but actually their equity's running pretty close.
Yeah, I think Aslanli with the... Oh, he's out of the pot. It's not going to matter. Kadra! Kadra just getting so out of line.
What?
This is wild.
This
wild stuff.
Well, he's looking for sort of a board texture change, a nut change if he's going to get frisky.
My goodness.
That's exactly what's happened.
This is filth from Kadra. I mean, there's a fine line, David, between genius and madness. Kadra, how's he found that? How has he found it? Gets it done. Ace of Spades, of course, horrendous card for Georgi versus perceived range. That's next level.
Yeah, it's
Normal?
some level anyway.
Normal?
Kadra, well, when these guys see hands like that, it really must make them think about how light they have to play back at him.
That's like next level disrespect.
Oh my goodness me.
From Hadi Kadra as Mr. Dempsey strolls into the booth. Hassanli, ace 10, 9-9, double suited. Makes it 300 to go. Haspani in from +1.
Good.
Makes the call, ace queen, jack 9, nutted clubs. Mahmoud and Kadra come along behind. Georgi gets out of the way. Shweety takes the price. 5-way action here. As I will cover this final hand before tagging in Mr. Dempsey. 10-5 deuce. Pocket nines somehow still good. And nut hearts for Hassanli. Mahmoud here does have bottom 2. Currently the best hand.
And it just goes to show how much this game is already off the rails here with guys feeling like it's a standard call to go with bottom 2 in a spot like this where actually you see a lot of folds, to be honest.
Absolutely.
These guys really battling here for every chip. Waging war, firing shots across the bow.
Yeah, bottom 2
and look
pair.
at that, wow! Dream card for Mahmoud, obviously.
Oh, and he finds the check. Allows Hassanli to river the nut flush. He's going to have to pay this off, David, potentially. It's like 3K.
Yeah, and as played, Hassanli, well, I don't think he can ever fold, but like I'm wondering if he would consider raising. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Paired board and all that, but versus the check back on the turn, and then the bet when the Jack of Hearts came.
Tell you something, if he raises here, Mahmoud will feel ill. I think he's up against the full house a lot. Better one.
I think it is just too hard to find more value.
I don't see it happening.
I do think he thought about it for a few moments, though, because of that very reason.
Look at this. Gets the bad news. Mahmoud turning the Queen 6 5 deuce into a $10,000 pot.
Yeah. The definition of rags into riches there, as I say a fond farewell to Andrew Headley. I also, taking my life into my hands here, I've asked James Dempsey to bring me back a coffee.
Oh, the very best of luck.
Yeah, wish me luck. And I'm not wearing fire retardant pants.
Yeah, you don't have any protective clothing.
Oh no, he's on the way. Pray for me, guys. If the audio cuts out, you know he spilt it all over our sound deck here.
Not Iraqi.
Look at that, brings in a couple of cookies.
Yeah, it looks like you're playing. It looks like you're staying for one more hand.
Yeah.
Andrew.
I figured. I'm learning the habits now.
Yeah.
Well, Hasbani, aces. Ace, 10-6, nut hearts. Opens for 300. Mahmoud really in there battling. 9-9-8-3 from +2. Super wide. Aslani, double suited. Very pretty looking ace, king, jack, deuce. Georgi, king, queen, 4-4. I think he folded. Not entirely sure. Hasbani still with the best of it. Open-ended straight draw for Aslani. Mahmoud stabbing here. As we wait for the graphics to catch up.
Yeah, you're right that Georgie did fold, so the Queen X is gone. Mahmoud looks like he's fired out with the open-ender.
Wow.
And it's like not a good open-ender.
This is risky business. Gets the aces to fold. Turn 5.
Aslani now with the Broadway wrap.
This is really interesting, of course.
Doesn't pick up spades or clubs.
Don't want to get raised. Feels like a prudent check back. Incredibly here, Mahmoud's going to win at showdown. Unless Aslani finds a bluff. Mahmoud going to bluff himself.
Yeah. Almost like he's targeting draws now, which is actually what his opponent has, so probably going to get the job done, but
Yeah.
he wouldn't realize he had the best hand here.
Trying to rep a hand like ace, queen, or pocket kings or something that pot controlled turn.
Yeah,
Make a little sense.
that does make the most sense.
There you go, Mahmoud in there battling. Gets it done. Back-to-back hands. Marginal holdings. Gets them through. I will leave you to it, David, as Mr. Dempsey tags into the booth. See you all in around about an hour and 10 minutes time.
Big thank you there to Andrew Headley for putting in a solid stint. Did the lion's share of the card calling, which I appreciate when there's so many cards to call.
For me, yes.
All agree?
No.
Me.
And I welcome to the booth
Aces will come in this round.
a man once known more in the poker world as Flushy. These days, I just call him James.
Sorry, Adi. I will tell you after the hand.
I've been called plenty worse. Good evening, David. It's been nearly 2 hours since I last saw you.
Yeah, I was explaining to our audience that we were conducting a jacuzzi post-mortem. By that I mean not a post-mortem of the jacuzzi or a post-mortem in the jacuzzi, but a post-mortem of last night's cash game while jacuzziing.
Yes.
I mostly wanted people to realise that life is good here in Cyprus.
It's rather tasty here. Life.
There's storms all across Europe right now, and we're enjoying hot weather, buffet food, and spas.
It's such a severe storm across Europe that I've just been reading a link that Mr. Najad sent me of a flight from Copenhagen to Dublin that took how long it takes, about 2 hours to get to Dublin. Made a couple of attempts at landing, gave up, flew to Manchester. This is coming to me relatively because I know you've had some kind of scary stuck on a plane scenarios.
This is upsetting me
They had to
already.
wait for hours on the flight, on the plane, for the conditions to improve, to then jump from Manchester to Dublin. They took off, got near Dublin, went into holding pattern again because things looked pretty dicey. then decide to divert again. This time to Belfast. At least you're on the right bit of land. Step in the right direction.
Could be the same storm though.
Couple of go-arounds at Belfast.
Oh no.
Back to Liverpool,
Oh.
where the passengers spent the night before getting a flight the next morning from Liverpool to
You should get the boat at that point.
Dublin.
Well,
it
you
took-
can't do the boat in the storm either.
We can't. It took 21 hours,
Oh
and
my
they were in the air
gosh.
for like 6 of them or something, flying 7 hours or something, flying from Copenhagen to Dublin. So yeah, it's a little nicer here. It is quite windy today, but it's not quite that windy.
Yeah, it's a faint breeze.
We're better off here. Oh, this is the Sammy Farha look.
It's very cool.
Someone needs to bring it back. Maybe Pot's our man. And we've seen, obviously, the tournaments came 8th, if I remember correctly, in the main last time out, and of course was on our coverage already this week.
Yeah. No flush draw for Mahmoud. Shluchia has a jack in hand here.
Shkrukia.
Shluchia.
Or Gear, that's what we like to call them.
Yeah.
Actually had a chance to chat to Gear for the first time ever a couple of days ago in the Spa of all places. Would you believe it?
That's where all good chats are had in these parts.
He showed me a steam room hack. He was very
Oh.
proud of himself.
Oh. You going to share?
No?
Oh. Well, everyone will be doing it.
And we're continuing with this nut flush draw. 9s are good at some frequency as well, obviously. They should catch how multi-way we were here, but obviously very optimistic to get through another street. And the check back. Little intimidated by, of course, the 9-10 straight getting there. And obviously having the ace-queen over is kind of nice when you do bowed up as well. But I always kind of favour continuing in these spots where the card that's come on the turn isn't above the card that's on the flop.
Yeah, I agree.
When-
I was about to ask you, would you ever go for a thin value, or is that just so dangerous that it opens the door as well?
Obviously, a second straight arriving in terms of 4-5, 5-9, some reference, but not really on this board. I think I would go for a little bit of value, but it would depend on my history with the opponent I'm up against. The kind of person who's just not going to pay you off. You think the person's weighted towards draws a lot, not going to get much gain anyway. And yeah, they can certainly have those 5-9s and 4-5s with a jack kicker, potentially. Must be careful. Well, at least we got our same action man in the same seat, but the stakes are doubled.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of straddles, but no compulsory straddle. Yes, this is Cadra with the straddle on, I think, this hand.
That doesn't surprise me.
No, I think someone like Cadra just sees it as 2 opportunities to raise the pot.
So, Shkulukia and Shweety, 2 players, weren't in the game last night. I did gather Shweety was on the list. So, as I think you referenced last night, the players who played last night had first option.
Yeah.
Some of them electing not to come back. Could be a combination of many things. Could be just jumping in the main event. Could be, you know, don't want to play any bigger. Could be exhausted from yesterday. It was a long game, which they continued past our stream coverage, I believe. They were still playing for a little bit when we left.
They did. They continued on for a little while. We see 2 rundowns here. 9, 8, 7, 6 for Shweety. King, Queen, Jack, 10 for Hasbani. Pretty pure.
Shkulukia with a lovely hand. Ace 10, 9, 8, double suited.
Yeah. There's a lot of interaction actually with these holdings. We could see
Yeah.
a big pot here.
This is-
6,600 in the middle.
This is a more traditional PLO multi-way pot.
There is 2 clubs.
Wow, Mahmoud flopping the joint. Shkulukia with 8, 10 and 10 high clubs. Shweety flopping the joint as well with top 2. And Hasbani actually in here with the live flush draw and a gut shot. You said we could see a flop that interferes with these hands. We found basically the one that interferes with every hand.
Yeah.
Always a bit grim when you give issues here because
Well,
you're drawing that 10 high flush. But he does block the straights, the most likely hand to raise him, and has the open ender. So I kind of like betting here and perhaps making a hand like Hasbani's fold. It's very hard for Hasbani to continue with the queen high flush facing a bet.
Yeah.
Queen of flush draw, I should say.
Yeah, Shweety here with the nuts and a redraw to big boats here. 9-7 working as well. Obviously, Mahmoud with the nuts.
He just wants to flick it in against Mahmoud. I guess he figures Mahmoud, when he jams, has just got the straight, and obviously with his hand against a straight has great equity. Flush.
Flush. Or Shiluk, yeah.
I lose 2 times.
And
Oh,
flush.
a flush again.
Flush,
Wow.
flush.
He wins 2 times.
For the 10 high flush.
32k pot.
There we
Ship
go.
it to Georgie.
Wow. We're playing.
What a huge moment for him that he pushes out the Jack Queen
Yeah,
flush.
that's the benefit of betting there. You do make the not flushes fold. Obviously, he's going to have some concern that he's up against a bigger flush draw here when he does two all-ins. But I think he banked on the second all-in. The pace of it being just like, well, that has to be the nuts. That has to be the 6-8. I do pretty well against 6-8 as long as I don't have clubs.
Yeah.
And he did have the 8 of clubs as well. So obviously, if he's up against 6-8, they've only got 3 cards to find 2 clubs in. Makes a little sense. And obviously the shorter stack, I think like 9k,
Better than
leaning a lot towards, again, that hand being straight. It's bold, because you can be in very bad shape.
20 hours. You win
Kind of read it right.
the first place.
Running good.
First
Running
second.
super good.
A little bit of a debate here by Shweedy and Shlukia whether Shlukia's line was justifiable, I think.
I have not flush draw. But you have 6 or Jack only.
That's what they're going through. He was in a great spot in this particular instance. But
معك
obviously,
زبادي كمان؟ معك زبادي؟
it didn't have to be that way.
انا خوفتني انت يكون معك اصلا زبادي. هيدا عم بقول لك انه هيدا ماشي
We're gambling. It says casino outside.
لا معي 9 8 7 6
This cookie is delightful, by the way. I don't know if I got shamed for bringing a cookie in.
رومان
Well, it's been a long time.
معي مثلك مع
Cookie
دكتور.
days are
بدك 15
long behind me.
15.
Don't look at my belly.
It looks like you haven't retired just yet, to be honest.
I spend, I don't know how many hours a week making a GPI award-winning podcast with a co-host who fat shames me on every single episode.
What?
And now I've got a co-com who does it.
Your problem there is you paired up with an ultra endurance athlete. Not me. No, I should make out. There's nothing athletic, ultra, or endurance about me.
Want to complete the last hands for tonight? We're going to pass you some bags. On the bags, please write your first name, last name, cheat
I
count.
started buying those shirts, James, that have a bit of elasticity to them. I don't know if you've noticed. There's a brand new one here. There's a Christmas offering.
See, I mean, it's still got the fresh out the box folds on it.
It does have those. I'm sorry
can smoke these.
to be upsetting you with them,
Yes.
but it does have a little stretchiness, a little.
You have to
If you've had a dessert or two.
send me the link. Or 3. As you've been known to do in these parts. Desserts.
God, more fat shame.
That's just impressive. Anyway, Hasbani popping up ace king 7-3
حاول ما
double.
تحططنا كثير.
Mahmoud squeezing the other side of the board here. 6-5, 3 deuce.
Me?
1 suit. Optimistic, but we've seen
Was
Mahmoud
that-
drive the action almost as much as Kadra.
Was that actually Mahmoud who came up through, but I was busy looking at your shirt. Mahmoud, I guess when you got the bang lead, wants to fire. But look at this tough spot here for Shweety because he's flopped the second nut flush draw, a gut shot.
Georgie,
Well, he has just decided to pot it up. And this is the spot. Look at this. He's in terrible shape against his hand.
Georgie.
The better flush draw,
Put 15. Put
top pair, backdoor, nut flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Shweety only surprised as high as this. I suppose, obviously, yeah, 2 pair draws are live part of me. That's what I was trying to work out how you still have 30%.
Yeah. Nonetheless, Hasbani in very good shape here. And are they going to go once?
Your first name, last name, chip count,
معي straight.
No, we're going twice.
number,
Makes it a straight.
and the ticket goes inside the bag to Momo.
ميت ضدك انا
Come
بقى.
back at 12 o'clock.
ناقصه.
Now Hasbani with 2 flush draws.
ميت معي صح. شو بعمل؟
Yeah, rather fortunate for me to get out there with something. But you can always see the game heading. It seems like a more aggressive pace than our game yesterday. We're seeing these hands get in, whereas yesterday we saw a lot more just calling flops, being cautious, playing a bit more passive. Here they are. just getting it in with some sub-premiums post-flop.
And I think the biggest teller is that Cadra, while he has been unbelievably loose by any standards, is not as loose as he was yesterday. He's not as crazy as he was yesterday. And I think he just has that little bit more, maybe, respect for the caliber of the guys he's up against, to basically just push the thin edges that they might have against him and be fearless to embrace some variance.
Right, recognizing a change in dynamic, that these are some of the players who won't let me kind of bet and guarantee I see the next card. They will just come in with a lot of raises. So yeah, just has to make a small adjustment. Must hurt him. But then Cadra starts with the man who doesn't want to play as many ace hands as he was. He just wants to know that when he does play hands, the pots are going to be big.
Sure.
And this lineup already strikes me as being just like that. I referenced the main event. I know Yogi's in there, day 2, 77k he said. He told me he was very happy and smiling. He goes, 1 bullet. I reminded him that he still has 4 hours of late reg on day 2.
That's true.
I wouldn't be celebrating just yet for being here for 1 bullet.
Yeah, especially not on 77k either.
Right. Not my car. Colleague. He's got 4 starting stacks, Mr. Headley.
Very much looking forward to seeing the lineups that were brought. We've been putting in requests. We've been putting out the bat signal that we want Andrew Headley on the live stream purely for continuity purposes. We're storytellers here in this booth.
I thought we're stretching shirt sellers.
You bored, bro.
Cadra. Wow. He gets told it's your board. Kind of is. Deuce 4-9. He's got ace 3-5-7. So he's got the wheel wrap with the little 7 in there. Just to solidify things. The pot with kings against the action player. Would have seen a lot of this, but it's so hard, David, when you've got kings. No other draw against a player who can be down here. We see he is down there. He could have deuce 4 here. He's got 9 in the rundown. It's flipping anyway.
Is it allowed here smoking?
Cadra just gets no respect, does he? He's
No.
just like, got a pair, just want to get it in for 3 times pot. Pair would have held.
Minimum full.
And we are going to throw things to a very swift commercial break. Please join us in a moment.
King
And straight back to it here at the Merritt Crystal Cove. Home of, well, the best action in Europe. Right now we're eyes on what I presume is the the largest game running in the room. You never can tell here. The pot going to limp in. The queen 10, 9-8 over that straddle. Mahmood raising it up, and Kadra just instantly slapping in a handful of 1k chips. So we've got a straddle, a limp, a raise, and a pot. 3k to go at the moment. Kadra with a nice hand, that ace 5, 6, 7 with a suit. The pot, though, of course.
Okay.
Oh, he is going to fold. I thought queen 10, 9-8 might get in there, but this is. I'm already seeing the got to readjust from last night's game. Obviously, the players here are going to perhaps be a little bit more cautious about playing hands like that out of position 3 ways. Mahmood just decided to rip it in with ace-jack 9-6. What does he know? I guess he knows he's up against Kadra because he's in great shape here with this hand. 60-40 favourite. Deuce 3 flop. Neither player with a pair yet, but Kadra has improved to a gut shot. And they are running at once. Diamond on the turn. Good news for Kadra. Of course, all his pair draws now dead. And that's where he stays, dead with just ace-7 high. Mahmood's ace-jack 9-6, running it in, winning the pot.
Yeah, Mahmood also fearless. Really a battle of the two most fearsome competitors out there.
I love that he just raised 800. Get it in, let's go. Kadra, not standing for that. This is something we wouldn't have seen last night. It would have been met with a call, we would have progressed to a flop.
Yeah, it's kind of a none of your nonsense kind of attitude here. And if I may be so bold as to send anyone who's out there watching this coverage in the chat over to Twitter. I'm at TK Lappin on Twitter, and I've just put out an article about the Western Series warm-up and high roller events. You may have watched these with us the other night. If you didn't, it's a nice way to catch up on what's been going on here. Giving shout-outs, obviously, to Andrea and Shornaku, who won both of those events.
Do I get a mention?
You do get a mention.
All right, go read it, guys. It's worth it. Yeah, maybe it's not.
It's a reasonable way to spend 6 minutes.
There we go. Yeah, nice little recap.
If there's anything you do in your day where there's nothing else you can do for those 6 minutes, I'm not saying what that thing is. When you can multitask for 6 minutes, sometimes where I get my best reading done. Limp pot. Speaking of pots.
7-8-3. A pot with the open-ended draw. Sweetie, top and bottom. Gonna stab, and it doesn't have much future equity, but I like the idea of betting here rather than having to get involved later on.
Shchulia. No, I've absolutely butchered that one. Shchulia.
Skulukia.
Shulukia.
Gia.
Gia.
Gia. Ace 10, 9, 5. Double. He continues.
Nobody with the nuts here.
Oh, Sweetie. Probably can't believe that he's still best with that 8-3. King River has been outdrawn by Kadra, right? Oh no, Sweetie, sorry, with the king as well. Yeah,
he's got the 2 pair now, yeah.
Sharing that king.
Shkulukia is going to take a stab here.
I like it. No one else bet the turn here. He's got the most likely draw. Does have a 10 blocker.
Job done.
Nicely done.
This time I think it's Sweetie playing back the stream, checking up on the hands. Obviously, as a commentator, I just absolutely love to hear my own voice playing back to me.
No one ever talks to us directly though. I like that. We need the Ludo in here. He always likes whispering into the mic to speak directly to the voices.
I'm like a cricket. You know that thing about crickets? They're the only creature that if you play back the sound of themselves to them, they become sexually aroused.
Well,
so that cricket sound.
Does that make Ali Najad a cricket? Is that what you're saying? We'll call him the cricket from now on? Okay. I didn't know that.
It's a true fact.
Why is the insect called a cricket and the sport called a cricket? Or called cricket?
It's a good question. As
a
someone who play,
cricketer.
as someone who played cricket for 27 years, I should really know the answer to that, and I have no idea.
Okay. I could Google, but I'm going to let you come up with a either correct or incorrect answer. Ace 10 9. I see a set of tens. Aslanli with what is actually good equity, but very, very hard for him to know that and ever realize could just be goosed. Is going to take a peek for one bet because it's Cadra betting.
Yeah, and you just can't let yourself be run over by that man.
And it's delightful when it gets round from the players behind you because so often up against better draws. Mahmood, pardon me, of course, jamming behind. Here we go.
Yeah, Stanley wondering if he has the price here.
Yeah, this is just where it's so hard because if your man's jamming here with the nut flush draw, you know, some sort of gut shot up there, you're basically dead. You can see here he's essentially flipping. So does he think Mahmood's the kind of guy who is going to check all his draws here and just play his made hands? In which case you could call. So it's against a player who is just going to be jamming in there with the Queen, Jack X, the King high flush draws, the pair and a flush draw. Then you'd have to fold. He
gamble.
Wants to gamble. He's certainly got some live outs down the bottom.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and he had the price as it turned out. So
easily had the price against this hand. Not against that turn card though, but
did he just say that's mine?
And a wasted spade. Is run one. But another spade, and of course a wasted pair up.
Yeah.
On the first run for Mahmood, so they will chop it up.
Flush. No.
Yeah, it's funny though because Aslanli obviously we see he won both, but he's still like, have I got anything? You know, he's come flush. You're in there with a far from premium flush draw.
Sure. I've looked up the derivation of the word cricket.
Oh.
There's a couple of it. It's argued on. The Middle Dutch word crick, K or I-C-K, means stick. And the Old English word crick, C-R-I-C-C, means crutch or staff. But there's also a school of thought that believes that it could be etymologically linked to the word criquet, French word, C-R-I-Q-U-E-T, meaning wooden post.
So how does that get to the insect though?
Doesn't. Was that what you sent me off to do?
I wanted to know why they share the same name.
This is my ADHD, I never listened to the question. I
want-
searched the thing that I was immediately
I was
interested
about to
in.
say, you thought of a better question. Why is cricket called cricket rather than why is the sport cricket and the insect cricket named the same way? I do that as well. I mean, I don't blame you. Your question was a better one. But now I know why. Well, I don't know because you gave me 3 competing answers. Why cricket's called cricket.
8.
Do you reckon crickets were commonly found on cricket ovals?
I doubt it, because they generally like a bit more growth. Usually cricket pitch is quite manicured. Mahmood gonna limp in with the aces here. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, so hang on. We have a limp from kings and an over limp from aces. So double sneaky, sneaky. And Cadra isn't going to raise it up here. Instead, he's going to overcall with the 5-4-3-3. But we do have Georgie.
Falls into the trap. Thought though with these kings, I think these play best is just call and you make top set and you can win big pots.
But very good aces for Mahmood. He's definitely going to bump it up.
This is like one of the best you can have. The ace-ace double suited with connectors. Obviously, you'd rather have ace-ace double suited with 2 broadways. But this is about as good as it ever gets Yeah, you can see against the hand he's up against here with the 7-6-5-5, the 5-4-3-3. If they were ever inclined to play, you'd have them in very bad shape.
Such a dreamy situation here with Mahmoud over limping and then back raising. Going to generate a pretty monstrous pot here.
Yeah.
Popo might just go with his hand here sometimes.
No, I think here you kind of know you're up against aces, which is the one hand that kings do absolutely awfully against.
Even though it's Mahmoud?
Well, I haven't seen enough. I'll grant you. You've seen. A lot more
we've honestly seen so much loose play from both him and Kadra.
9-6 a minute ago, so you're quite right.
And importantly, if you do shove and Mahmoud isolates, we might get Georgie out of the pot.
Yeah, the pot instead deciding they just call, take a flop. Obviously looking to get it in on plenty of non-king X flops at this stack depth.
Oh yeah, like he only has to be
You'd like to see a nice,
30% or less.
Even like a nice low paired board or something, just going with it.
Might
wow.
still go with this.
Gear flopping top 2 with the gut shot. Dreamy flop for him. He does go with it.
No choice for Mahmoud to come in behind here with the pair to go with his aces. And
yeah, he's peering behind because the stack behind that's worrying him more, of course, when he's sitting there with 12k.
Monster pot incoming. We might have 40k in the middle when this is done and dusted.
Yeah, and a snap from the man who's smashed the flop.
2 times. We're going to see 2 boards for this. What is it? It is a 40k pot.
Yeah, 36k.
Yeah.
Out of nothing, out of nowhere. 10 on the turn, further improving Shulukia, but pot now picking up an open ender. Safe deuce, he loves seeing that. Sitting there with top 2, sure.
Might be worried
could
about the 8-9.
But you'd like to run it. Another deuce.
So far, so good.
Rainbows the board. Always nice in Omaha. There's always a chance of those backdoor draws. Ace on the river. Mahmoud, of course, will get a half.
And
Gia will take a half. You're never that upset taking half of a 3-way pot when you're in there with some vulnerability. Obviously, he was actually in really good shape.
And with that, it looks like Popo's seen enough today. Understandable. Obviously, not a good day at the office. Very tough spot from that last hand, I have to say. The way it was set up, he limped in with the kings. And then the over-limp back raise from Mahmoud. Sneaky with the suited aces, and very well played by him. Ultimately drew in a situation where Popo probably felt as though his hand could be good, a decent amount against a player as loose as Mahmoud.
This game, compared to yesterday, obviously we doubled the stakes, but far more of this kind of action, far more of the trappiness, going for it. Love to see it. This could get really big as the evening progresses. Already seeing, of course, players departing, having enough, because the game's going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, we have all the ingredients we need for a monstrous cash game here in the Crystal Cove poker room.
Well, more important points. Done some research regarding why crickets are called crickets.
Okay.
And it's a similar
He's from
sort of line.
France.
You have
He's
one of your
earning euro,
examples was
we are earning
from French
Turkish lira.
phrase meaning stick or something.
Criquet, yeah.
Well, there's an old French word, criquet, meaning to creak or rattle. And so they're called crickets.
Because of their distinctive noise?
The article also goes on to make a point that if felines had been named the same way back in the day, we would be calling a cat a meow.
Yeah, it is very onomatopoeic, isn't it? That the cricket is the sound.
I like the idea of just calling cats meows. Might call dogs woofs.
Yeah.
I might bring it in. So we're blaming the French, both ways, for a sport they don't have much interest in.
And they're not very good at. I actually coached cricket in the south of France for a little while, and standard is not very good.
Was that due to the coach? I mean,
due to the fact that I was able to get a coaching job with the
did they
regional
improve
side.
under your tutelage?
They did improve a little bit, to be fair.
All right.
But there was not many French among them, to be honest.
Right.
By that I mean it was a mostly expatriate immigrant side.
King 6-5. Kadra with it. And the clubs.
Yeah, lots of hand here from Kadra. Mahmoud with aces again.
That's Bunny with top 2 and a live, well, a live flush draw. Wow, I didn't even notice that hand has the lion's share of the equity.
And even Aslanley with...
Yeah, I mean, he's got reasonable equity only because you can see he's got the live gut shot, no one's sharing it, and of course, backdoor diamonds, but nobody can play that. He's still short of getting it in, but he's...
How much?
Here we go. Kadra happy to commit the remainder of Hasbani's stack. We're going to be going to showdown again.
Right, but he has just called, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, it was kind of out of character for him. I've seen him just...
I thought he said all in.
Yeah. Clearly, we both misheard the situation.
all in.
شيك
شو؟
كويس.
كويس شو معك؟
I guess Kadra actually quite nice. Just desperate to keep in the 2 pair kind of hands.
The pair of flush draw.
Don't want to give them a chance to fold. So it's just quite nice for this particular holding. Obviously, not really going to make the nut clubs fold anyway. Kind of keeping the straight draws in isn't the worst thing because you've got straight draws in such terrible shape.
You win.
Maybe you just didn't want to run it twice fully. Just wanted to the medium running it twice. See that sometimes.
Yeah, Kadra very, very happy. Pull in another pot there.
But yeah, I'm kind of surprised his
800 هلا بجيب لك. Okay.
play stuff.
6800.
Okay.
6-8. Rommel, bring me 10 please.
So requesting a reload of 10k, keeping 6-8 back there just for the
Next
mechanics
hand.
of the game. So he owes coverage
Deposit.
6,800 that will pay him in a second when he gets his
Yeah,
chips.
they pay 10. They pay 10.
So another reload here. Kadra
صح
began with 10k. I think he's up over 30 now.
Wow, after being the second biggest winner last night, having been way the biggest loser.
Yeah, so a
Most
70k swing on stream in not a particularly long period of time.
King 8.
No, king 6. King 5 6.
Half turn.
Oh, king 6. معك ريا 6 ولا ريا 8؟
ريا 6 توب 2.
Yes, king 6.
No,
And-
no.
and 8 maybe.
6, Jack 9.
King 6. Jack 9.
King Queen Jack 6.
King Jack 6 9.
Schwidi going to open things up this time with the Jack 9 6-5 diamonds. Mahmoud in gambling form here. Jack 7-7-4. He's also got diamonds, bigger diamonds than Schwidi. And Kadra's turn to have aces here.
Rabbit's got the gun. This is just called.
Yeah, not nice aces in a way, Badoogie aces.
They're terrible aces, but Kadra is the player that could elicit perhaps some 4 bets from far worse. As it is, Mahmoud, fluffy middle set. Kadra, going to lead out. Does block, of course, a lot of the strongest continues holding a king.
Trouble now for Kadra. Mahmoud looks like he's just flatted. No. Yes.
They're playing fast. Yeah, it's certainly a contender to just flat because you flat here and you just draw a brick, as it were. Then you can check again and you assume your opponent blasts. Also, if you check raise here, as he has the 9k get called for the 7, now you're playing a really awkward spot with the rest of your money behind, going to a turn that you just never know what the good turn card is.
Yeah.
So it's not a scared money thing. It has benefits both ways.
Yeah.
It's more a play, I'd say, in position you want to be doing, because you want it to come. You want to make sure that the player's just going to blast off when it comes to Jack, for example, and they can't have made a hand, but maybe they think their 2 pairs good, or they want to keep barring with the draw. Something that's more likely to happen when you're in position than when they're in position. Obviously, they're going to have option to check back a number of hands.
Lovely bit of analysis there, James.
I like it. These guys, I feel like neither of them need to be doing that because they can get so much action off each other because they are giving that, giving so much action in every pot. So, check raises there with middle set. Is Kadra going to be folding like kings and sixes when there's so many draws on the board? The way these guys are playing, I don't think so. Certainly not if you have any kind of spade backup or straight draw backup. Actually, my favorite move sometimes is a slow player set in PLO, because so many players don't play their own sets that way, so they can never perceive that you've got it. Especially when you've got like top set. Don't give anyone a chance to fold. Keep them in. Obviously, it needs to be broken boards. This would be a pretty good candidate, as an example, if you had a set of kings here.
Slim pickings out here. And as has often been the case when it is slim pickings, Cadra manages to sniff it out and find the bet.
My friend, what did you do in warm up this time?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing important.
Busted.
I gave a gift. The one who won it, I gave him a gift. I gave him 40 big blinds.
No tournaments this time, right? No tournament?
I play main now at 9.
5-9?
At late registration. The turbo.
Turbo. في main event كمان.
So the guy's talking about the Turbo 1D option that is available to all in the main event.
Strikes me that Cadra's not a guy to be registering day 1 B of the main event. And
Sure.
there's a day 1 D turbo flight in an evening.
Question for you, James, on that. Obviously, we are focusing in on the PLO cash today, but you know, it's general coverage of the Western Series. What we want to bring you guys. What do you make of a turbo day 1 option? Obviously, there are some advantages and disadvantages. Advantage, obviously, being that you can be a bit more well rested and play fewer levels, and there is an automatic sort of ICM bump in the sense that you do inch closer to the money playing fewer hands. Downside is you get to play fewer hands against arguably weaker players if you are one of the stronger ones and therefore can't use your own skill edge.
Yeah, I think you bring up a very good point on. I see some tournament structures where they have these turbo flights. When you get basically to the money at the end of the day 1 and stuff, I think it's a huge advantage, and it's kind of a bad idea for tournaments. Obviously here, you play the turbo flight, you've still got 4 hours of late reg the next day, so I don't really think that's a factor. But yeah, in some tournaments certainly it can be really advantageous, isn't it, to register those turbo flights, get much closer to the money, albeit with a shallower average stack. And yeah, it comes down to personal choice, isn't it? Maybe you don't want to play for a long time, you play the turbo flight. You're right. Obviously, if you are a player with an edge, you're going to have a less chance to use that edge. On the flip side, if you're a player who's a dog in the tournament, ramp up the variance.
Yeah.
What do you want?
That's definitely the other side of that particular coin. I think you're right to distinguish between the two different kinds. Sometimes we see these day 1s where day 1 makes the money. So you can either play a turbo way to the money or you can play a regular structure to the money. You do the turbo way, maybe it's 5 hours less time. Might take 12 hours to get to the money in a normal one and 6 or 7 in the turbo. What's interesting about that, another wrinkle in that example, is you end up playing much higher later levels. So there's a general lowering of the average stack. It's a shallowing of the stack effect. And if you can be one of those bigger stacks laid on, there's huge amounts of blinds and antes can be whipped up in the high ICM environment of pre-bubble. Whereas if you're playing the regular structure one, maybe the big blind is at 4K, whereas it's actually at 10K or 12K in the turbo, and it does change things quite a bit.
I was kind of referencing a rarer, I guess, third structure where, you know, you don't make the money on day 1. You make the money early on day 2. Those are the ones where registering the turbo flight is huge, because you just get through to near the money. So
just
it's
get
easier,
there
but you're
quick.
right. Obviously, the lot of tournaments will do it where you cash on day 1, in which case you don't actually gain any real advantage because you still got to get down to the 15% or 12.5% of the field, whatever it is, which is obviously a much fairer system. But you're right, yeah. As you say, if you're somewhat versed in playing turbos and better at your shove ranges and calling ranges, then it can certainly be the way to go. Me, I play 1A. When I bust, I play 1B. When I bust, I play 1C. When I bust, I play 1D. I bust that, I come see you and borrow some money.
Yeah, Look for that last minute
That's money.
ICM approved late reg. What's the
Yeah.
biggest number of bullets you fired into a tournament?
Oh, that's a good question. Not particularly high, I don't think. I can't think of anything that's gone out of hand. I mean, obviously I remember the days of rebuy tournaments, which is obviously a different kettle of fish. But yeah, no, I don't think I've ever got egregiously crazy as Spanny Flop's top 2.
Check.
Literally, I might only be like 4 or 5 something, you know, like really, which is not a lot when you think a lot of tournaments have a couple of starting days and you can reg each day a couple of times, 2-3 times. How about your good self?
Yeah.
Online I certainly have, but
Yeah, I've mostly not gone too wild either, but I have fired 7 into the $1 million mystery bounty in Vegas, and I managed to min cash the tournament for less than the buy-in. So I got less than 1 buy-in back. That was nice.
wow.
I think I did fire 5 into a maybe like Estrellas Barcelona once.
This is a pretty awkward spot here for Gilgy. He took a stab here with top pair, obviously blocking the strongest hands. Has spades, want to certainly thin out weaker spades. Once getting raised,
9.
which is bad news. And Hasbani actually did have those weaker spades, but of course, the top 2. Yeah, I see it a lot, especially these days. I play most of my tournaments at the World Series where there are these multi-flight, low buy-in, you can reg for forever tournaments. And I see people in for a lot of bullets. But for now, we'll have a look at the fact that Georgi is chip leading, if you will, this cash game up to 43k, courtesy of some big all-in maneuvers. And we do have a new player joining the table, as you point out. Nikola Minkov, just sitting down. Hasn't played a hand yet, hasn't been dealt in just yet. I think waiting for the button to pass around, sitting down with 10k, which of course is the smallest stack at this table. Playing 50 hundy. The action has certainly heated up since I got in the booth anyway. Hadi Kadra, of course, just like last night, being the one who's driving all the action. Although he has a supporting role here for Mahmoud. And it's kind of nice that Mahmoud's in the seat that Fadi was in last night. That if he sort of starts to engineer that situation of limping in a lot and getting the raise and then limp 3-betting his premiums, or even reasonable hands. We saw him a minute ago, 4-bet jamming ace-jack 6-3 correctly.
Yeah, I prefer this lineup. I prefer, obviously, the fact that the stakes are double makes it a bit more exciting. But I do think we have a different sort of table dynamic here. Players more than happy to play back at Kadra. In fact, Mahmoud arguably just as loose, if not looser. Players who, will sit back and wait for good spots, but are certainly not afraid to put the chips in when they think they might have a good opportunity, or they might have semi-trapped these loose, aggressive players.
How much?
Georgi with the aces this time. Over the Mahmoud raise. Look at this, he's sticking around with Queen Jack Deuce Deuce. This is optimistic. Queen 10 6-5 for Kedra. These guys are playing. This game is going to get huge, David. There's going to be some serious blood spilt by the end of the night.
I don't want to jinx us here, but I actually have a feeling we could be seeing 100k pots in this cash game before
certainly reasonable.
The midnight oil is burned. Oh, hello,
6,
Mahmoud.
Flop, deuce. Mahmoud with the boat, Kadra with trips. You're looking at a board that he won't hate.
What?
Oh, but Mahmoud's just coming out betting. Oh, this is going to save Gia. Now, it might not save Gia 100%, but as soon as Kadra puts chips in, he's going to know he's goosed.
Yeah, if this had gone check, check, bet,
Right.
call, we have a juicier pop, but
We're going to have a huge one here. Obviously, they're getting this in. You mentioned we won't be far away from 100k pop. We're not far away from it now with these two already swelling this one up.
Two.
Yeah. 2 runs here. Kadra.
Full?
Yeah.
عندك full?
لا انت
Yeah.
38%.
Two times.
Mahmood just asking, do you have a full? Please don't have a full at this point. I'll be drawing dead. Kadra getting the first board. Oh, no, he's not getting the first board.
Wow.
معك دوتين؟ Fuck.
So he's wasted an out.
Wow.
That is
What
brutal.
a river.
Duh.
He's asking for another 2.
نعرف.
تربح.
He's going to scoop in the most unlikely way. Yikes. Kadra, 2 pulls to hit the 3 overcards. Hit one of them, still lost.
Wow. And the way that one ran out,
Yeah,
like
so
we
cruel.
could have been so much deeper again, and they're going to get it in. It frightening.
Yeah.
Kimin atıp görsen.
Cold setup.
Wow, Mahmood.
Give me one.
Sitting in the seat last night of Fadi, who say didn't get much run good.
No.
The seat a little warmer today.
17.
I thought we'd seen Faradine Mustafov today, but unfortunately
Maybe
not.
main event.
Could be main event. Yeah, that makes sense.
He didn't lose much last night, but maybe just kind of a bad taste in the mouth when you just never really get to win a pot. And every time you do get a good hand, you end up having to fold it correctly, I might add.
Yeah, and it might have been a case of missed opportunity as well in his mind. That was a great cash game for him to make hay, and it didn't work out that way. As we see
أكيد ما
لا 16 قصدي.
a massive pile of chips.
Yeah, it's been what, a 50k pot there?
I think maybe slightly less because I'm not close to it for sure.
Right, he had like 18 going to pot, maybe you're
I
right.
think
yeah.
so, yeah. But like, yeah, very close.
But the way these guys are playing, it's easy to see how we're going to have a huge pot. I mean, the biggest pot we had last night, I believe, was about 33k, which came right at the end of the night. So just double the stakes. The equivalent would be 66k. But the way these guys are playing, I think the relative biggest pot will be larger tonight. So certainly 100k's on the card.
New man at the table.
Mr. Sultan, Texas Hold'em 550, sit over.
He's managed to get an eyeful in just the couple of hands
Yeah.
he's witnessed so far. Minkoff. Mahmood with the aces this time. Ugly aces, it must be said. But he's going to raise it up. Kadra calling behind. Oh, and Georgie's going to 3-bet here. Playing 40k. The King Jack 9-6 double suited. Nice candidate. Mahmood just going to call with the aces here. Doesn't want to reveal the strength of his hand. Obviously at this stack depth, you know, 4-betting just puts an awkward amount into the pot and does sort of define your hand too much. Kadra comes along, of course.
Well, bit of a nothing flop. Obviously it's these three, so never all that action.
20.
Yeah, Georgie with the betting lead, having 3-bet pre, but massive whiff. Hard to imagine 4 cards that have missed harder than those.
Yeah. I'm going to go for a cheap one here. Just in the hope that no one has anything.
Yeah, Mahmood just treading carefully, of course, with these aces that have no potential, really.
It's both calling, of course, those aces calling. Kadra decided to flick it in with his gut shot. Does have a little bit working down the bottom and some backdoor diamonds at play for the cheaper price.
7,600 in the middle. We go to a turn. Mahmood has now made 2 pair with the 8 and the deuce, so ace is no longer the hand he's playing, so it can feel a bit better about this one.
And he has, of course, the ace of hearts, which, when we start getting to these sort of stack depths, does have some relevance. Should a heart come on the river, and against such a small flop bet, it's reasonable that he has plenty of ace, X of hearts hands that could reach.
Yeah.
I think Gio sort of stab one, and I can't imagine him betting here again. He's got Jack 9, he has no hearts. Yeah. Well, here we go. Will Mahmood turn that into a bluff now? As Gia actually makes the straight. Obviously, much easier to rep the bear ace when you're playing front door flush draws rather than back door, but it's still entirely possible.
Is this a spot, James, where you can check and then if someone bets,
Right.
you can raise them?
I do quite like that because you do have 8s up as well. So if they just go check, there's a chance you win. But he is just going to go through the front door. This is he can make better 2 pairs fold. He can probably make this straight fold at decent frequency. Make some flushes, but nah, he is just not having none of it. By the back door, if you've got it, you've got it. Good luck.
Too bad.
Yeah, I said at the flop, Georgie really had none of it. But of course, none of it always means some backdoor potential in this game.
You're on bad.
Sure.
Come 10 of spades.
Eh?
You're on bad. You should get 10 of spades on that. Not hard. Make it easy for you.
Bad. Good shot.
Potential family pot here. But Mahmoud has limped under the gun with aces once again. Ace, ace, jack 9, 3 spades. Does come in with the back raise. Kadra. Well, does he go with his hand sometimes here against Mahmoud?
I wouldn't have thought so, but we haven't really seen. I was seeing Kadra yesterday. Didn't really see him put in the spot very often.
Yeah, it's sort of like him getting a taste of his own medicine today.
Right.
But to be honest, Mahmoud, like he does have the aces this time, but he's made this play quite a few times.
But it's a lot deeper now. It's a different proposition when you're playing 25k deep. He was sort of running his sort of 8-9ks before. I think he's just called.
Wow, we could have a monstrous spot here.
In, Sweetie in. We're gambling.
Here we go.
Book a flight, boys.
How much in the middle, James?
$14,200 in the middle. As we head to a 4-way flop with 33, 22, 49 and 11k behind. So this could get very meaty. And a 4-5 flop, huge for Georgi. Even has the live club draw in this instance.
That's a monstrous slap for Georgie there.
Oh, Mahmoud with the jack blocker. Going to continue with these very dry aces on this board. It's kind of like I feel like I should bet. It's a little optimistic for me against players that have very wide ranges. In perhaps a tight game, you can feel pretty confident that 4-5 is not working for anyone. In this game, I do not feel the same way.
Sensibly, Kadra, let's go here. Georgie, we know going nowhere. Happy to run it.
Yeah.
With this much equity against pretty much any hand. And, oh, Mahmoud just has to bin his aces now.
Yeah, it'd be very optimistic to still want to go with this. Obviously, you are ahead against some hands. Not flush draws with something working with them.
Yeah, that's the problem, James. Is there nothing working with your aces here? Bare aces up against potential monster draws, up against sets, up against...
yeah, you get tempted here holding the jacks. Think, well, I block a lot of the value, right? The jack 5s, instead of jacks. Jack 4 even. But also, your opponent can just have it. And if they are drawing, you're usually kind of flipping at best. If they're in there with a bare nut flush draw, then we've got a decent edge. But
great fold.
Yeah, well done. He has to fold. Gia on the rise.
69k. Don't believe he rebought at any point, so I think he's gone from 10 to 69 in the space of 2 hours, James. Pretty sick spin up.
Yeah, nice start.
Sen de böyle yalandan
He's not far away from having more chips in his stack here than he does in the main event on day 2.
Vurup sonra pas geç.
Never.
Başımı sallaya sallaya. Yeter ki orada bir tuzun yanında köy ya da
23 bullets into the main in that stack. Could come here for 23 years. He could play the Merit Western Series main event until 2046.
You don't think we're going to change the buy-in in 2046?
It'll be 1.3 Ethereum by then.
Sure. Whatever that means. Look here with the monster.
We have actually seen some big hands as well.
We have, yeah. And he
wow.
Top set when Kadra's in here with the gut shot and a bad club draw, but that doesn't usually slow him down. And Mahmood with the full wrap around the 6-9. Look at that, the 5, 7, 8, 10.
Yeah. Mahmood, the entirety of a wrap. Kadra.
Well, it's kind of the wrap that's kind of you're filling in yourself a little bit, but it's still certainly good enough to go with. Kadra gonna take one off. See if he can't get there. 9 of clubs, he does get there, but not the way he wants.
Action card.
It's actually quite an interesting spot here because Georgi has the ace of clubs, so you can kind of, you're supposed to theoretically be able to eliminate some club draws here on the flop. So when you get called in 2 spots, it's likely straight draws or perhaps some made hands, in which case this could be a dreamy scenario for him.
Yeah.
Up against a 9-6 or king 9. Set of 6s even.
Kadra not drawing dead, surprisingly. 7 of clubs. Wants to see if the 7 of clubs comes.
Well,
the rabbit hunt.
That'd have been brutal, wouldn't it, if he stuck around? All I've taken from this frame so far is that I'm going to start calling cats meows. And that we've got a lot of action going on here on stream. I say this because we are saying goodbye to you shortly.
I'm sad to go. It's an amazing game. I feel like I'm going to show up in about an hour's time and there's going to be 200k stacks on the table.
That's what I was going to say. You're going to come back and who knows where we'll be at that point.
كيف ابن العم؟
Georgi with another monster. Ace, King, Queen, 10 with a nut suit. He's finding them. Kadra may only have 3 cards. He'd still be in.
Well, is it a deuce underneath?
Right. Is it a 6? It's continuing, so we presume it's one of those 2. Picks up hearts on the turn. In a spot where Gear has a decision point here. Can certainly bet here again and then just check back rivers.
Kadra's picked up the flush draw.
Yeah, I actually like this line for him against this player because he peels so well in the flop that we do just want to bet again, even though... Wow, maybe it is the deuce 5.
Is that a raise to 5k?
Yeah.
Bro, please buff over there. Okay, then I don't know, 5 people
So,
on the table.
I think both could make sense here. He's picked up the flush draw, the 5-6 or the deuce 5.
The smell is very bad. Smoke cigarettes better for me. If you can smoke cigarettes, better.
Wallah, I'm blowing downstairs. Wallah. Every time I'm smoke, I'm getting behind. I'll stand up.
You're playing
Sorry.
hands, it's okay. You're playing every hand.
If I'm losing 20k, it's okay.
You're playing every hand, it's okay. You cannot go on. People
No,
don't
I'm
play,
blowing
stop
downstairs.
Still no. Too much smoke. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much smoke. This is cash game, my friend.
No,
If you play tournament, okay, but
Okay,
this
I
is cash
bring-
game.
I
I
bring-
play. This is why I play cash game, not tournament.
I bring cigar now and smoke here.
Yeah.
If
I
it's
can
allowed,
bring
you can.
cigar? Okay, then no smoke. انتوا كختنا. Okay, the smell is bad. Cigarettes, no problem. But this smell is very bad.
Реально, играешь, можно так, ничего такого.
He's smoking, no problem. Vape.
I like it. We're getting a little heated.
It's getting a little smoky.
I did like Sweetie's obviously complaining about that's lying behind him smoking his vape. Don't like the smell of it. I'd rather you smoke cigarettes. A few players aren't smoking. And Kadra went, "You're not playing like me. You're playing every hand. It's fine. if you're doing 20k and playing every hand, you can do what you want. But this guy's he's not playing any hands and he's blowing his vape towards me.
You gotta loosen up or put the vape away."
It's funny, isn't it? We'll suffer for the right price.
Oh.
Continues, but I like, people start to get a bit heated. And I kind of like Gear as well because he's a big winner at the moment. Yeah, I don't like this smoking either in the hope that, oh, okay, well, if you're going to smoke, I'll just leave then and just, take the 70k profit with me.
Oh.
Well, on that note, I am going to bid farewell to the stream for just about an hour. I'll be back soon, making way for... Speaking of vape and vapors, Andrew Headley.
He doesn't mind a little
What you fold, aces?
puff on the old stick.
Ace, king, 10, queen, and flush draw. Maybe I give you perfume. You put here. It's better.
No, I hate the smell. And 1, 2,
Gangbang.
3.
Blowing over there.
Okay, you blow there, he blow there. Let him blow there.
Well, the vape discussions continue. I think Sweetie
When he's not there, when
is
he's not
losing
there,
a little bit
smoke
at
over
this
there,
stage.
fine.
Maybe a little frustration coming in. People start to lose their cool as these cash games go on. So Shkalukia's open, being called by Haspani. 3-bet by Mahmoud again, who's giving a lot of action. Finds a monster once again. This time aces. Kadra a call behind with that ace queen 10. And look at this flop. Nut flush draw, king blocker for Mahmoud. Maybe then just straight draw for Haspani. Almost got too much of this one. No one can really give him any action. Speaking of action, our man's back to call some of it.
Hello, James. How are you, my friend?
I'm all good. As long as you blow that vape away from me.
David Lappin, aged always with the rub downs on the way in. I know. Smoking, horrendous habit that I will one day kick. Hopefully.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Probably not tomorrow. I did promise myself I would quit before I'm 40.
And how old are you now?
No phone, no
39 and a half. 39 in 7
but
months.
No phone.
I know. We're on the final
stretch.
final stretch. I'll manage eventually. A man's got to have a vice, right? You got to have one vice.
You've got enough.
I'm not that bad, right? Smoking, bad.
Gambling.
But it's not gambling, this, is it?
Drinking.
Less these days.
Huh, Habibi.
Overindulging at buffets?
In my life, I stopped.
Guilty as charged. It was very nice today. I'm very happily refreshed.
What's swimming around in your belly right now?
Oh, they had like a lamb stew, like a tomatoey ragu. It was very nice. They had a meatball with little mashed potato, those very beautiful ones that they make.
So well towered up, aren't they?
Towered up, beautiful. And had a little bit of fresh fish.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, you always walk around and you're like, oh, wow, I'll try that, I'll try that.
Before you know it, you've got 3 full plates.
Disaster for the waistline, let me tell you. Hello, everybody, anyway. Good to be back. How's the action been?
The action has been
picking up
heavy.
Good.
We have had lots of all-ins, lots of huge pots. Georgi has turned his 10k into just under 80 as things stand.
You're joking.
I am not.
That was very Scottish there. Wow. That's pretty wild. Georgi seemed to have... You know, yesterday, James, we noticed that ranges were, like, incredibly wide. And Georgi, to me, seemed to have the best... Basically the best understanding at the table, I think, about what texture of hand to open from each position or whatever in PLO. Wasn't splashing around too much pre. Well, is that kind of gone out the window and he's just in the mix? That's some spin
a lot. In fairness, we've had a lot of very good hands going against each other, but Mahmoud and Kadra drive in the action again. Shkalukia certainly in most of those affairs as well. The three of them playing a lot of pots, and he's just kind of had the best of it. on a number of occasions.
Just runs this town, Georgie.
He really does.
80k.
Yeah,
That is some spin
mountain
in the
front
space of an hour, right? He didn't have much mana left. Had about just over the 10k he sat with.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See a new face there. From where I left.
Top decided to take his leave.
Right. Interesting combo here for Kadra. 7-6-5-4. Does isolate Mahmood, who was one of the players really content to get in the mix with lots of wide range hands.
Yeah, Mahmood's incorporated a number of limp 3-bets as well, which has driven these pots upwards.
Right.
And you see here, players like Aslani also interested in just
this is
3-betting these kind of hands.
Very dicey, right?
Which play really nice if you can get it heads up. So the double suited nature. 3-hand is okay in this game as well because it's effectively heads up such the loose ranges, especially if these two, Mahmood and Kadra, are giving the action. In this case, Kadra with a kind of attractive looking one, but the Jack-8 deuce does give Mahmood bottom 2 and Aslani top 2. Oh, and Mahmood's just going to come out leading here, it looks like.
Very dicey. With this SPR, James, do we just launch this?
I think we do.
I think we have to.
We can make this like 15, 16k, so we can basically get it in at this point.
Yeah. So we have backdoor diamonds working for us also, in case we're somehow up against a better hand.
Yeah, we're loving life here. We're not up against better hands really ever.
Doesn't seem like it.
You can be some draws here. There's going to be some pairs plus draws. I wonder. I find it hasn't really come out with many 3-bets. So I wonder how deep into this that Mahmood's going to feel his man's got aces. And he's just running it.
What do we do?
See, the bottom 2's so vulnerable. Unblocking the top pair, of course, as well. Even if you're up against a hand that wasn't aces free, but is a hand like ace, queen, jack 10, say, that has a gut shot and all live overcards.
Can just be dead occasionally.
Yeah, all the times we can be in a shape like this. Obviously, we've got backdoor diamonds and the 10 working, which is why is as high as 29%. Obviously, not getting the price with 29% equity.
Is it a strategic error to lead this board, James?
It depends how your opponent's going to react. If it's a situation where you freeze your opponents when they've got aces, if they aren't going to raise you unless they've got better than you, then it seems fine.
Okay.
You're worried about perhaps it checking back behind. You kind of find out where you are in the sense that if you check and the button C-bets, now you've got a call with an active player behind you, this way you bet and you see what they do before the pre-flop raiser wants to act. Kind of gives you a little bit more information.
Yeah, it does get away from it. Nice pot for Aslani.
Yeah, it's a little optimistic because you are going to get lied to a number of times on Jack 8 deuce.
Okay.
But if, like I say, you are fairly confident you're up against a kind of player who's only 3-betting with aces pre.
Yeah, it seemed even a little more dicey to me because we still had Kadra in the hand.
Yeah, but that's you kind of force Kadra to make a decision with the pre-flop raiser still to act. So he has to play pretty honest. He can't do much. So that's the benefit of that bet.
Got it.
Worked out really nice in this instance because he lost no more. Surely have lost at least one bigger bet.
Yeah. First look for me at Minkov, +1.
Yeah, I only just joined about 20 minutes ago. I don't think we've seen him put chip in a pot just yet. He's had a front row seat to some carnage. He's probably thinking, I'm in the right place.
Yeah.
Okay, there he's a high stakes PLO reg.
Ooh. Kadra here, 3-betting, 10-8-7-4. Aslani, James, cold calls ace-ace king-7 with nut hearts. Perhaps feeling they're a little too deep to cold 4. Mahmood completes.
Yeah, and so maybe also hoping, you never know, maybe Mahmood does the job for him.
Right.
King 10-8 board. Let's give Kadra the bottom 2. Mahmood with some straight draws working, a 6 and a jack. Both give him the nuts.
Yeah.
Of course, Aslani Still with the best of it, and king blocking the strongest continues. Mahmoud is, of course, going to take a card off with that draw. So has live diamonds working for him via the back door.
Yeah, Kadra folded the best hand on the flop. Bottom two.
Yeah.
Very
not much
tough to
playability
continue.
going forward, and you see
Yeah.
a bet and a call.
Of course.
It's like you're hoping it checks through and no one gets there, which is obviously very rare. As Lanley now, I kind of like this fire up because he's got the ace of clubs, right? A lot of your opponents that weaker continues are going to need to be kind of maybe hands that involve a backdoor flush draw.
Right.
When you've got the ace of clubs, you obviously reduce that chance, and of course, if it were to come out of a club, you just get to blast them off so many strong hands anyway.
Yeah, like it. As Lanny picking up back-to-back large, medium to large pots.
Yeah, I kind of like that. He just flat with the aces, got a favourable flop in the sense that he blocked that king as well. It's so crucial.
Sure. Action bubbling along nicely.
A big flop.
Potential for some massive pots now. James, you referenced Georgi, 80k.
Well, we were sort of saying last night the largest pot we saw was
20?
33k.
Right.
Right at the end of the night. I think tonight we could certainly, it's easy to see how we could have a 100k pot.
That would be a lot of fun.
And we said
for us
that,
in the booth.
and straight away we were in a spot where we had like a 50k pot. This game's just only going to get bigger as the night goes on.
Yeah.
Couple of limps from the action players.
Yeah, Mahmoud and Kadra really have shown themselves willing to bend the rules pre-flop.
It's funny when you're Shweety on the butt, because you see those two limp, you think, those must be terrible hands. So he ISOs the 8-6-6-5 and has Bani with a monster hand.
Would it have been a nice one to reopen the action, James?
I think so, but I also think it's kind of nice to call here, and we've seen Mahmoud willing to limp raise a number of times as well. And hand just plays so well post-flop. You don't mind having as many people in as possible. When you hit big. As you see here, he actually makes trips. But yeah, but also on the flip of that, you know, normally we talk about how we don't play. Oh, we're just going to throw it to a quick commercial and we'll come back and discuss that.
Alrighty. Cards back in the air.
Back in the hands already. Shweety with A nice looking combo now. Ace Queen 10-4 in the cutoff.
Yeah, Schweety not got a lot going so far, James. Certainly didn't when I was in the mix. Obviously, incredibly experienced.
Yeah.
Might be the most experienced at the table in terms of cash and tournament play. Been around for a long time.
Former EPT main event champ.
Jack 9-7, 2 diamonds.
And by that I mean EPT Monaco, of course, grand final champ.
Good one to win.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
You're going to do it.
Schweety and Hasbani neck and neck on the flop. Hasbani now still good. Can't know it, of course. More likely to know it now.
Yeah, come with a little block. You don't want a straight betting bigger.
Wow, Mahmood just gets away from the jack there for a small price.
Yeah, hard with the rest of the players behind him.
Right. Hasbani seems pretty wily customer. Doesn't look to blow up pots unnecessarily. Seems to have some pretty strong PLO chops.
Yeah, I think he's looking at this line-up and the action and thinking, today could be a big day.
Today could be the one.
Might be a bad day. Might be a good day. But it'll certainly be a big day.
See, I always find it so interesting, of course, PLO is so swingy, right? And I've been asking you, trying to pick your brain for the knowledge. Really does seem like, even more than No Limit, that you could have some massive losing days at PLO, but just monumental winning sessions also in the right combustible lineup of players.
Yeah, especially when we see tonight players pushing these edges a lot more than we did last night. Gameplay's huge. And yeah, exactly that. You have monster days both ways in this game.
Straddle here from Kadra.
Far more so than the Hold'em equivalent, where kind of bad days in Hold'em are you just get card dead. And
yeah, just bleed slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, you get some big outdraws, but it's harder to get outdrawn in Hold'em in the sense that when you do get it in these big pots as a favourite, you're just so much more of a favourite than you are in this game.
Yeah, Mahmood once more showing that willingness to really get in the streets. Jack 8-3 calls the ISO from Schweety. Kadra content to come along, double suited. Bunch of straight draw potential for him. Oh, excuse me, it's not single suited. But it was 10-9 of clubs.
Check.
He wishes it was on the 7-3 deuce 2
Yeah.
club flop, but Schweety actually with this one. The live clubs, the bottom card paired, and 3 unconnected kickers to the board. It's always nice when you have that. Obviously, this board, that's going to be the case in a lot of hands, but when you are betting and if you hit one of your cards, you make it 2 pair, but it doesn't create a straight or anything.
Okay. Wow, this is spicy from Mahmood to call for 1K. Just jacks.
Yeah, blocking the 3, but not much else. Kadra deciding to turn that 4x.
Yeah, very nice.
Into a bluff.
River card.
Smashing it.
Yeah, we were
Great
talking
bet.
about Kadra earlier. You know, we know that he's extremely loose, likes to push the action, but he just seems to have this great awareness, James, of when to pounce on weakness, when to use the relevant blockers. I've seen him do a bunch of this clever, sort of very selective bluffing. His timing's very good.
Yeah. Well, it helps he bluffs all the time. So
yeah.
Every now and again, it's going to look like you got good timing.
Like he just, I'm telling you.
No, that was
very often.
Yeah, he's nice there. Kind of took a speculative appeal on the flop.
Yeah.
Found his best bluff card. Obviously picked up hearts. Went for it. Succeeded.
Notice I go much more Scottish when I'm excited.
Yeah, it comes out.
What do you mean, James?
A natural accent. I mean, we'll give you your freedom. Calm down.
Thanks, mate. I like the freedom pun. Not sure if it was intentional or not. The William Wallaces.
Freedom.
Georgi, beautiful looking hand.
He's had a lot of these really nice 4 Broadway double suited type hands. Oh, Hasbani with a really nice hand to have a go with himself. The suited ace with that sort of rundown and near the top of the deck is really good.
Look, some big hands.
Yeah, I was about to say Mahmood, with the way he's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see him 3-bet this. That's what he's done. Mr. Kadra is going to call with a 3-3-5-6. This is where Shkaluka is kind of loving life, because this hand plays really nicely multi-way, as does Hasbani's.
Yeah.
As does Minkoff's, even the nut suit, the button. Some connectivity. So actually some pretty decent hands in here. And a queen 8-5 flop. Minkov with top 2. Mahmoud with bottom set. Wow. And Minkov's only got 8 and change, so this is going, but look at Haspani actually with Jack 10-9, the triple gutter. Backdoor spades.
It's going to force a fold from Minkov?
I don't think we can.
No?
I just don't see how we can. He's been watching these guys play. You know, when Haspani calls, it looks like he's got this kind of hand.
Okay.
Mahmoud, he hasn't seen the kind of stab folds of Mahmoud, I don't think. But
now we can see Minkov in
can't
awful
raise.
shape.
He's gone to raise, which is quite funny. I wonder if he's done that. Like some players do that as kind of like an angle, not an angle, but you know what I mean. Like I'm all in. Oh, I can't raise.
Yeah.
Okay, when they've got a draw kind of thing, where they're like quite happy to just call. I don't think that's the case here. Obviously, it's only 3,300 more. I say only. It's 3,300 more, so we get called in both spots.
Yeah, huge pot brewing.
Especially, you know, Mahmoud
8,100.
blocking top set as well. That hand's slightly stronger, has backdoor nut clubs.
8,100.
Interesting to see if we develop a side pot. There are a lot of scare cards. There are a lot of cards that complete Haspani's hand, but there are a handful of bricks in there as well. Ace, a king, deuce, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Anything in the middle will somewhat freeze the action. But saying that, the pot's 30k already, and Haspanian has 11k, so... Well, Mahmoud's got less, sorry, 9k, so I can't imagine him, even if it does come a scary card, ever folding because of the house equity.
Absolutely.
So he's assuming Minkov to not have too much. That's the sort of safer card, as it were, of the straight cards.
Yeah, Haspani committed.
One for me. One for me.
They're doing 1 for the side and 2 for the main.
Haspani got there, James. 10
Makes
on the river.
Makes the nuts on the river. No.
I think
Yeah, they are running it twice for the main.
one time I cover, one time. I go one time. I go one time.
لعبتها كلها لعبتها.
اوبن ذا زكاة.
ايه بدي شو بدي احط مصريات لاقصه 3 كاين
Один, он же выиграл, один раз он сказал.
Open the card. Я с кем? Валет, валет. 10 король. دول 9000.
Bit of confusion.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give a second. I thought there was some weird thing they were running it once for the main and twice for the side, which is a weird thing to do anyway. And Spanish saying no, I was only running it once. Rabbit hunted the second card. But I think.
Okay.
I think it was obviously just ran once then. Okay.
Yeah, they didn't really clarify. It was very quickly dealt out.
That's when I said, look, I'm just running it once. I've always been running it once. It's once. I said once. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Haspani raking in around about 48k there, James.
Mahmoud
just wanted to sort of tease himself. Would I have won if we run it twice?
I am the owner. I tell you, give it to him. Shit.
Yeah, well, he won a huge pot off Kadra. Now has been felted.
Oh, good luck.
He likes.
Look at the smile.
Any chip.
Big man like big chip.
Sila is okay to transfer or no?
Welcome to the game. First hand you play, you get felted.
Yeah, welcome indeed. 2 stacks now, over 50k.
Yeah, these two, Kadra and Mahmoud, have played a huge pot whilst you were on break where it was Georgi doing the front running pre-flop with aces. They both caught with kind of garbage hands. I think it was Queen 10, 6-5 for Kadra, and then deuce something for Mahmoud. And the flop came 6-6 deuce.
Wow.
And obviously the two of them got it in for a huge pot. They decided to run it twice. The first one came a 10 to give Kadra top boat. The river came the deuce to make quads.
Oh.
And the second board bricked out. Oh. It was a tough one for him to take. It was
Ugly.
a monstrous pot that has now obviously all gone out of that stack, been forced to reload.
Yeah,
there are huge amounts of chips on this table, just pictorially. Look at these stacks.
Yeah, Mahmoud looking distinctly unimpressed. with that run out. Tough to blame him. Massive pot. Outdrawn on the river. Hispani now loving life.
Yeah, just chilling. Headphones on. Getting a lot.
You did call it, James. He may have said to himself, this could be the day.
Yeah.
That might be the river that kicks it off.
Yeah, that's nice. That.
Yeah.
I've got it. River the nuts.
10 ball.
Nothing to worry about.
1,000.
The 200 straddle now been pretty much mandatory?
No,
No?
it's been...
Mixed in?
Yeah, it's certainly less than half the time.
Kadra bumping this one up to 900. Called by Shakulia and by Mahmood, excuse me, on the button. Ace 3-7, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Kadra obviously with the only flush draw. Coming out betting with that lead pre-flop.
You see if you had big chips.
Takes it down.
To calculate.
Put straddle one time. What's your name? What's your name? Elvin. Straddle one time. Thanks.
Kadra's kind of been his mate. He always straddles, and when he's on the button, you definitely want a straddle to be on. I like that from Sonny as well. He's like, doesn't necessarily want to do it, but he just directly asks, okay, I'll put it on this time.
Yeah.
So probably looking at this game, it's been like, Christ, this is playing big. Just don't particularly want to shadow the stacks, but it's the right thing to do sometimes, is to
give that action.
Give, you know, the players that are losing, they ask you to do something, it kind of just makes sense just to do it, not put up any kind of fight. So often you see players go, no, I don't want to straddle. Like, just someone directly asks you and they're losing money. Put it on. If they then ask you every time, you'd be like, oh, like you're playing too shallow, you know, come out with your excuses.
Well, Kadra doesn't need an excuse.
Oh,
here we go.
With aces and a suit. Going to try and ISO his man here. Surely he does. This is spicy around. Yeah, Mahmood with kind of garbage, but he's like, I'm over this. I'm all in. Let's get something going. Just puts the 10,000 in. And this will reopen the action as well. 4,300 raise.
I believe
Georgi
is folded.
Look, he's raised it.
1, 2, 1 more.
Aces?
Okay, Kadra has folded, yeah.
Oh, Mahmood has put it in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Mahmood was just
Sorry,
over it.
right.
Like, ripped in the 10K.
Wow.
Drawing pretty thin on this flop. 10 on the turn.
Dead to a 9.
That is not a 9. Mahmood to rebuy again. Kadra looking around. I think Kadra would have won that bet. And I think he would have called. He for sure would have called. But the problem is the action would be reopened. So when he's calling, he knows he's calling off the whole stack.
Yeah.
No. If I have anything close to this, I will jam. Snap jam, yeah.
How you can win with this board? Aces.
No, you.
High stakes, high octane action.
Yeah.
Merit Crystal Cove. And I'm not talking about the way that David Lappin is currently demolishing the buffet. Talking about the poker right here on stage.
Tell you something, that's a spectacle. Watching Lappin peruse that buffet. Yeah, very much feels like the blue touch paper has been lit, James, here. Mahmood ready to gamble. Lost that big one. Gets it in again. Can't run down the aces of Aslani. Some big stacks. Emerging.
Yeah, Aslani. I don't know if he was in for more than one, but I don't think so. So he was set down, because I believe everyone's just set down with 10K, right?
I think so.
So he'd be up 40. You know, Georgi's up 60. Same case. And it's not that those two are like going to want to get it in against each other or force the action, but with the live wires in between, they can just get drawn into a pot that suddenly explodes into 100 plus K. The best of intentions are no harm, but there's no hiding from it at times. Set of 8s for Hasbani. Just calls the C-bet from the bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, troublesome spot for Hassanli, and he continues to fire.
Yeah, I wonder if Hasbani wants to drop a raise in now. He does. And unfortunately for him, Hassanli with a hand that just can't continue to erase here, I wouldn't have thought.
Agreed.
The stab the flop, it looked okay. The turn wasn't the worst.
River.
Bet again.
River.
But can certainly up against hands even like King Jack
Possible
here.
river. River.
Can you please take this? And can I get also one shrimp salad?
A lot of rabbit hunting being requested.
Yeah. Why not?
Pineapple fresh.
I wonder why it's called rabbit hunting.
Maybe seeing what's in the hole? Could be.
Maybe.
Cold water.
Seeing what's hiding underneath. Rabbits hide down a hole. I don't know. Yeah.
Because it's just easy.
Go on. I'm gonna Google this.
Oh, I'm already on it.
Oh, he's already one step ahead as always, Mr. Dempsey.
ايه لو عبيتني بكب بس ايه
اللي معه دوتين
ايه بيجي تشوف تورن ساعتها بعملها مرتين.
Action on Cadra. Queen 8, 3 deuce.
شوف فيه لعبتين بعد معي.
Never quite know what our man's gonna do.
قلت بحطهم اكيد معه كيكر اوتا بيكون.
شو معك؟
Let's get out of the way.
5 6 10 بنت.
Ran to Georgi on the button.
ضده هقله.
إذا شو ما يصير يكون معه.
Opening the Jack 9, 6, 6, and what a hand for Hassanli.
في فورمات ايسز هونيك.
Talk me through this,
شو قصدي؟
James.
Goodness,
Surely we pot that one pre. Ace, Ace, King, Queen. No, we don't?
Yeah, just question whether how much you can get in.
Absolute disaster of a flop.
Yeah, just seeing how much you can get in pre-flop. Deciding he wants to play it a bit more coyly again. Kicker's obviously dominating most of your opponent's hands as well, so it's just not wanting to telegraph that he's got aces and get bluffed easily post-flop. And it is, he's kind of feeling that he needs to protect his check call range with more than just 9x, and therefore having these aces in here, which should see you'll get a margin check this one back now, having called twice, which is the Jack 9 kicker. You kind of want to knuckle this, and you're not sure you're going to win.
Yeah, on point as always, James. These PLO streets. Sanley gets the bad news. See, my Hold'em brain there's like, yes, let's go for river value.
Yeah, pretty tough.
مين؟
Ace 9 we bet.
ما هو ايدي بنرجع.
Ace 9 we can bet.
Queen 9.
هذا ما
No.
رجع.
Queen 9 is getting pretty
Dicey.
Dicey, yeah.
Okay.
باوردين. كلهم بورد.
Every day's a lesson.
Ace 9 bets. Better boats, obviously.
Yeah.
How much that?
I'm just looking.
Not much. 200 something.
200 with our stake.
Last 5 minutes I lost 250 from my chips.
Me 77 only.
That moves away from the table.
If you have 25 is enough.
Hopefully he's not given up for the evening, because he's been very exciting to watch.
Yeah. Perhaps just taking a small break. Action back on Cadra. Let's it go. Georgi feeling it.
Certainly not locked up. That would be the,
yeah.
You know, some players would be accused of doing that, but he's still giving a lot of action, opening a lot of pots. Obviously not going to call that 3-bet. And like that, see the sort of change there from Hassanli.
When you're in
on
position,
the button, he wants to have to ISO. You just sort of telegraphed hands from the small blind,
right,
against someone as capable as Gia.
А можно я сюда пересяду, чтобы легче было?
I guess the benefit also when he peels, big blind could squeeze, and we get to
Yeah,
reopen.
you've always got the chance of that.
Sure.
And also, you just pre-flop raise is always going to attack ace-high boards, and it's going to attack a lot of the boards. But in that case, we had the ace-ace king-queen,
right,
that are great for him.
Yeah.
Вот. 50, да.
If you are just joining us, 5100 PLO cash game action. Here in North Cyprus, Merit Poker Western Series. Big stacks, big action. Myself, Andrew Headley, and James Dempsey in the booth. David Lappin on the sidelines will be returning. Stick with us next 4.5 hours or so of action.
I reckon right now he's got a big plate at the pudding table and he's having a scan.
Stalking his prey.
Hopefully he's not stealing all the Oreo desserts before Ali can get in there, of course. 'Cause
they are good.
That would cause some tension in the camp.
Yeah. Hassanli 3-betting. Kings with the king
And
8 of hearts.
It's a kind of funny spot because obviously you may well look to just follow up on this as the 3-better, but see Georgi just got all of it with an ace and a nut flush draw. Of course, you can't do anything but call at this point.
Yeah.
With that hand. Oh, maybe you can.
That's intriguing.
Yeah. It's kind of dicey because you don't really like it when if you ever get 4-bet here, but obviously he's just giving him a much wider range and perception. I like just calling because, hey, we've got nut clubs. Good things happen. Don't really want this hand to fold. King 8-3. You can make some better ace-X folds, like some of the ace-king, ace-queen that doesn't have anything else. That can just be a disaster if they jam on you.
Just
here.
rip it in, yeah.
Kind of have to call and putting a lot of money in with, at that point, it was almost certainly just a naked flush draw.
Sure.
At some frequency against top set.
جاي منيح.
We have a new challenger, James.
We do indeed. Do indeed. Eccleden joining us.
Sanley opening, hijack, ace-jack, 9-7. Drawing to nut clubs. Beautiful looking hand from Minkov. Queen-jack, 10-9.
Так, ну примерно, да. Так,
Calls on the button. Ace, king 5, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, to go for a hat trick here. One from the button, one from the cutoff. Natural win from the hijack. Minkov to go nowhere just yet. Some of a decision point, of course. Can't just raise it here. But in position, certainly opportunity to just call as well. I like that.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the standard.
Yeah, again, it's kind of really good things happen if you make the nuts here with the straight draw that you could perhaps be free rolling or.
Probably the worst card in the deck, I would suggest, for Minkov.
Yeah, I'm facing a tiny bet. Again, it's one of these. This is the sort of bet your opponent will, of course, make if they made a boat as well.
Right.
You're getting such great price. If you are still live, but look at that, it works. The small bet gets the draw to fold, denies all that equity. Well played.
Yeah, very nicely done. Nice awareness from Hassanli. Recognizing he has that full house advantage. And protecting that 2-pair.
You bet? Basketball.
Ah, that's what he's watching on the phone.
No,
All right.
no, it's
Big fan.
yes, my favorite team.
Okay.
Ah, much purer. Watching the game for the love of the game rather than
I
gambling.
know, it's a
It's
classic
Lebanese
poker
team.
player
Fragile.
question, isn't it? Have you got a bet on?
Yeah.
Answer's normally yes.
You have league, basketball league.
In my
Yeah,
experience,
Dubai.
at least.
In Dubai now.
Mr. Nadri.
9.
Haspani here. Ace 5, 4, 3, double suited with nut hearts. Cadra, as is his wont, decides to 3-bet button. King, Queen, 10, 8. Haspani completing.
Big flop for the King, Queen, 10, 8.
Yeah, very big.
Top and bottom. And not two-way open-ended, which has just completed there. And look at this. It's going to get... Oh! and then...
Everything.
And then Cadra shows it. Brilliant.
That was great.
Teased him.
Almost unfortunate for Cadra there to just have so much of it locked. Tried to induce. Caught the fake. Round 2 Cadra. Double suited. King, Queen, 10 deuce. First look here at Akladin. From the big. Gonna defend. King, Queen with the pocket 7s. Both players with a complete whiff. Jack 6, 6.
250.
Cadra gonna continue.
250.
Small sizing. Likely handover. Look at this, James. Spicy. Akladin continuing here with just a pair of 7s. Somewhat unexpected. Cadra shuts it down. Akladin now with the best of it. Cadra gives it up.
Nice pickup. First hand. Akladin, who's a reg here in the PLO cash games at Merit. Second time he's been out here in these series. Usually found the 25-25 PLO game, which is the main game here.
Okay.
Like the, you know, we sometimes get bigger, and obviously in the summertime, bigger festivals certainly do get bigger. But the sort of mainstay game here is the 25-25. See a lot of 5-10 PL out there as well. Maybe, just maybe. We get a little look at the stack, see how things are. Georgi, 70k again. Think he's in for 10. Haspani thinking the same thing. Aslanli, I'm not sure as well. Maybe even the same. For those who've done the money, you're looking at the likes of Cadra. And of course, Mahmoud, who's not at the table currently. Maybe gone for the break. He obviously had the big spin up. Giving a lot of action, went down, spun up, and then lost the big pot. Maybe just taking a moment.
Yeah.
Maybe back, who knows?
Yeah, Minkov looking to get something going. Not a lot has happened for him since joining the table. Certainly opportunities at this feature. So we see Haspani, ace, ace, 5, 4. Not diamonds. Minkov, we did just mention him. Pocket kings, double suited. Wow. Here we go, James. Could be a big one brewing. Cadra puts on the squeeze. Double suited hand of his own with nut clubs. Look at this. Haslani even 10-8-7-6 out of the way.
Yeah. Haspani just cooling. Minkov, I wonder if he decides to just run this now. He does.
Oh, wow.
Wow, this has worked out so nicely for Haspani.
What's going to happen here?
Well, Cadra may just decide to run this himself.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just going to call, and now Haspani surely will just rip it in with the aces.
Very disguised.
Can get the whole stack. Oh, yeah, he can get all of Cadra's stack in.
Is this mandatory, James? You just have to go ahead and run this one.
At this point, obviously, you're calling, and there's
Oh, he's
Yeah,
not.
he's only got pot behind anyway, so you may as well just run it now.
15.
Yeah, it does make it 15k effectively.
Wow.
And could have made it the full 20.
Yeah. One time.
Kadra is in. Here we go. Best part of $50,000 in the middle. And Hispani set this up beautifully, James.
Me too, but he's one, so what you want?
You can make two.
Yeah. Они вдвоем закрутят.
Yeah, we're going to run it twice.
Running it twice between the two of them, I believe. Kadra says he just wants to run it once, but the other two are running it twice.
So,
هادي
no, so. Don't show kings.
So,
If you have kings, don't show.
No, I don't have shit.
Okay,
I'm dead.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm dead.
No, then.
ما في شيء اسمه داد.
Too many
Not dead.
combinations.
10, 5,
No, you're
3,
ahead.
lives, queen, jack.
No.
Not ahead.
5 for a chop. No one with hearts.
Oh,
Ooh,
Yo,
club turn.
1-4.
Kadra
Three draw, flash draw.
suddenly
yeah.
alive.
Flush.
No.
Four split.
Oh, and he finds it.
Okay.
Wow.
No.
No, okay.
side
Okay.
twist will-
Okay,
Oh,
finish.
should we see?
Oh, finish.
I win
finish.
everything.
Yeah, there is no side at this point.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
My
Thank you.
goodness. 50k or so, James, in
Yep.
that pot.
Against them.
50,000.
Worst hand against
I
them.
paid 50.
Worst hand possible.
Double pot.
If you want to choose the worst hand, that's it.
15 or 9? 15.
ما بعرف في عديت. All in.
انت اوكي 19. Yeah, he said all.
How much?
Wow, what a result for
كم مثل
Kadra.
معك 3
لا
مو 2 5.
ما معي معي قص شاب بنت 5 لونين.
Minkov
خلص
is done, James.
Okay.
This is diamond. لك متوا معي على التيرن يا عمي.
Stealth aces.
Bunlar herhalde şeyler.
Ortaklar.
Ha, hiç üzülmedi. Yoksa bir masaya kırmıştı. The Naturet Company var.
This is bubbling up beautifully. 50k now in front of Hadi Kadra.
Что-то какое-то... Ты понял, да, что? Походу не играет, да, между собой?
Ну, я говорю, он не расстроен. Проиграл.
Yeah, this game thinning out a bit as they clean out the players that come.
Yeah. Minkov stacked twice. Picks up his chips and says, that's enough for me, fellas.
Yeah, it wasn't here very long.
No.
Strade.
Kadra playing that 50k as you mentioned.
No one's coming.
Straddling.
Where's my shrimp?
Slanley. He's in a suit, decides to raise it up. So different to last night, isn't it? Where we'd see all these kind of hands limped in.
Yeah.
Multi-way pots. This time we're seeing multi-way pots in 2-bet and 3-bet hands consistently.
Pretty ugly two side cards for Georgi here.
Yeah, but
look at this.
Yeah, ace king with a suit, just going to put pressure on. They're so deep.
Yeah.
It's definitely a step out, but it's not without its merits. Kadra is like, well, I've got 4 cards, so I'm in. Look at the equities in this hand. 34, 34, 32.
Wow.
I mean, I find he's
Surely
never raising
not.
this. This I can bet my life on. Him never
Yeah, if
raising.
he raises here.
This is not a hand that ever gets raised, but just doing a bit of mental arithmetic there, seeing what price he's getting to spike this queen. Just a little stock take. Found out he's got 37k back, decides to continue, and well, flop for Georgi because he flopped bottom pair, so crucial here with those nut spades. So can improve to aces up. Decides to check it back, trying to make sure he sees that card, but also, of course, cold deck. Some other players, it became a spade, and players just don't believe you when you 3-bet pre and check back a nut flush draw on the flop when you do get there. You get paid off sometimes. Kadra, kind of an okay candidate last here, obviously having a 9, blocking some boats. Aslani with the 10.
What does he do with this, James?
It feels like against Kadra we just call.
So potentially just goes call here. Don't think Georgi can ever raise, of course.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's never going to raise. You're thinking it's a bit scary when it's gone bet call because someone's surely got a 10 in this pot. But does flick it in. That will be concerning to all.
Mr. Davut for the return of 5 card.
King on the end. Oh, again, Kadra really far above now.
Wow.
If the river was like a jack, I can understand it because he blocks the jack 10s and the 9-10s. But the king is just a likely card that one of your opponents has here with a 10 when you've been called in 2 spots. Very, very hard.
Pretty nice card for Georgi James in
Very
terms of
nice.
stopping full house, like blocking full houses on the river.
Exactly the same way. Look at this. He's going to go for it.
Oh, wow.
And I don't think Georgi can fold when
Holding that king of spades.
the king and the deuce. I think he's against this
Right.
player. We just...
Wow.
Question is now, though, Aslanli can ever call. He's a little bit concerned. Like, he probably doesn't think, if he thinks about this, probably doesn't think Georgi's got the nut spade draw when he checks back flop. So often that hand just bets.
Okay.
Please one soda
Oh my
with
god, this
lemon.
This
if
is
he calls
insane.
this,
Georgi will fold,
Georgi could
right?
fold, yeah.
This is insane.
Because he would call here with like some really good votes as well, just
Wow.
trying to get Georgi to call behind.
My goodness, out of nowhere, 48k in the middle.
The concern is he might just put Aslanli on like a weaker flush here. But he does have the king of spades as well, so like, does he really call the queen high flush? I'm blocking everything. If Georgi manages to call here, I'm going to bow down to the man because this is so tough now. Of course, Kadra can just have it as well. He does get to have hands.
Would Aslanli James call with any like really nutted boats just to try and get
It's
Georgi to do something behind, like flicking
I
money?
think he certainly calls with 9s and even 10-9 here because he is just thinking, well, I'm unlikely to get more at the better, but I can get the overcall by the guy.
Get the
who's
overcall, right.
Already overcalled
That's
once,
what I was
so,
wondering.
So it does have something. That's, yeah, great. I think it's a great fold, but he's going to be sick when he
He's
sees
going
it.
to be fuming.
Flush, yeah? Ace high.
شو تقول؟
He's upset, but I don't see how we can call it.
تربحوا.
Wow, what a hand.
Yeah, that's a great hand.
I will be noting this one down.
I was going to say.
What a
you will.
great hand. Again, Kadra just muddying the waters, James, putting the cat amongst the pigeons. Just so tough there for Georgi to do anything but fold. His instincts were pretty good, James. He kind of, you know, he didn't snap fold. You see,
Yeah.
he kind of,
Well,
kind of felt it.
He's got the king deuce.
Yeah.
He was snapping Kadra, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And the fly on the ointment there.
Great hand.
Aslanli
Я знаю, что у тебя
doesn't think
флэш.
Aslanli's going to call with the queen high flush.
После моего кола ты не можешь это. Мне может быть 10-9.
хотел. Нихуя.
Король 10.
That's amazing.
Король в руке еще.
It's just well played by both, I think.
Я очень
Aslanli recognizing that.
That's a pretty sick call from Aslanli.
Yeah.
Right?
Really sick.
With a guy behind too, it's very scary.
Yeah. The guy behind has a... I mean, the thing is, it isn't, because the guy behind has a 10, he can't call. He has to have a boat. So you can make them pull the nut flush as well. It's funny, I think if Georgi didn't have the king of spades in his hand, there's an argument for calling.
Right.
Because your opponent can have the king x of spades
Okay.
that blocks houses and there's a big flush, but wow, a fun one.
Great hand.
And it's just the Kadra effect. I mean, anyone who watched that hand in isolation would be like, what the hell are these guys doing? Like, they'd be listening to this reasoning we're coming up with and being like, what are the commentators talking about? But it's so specific to this game and Kadra's action.
Got it.
Speaking of action, it's a lovely hand he found himself here. It's king, queen, queen. Aslanli with a good hand to crack it. See, there's straight flipping on this flop with his pair and gut shot. Backdoor clubs so hard for Kadra to continue, but he will do just that. Looking just for any brick and then go with this, I guess. And Aslanli having 5.5k behind. That is not a brick. That is the nuts. But it gives Kadra the Broadway wrap.
Yeah, oh, he only has half pot.
And he's got the ace, king, queen, so he is going to run that. No dice.
Straight.
Things
Kadra.
kicking off here, James, now.
Yeah, Kadra getting torn apart here a little bit.
Always the danger with this playing style. Just making my notes on that hand. Have my little sheet here. I like to tick off bluff, hero fold, hero call.
I stop.
First time, I think, James.
Good
I've
game.
ticked bluff, hero call, and hero fold with an asterisk beside it. You know, not exactly a hero fold from Georgi, but he did sniff out that Kadra was messing around. He wanted to call. And of course, understandable to let it go.
Amazing stuff here.
Yeah. Fantastic hand.
So different to yesterday's game as well. The way this is playing out. Variety of just how PLO cash games can go. In the same room. Some of the same players. Ah. We have the return.
Разобрали вы его вдвоем.
Minkoff.
Разобрали вы, говорю, вдвоем его.
He's got himself some more chips.
Он хорошо играет.
Including raising up this double suited hand.
I'm going to bring you some news in a moment, James, after you call us out.
King Jack 8. A couple of clubs, a pair and flush draw for the opener. As you can see behind here, but a bet will surely get it done.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Kadra obviously having enough of it. Seeing the boys saying goodbyes.
Yeah.
That one's got it's probably not that hand in its own. Obviously the flow of the hand seems going his way, but it is like a little bit of sand kicked in the face when you get called by a 10 there. With a player behind, it's like, all right, this just isn't my night. I'm losing any respect. I don't want to play anymore. He can feel himself bubbling up, perhaps bluffing too many spots. Just self-awareness. Just, I'll come back tomorrow. Yeah, we'll play again.
Yeah, very sick call with Georgi lurking behind. Fun one for us in the booth. Action on Hispani. Double suited. Ace Jack 10 deuce. Certainly be playing this one. Not diamonds. That might be the first time I've seen a raise and take it, James, in 2 days. Really could be.
Yeah, the game's certainly winding down. Action players away. Some players setting some big stacks. Crazy to think game's only been running for 3 hours or so. So much action already.
Yeah, a lot of money on the table in a very short time. Only played 60, 70 hands.
Right. Main event day 2 tomorrow, of course. You have a date?
I do.
With the event?
Hopefully a date with Destiny. We'll see how it goes. It's very early, of course.
What time are you back on tomorrow? Midday, is it?
I think midday. Midday we kick off. Very much looking forward to it. Go and rest up after this stream. See if we can build a stack. Heading in the right direction so far. See what we can do. 4-day event, of course.
Yeah. Oh, a long way to go, but you're, you're off to a good start.
Oh, long, long way.
4 starting stacks, always good. Queen 6-4 board gives Aslanli the lead. Oh, he's getting a customer for one. Just enough to continue, I guess, here with the pair. He jacks the lightning rod.
Yeah.
He has backdoor clubs as well.
Yeah, this hand should be over now.
Oh yeah, dream turn card.
Yeah.
Dry board though. No suits. I think your opponent's going to have something around that 6-4 here. The thing in this game, you've always still got to be betting.
Yeah. 2/3 pot from Aslanli. Gets it done. Live coverage, of course, continuing of that main event. James, David, and Mr. Ali Nehad will be taking us through to the conclusion.
We'll be back in it tomorrow. And you. Just on the other side of the camera.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
That'd be nice.
Would be fun. Already having nightmares, thinking of lapping though. Trolling me if I make a mistake.
It'd be a good wage, wouldn't it, for coming out and doing commentary?
It would be a very nice wage.
Pick up a few $100K. Ali might ask for a raise.
He hasn't already.
Minko.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back. He went up for a bit.
Had a little
Back to the cage. About 10K out of the old Luxon. Have another go.
Little recalibrate. Very nice hand to come back to.
Wasn't sure.
25.
Oh, including with a lovely hand.
Yeah.
To go after him with as well. Obviously, Minkov's hand's beautiful. Actually, obviously, fares not so great against this particular holding.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Oh, Stanley with a middling double suited hand. Yeah, these are the hands that do play really poorly against the kind of more condensed, sharper ranges. But obviously, they're such beautiful hands. So great discipline for him to fold that.
Yeah.
So often you see players play that. Now, obviously, in this instance, he was in great shape because he was alone.
Everyone card sharing.
Yeah,
This
they're up
other
the top,
two opponents.
unpaired. He's down the bottom. Wow, an anticlimactic 9-5 deuce all diamond board. A swift check from the Marisa. It's hard for Minkoff to ever bet this.
It does seem impossible. This exact holding does knuckle it back.
2 PLO regs. So the chances are, obviously, we've only just seen them on this table for a short time, but they may well be familiar with each other's game a little bit. I've at least got some hours in play here in the 25-25 game that usually runs. Gluten thinking about it. And he's going to follow up. Just hoping his opponent has a hand like this, just to complete whiff themselves.
Yeah, pretty brave bet. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's Eklund's check flop. It's like
doesn't have a flush now, or he's going to check some flushes.
Yeah, he's going to. I think he checked some flushes for sure, and confident when Minkoff checked back that doesn't have anything too strong. Has a stab here, one and done.
Okay.
If he's not worried about getting blasted off the hand, obviously with no equity.
Sure.
Obviously, it's always hard to bet. You don't have any blockers to any of the continues.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a heads-up pot where this man has been put fairly tight on his hand selections, and when he's raised called a 3-bet, you could believe that he's up sort of in the neighborhood you are, even though you do block, obviously, a bunch of those hands.
Yeah, gonna put a bunch of like one pair hands in a really bad spot too, right? Jacks or queens or whatever.
Exactly. What's he doing with Queen, Jack, Jack 10? I mean,
got it.
What's he doing with Jack 10, 9, 8 that's got top pair? Like,
gonna have to fold them all. Yeah.
Right.
Got ya. Georgi gonna step out a little here.
Yeah, I like it. He's just still playing aggressive. Gets a swift fold from Slanley. I'm kind of surprised with that, with the suited ace.
Being so
but
deep.
again, just a bit more respect being shown now against these other ranges with the Cadra effect has been removed from the game. This game playing a little bit more conventionally all of a sudden. And it's amazing to see how quickly the players adapt to that as well. Not just the fact the game has changed, but how much they realize the ranges change. Haspani, King, Queen, 10, 7, double. Another nice hand, blind on blind though. Action certainly is drying up. Minkoff going to defend in position. Find the best of it on an ace-6-6 board. Well, let me presume. It's garbage as it is. He may feel like he has to defend once.
Yeah.
It's difficult though.
Yeah,
obviously can't Can't ever run down an ace.
Yep.
The sixes being on board. Spanny finding a pretty good one. Yeah, I think he's pretty safe in the launch here. If he checks, it's probably going to check through, so he gets to realise.
Sure.
But, you know, may have elected to bet there. Try and make an ace fold.
Yep. Interesting.
Wow, nicely worked out. Trying to deny against all these kind of hands. Try and make some better ace-x fold, perhaps. Once he still gets to have a 6.
Yeah, well played, Minkov.
Yeah.
Denies a bunch of equity.
I like it. Kind of makes it impossible now for Hasbani to play hands in that way. I think he's going to realise when he's not. Georgi, another big hand. Ace, king, queen, 8 with a nut suit. We continue to do the bidding.
Oh, wow.
Minkov, aces, double in the small with a raise and call in front. Dreamy. About to be 1300.
Yeah, beautiful combo. Very happy to bump this one up.
Oh, yeah. This is one of these situations, obviously, we're this shallow, we don't even care. We're just going to see a flop with a double-suited aces hand. So many flops we go with. A pretty grim one, actually, this. King, Jack, 8, so coordinated. You see 2 players in there with kings and 8s.
Yeah, no backdoor potential.
Yeah, I'm about to say this. There's so many flops you just 3-bet here, you just go with. This is just not one of them.
Right. What does Akladin do here? It's pretty gross, right?
Yeah, he's taking one off, I think, here. See the turn, reevaluate.
Okay.
It fills in. Maybe you can bluff. Maybe you can get away from it.
It's a paint card.
It was a paint card, wasn't it? There are no kings left, of course. I'm guessing a queen filled in. Jack paired, okay.
Really interesting now.
I like this one because he's got the kings and 8s. He blocks the continues that are the sort of boat draws, if you will.
Okay.
Putting his opponent on squarely like flush and straight draws. Now obviously he's got the best hand here. But he just denies those draws. Wow, he doesn't. This is advanced.
He bluffs. Wow.
He has the kings and 8s doing exactly the same thing.
This is pretty sick, James.
Blocking the boats. Rips it in.
What a play this is.
He's thinking Shkuluki himself is probably on some sort of draw here. Trying to just do a small bluff with some equity. The only problem he has here is it's hard to rep King Jack because that hand probably just rips flop. But he can certainly have Jack 8. Certainly even a Jack with some other cards. Nicely done.
What a fantastic play.
They both played the turn there really well.
Really interesting hand from a theory perspective. Beautifully played by both. Akladin showing his prowess, James. I think a lot of players would just wave the white flag there. When that Jack pairs, not a bit of it. Bravo.
Raising up ace queen 10-6. Hasbani calling in. Menkov with another like pretty good one, but the offsuit variety of the ace king queen here, yeah, just gets out the way. Discipline. Shkubuki, of course, with the suited ace, such a difference.
Yeah.
It's going to be in. Well, he finds a king in the window, and it's the king of clubs, followed by a couple more. Juicy board for him. Akulidin with the Broadway wrap.
Turn 5 of spades. Gio improving to 2 pair to go with that nut flush draw. Akulidin now, James, is drawing live. Gonna take one off.
Yeah, and he's got the ace of spades.
Yeah.
He's thinking of
Can bluff
not just
some spade
making
rivers.
Yeah, not just making the hand, but potentially bluffing the pot. Jack's full for Hasbani. Georgi basically in the same spot he was in the last hand, where he's
absolutely
blocking the boats. I didn't realize how big a turn this was for Hasbani, of course, with the queen high flush draw, finding two pair, backing into the boat.
Yeah, wild that he gets there here.
Yeah,
he was drawing so thin.
A worse two pair.
Just dead to a jack. Dead to a jack, right?
Yeah. And this time, for all those reasons, Georgi is going to call. I think he's up against a hand like, you know, the ace queen tens of the world, and he's just going to show, look how lucky you got. A better two pair and a better draw than you, and you managed to find it. Well, as we see there, some floor stuff approaching the table. Change of dealer. But I do gather that, unsurprisingly, how we've seen this game pan out after the last 30 minutes or so, Andrew, that these players are deciding the game's pretty dead. I mean, it's still a nice game, but when you've been playing 20k, 30k pots every hand, suddenly to go back to playing a somewhat normal 50, 100, not as exciting. So these players have decided they're just going to wrap this up now, but that's not the end of our stream, because we are going to mix things up. Oh, we're going to bring you guys a 25-50 Hold'em cash game after a short break. So please don't go too far. We'll be back with some NLH.
For me, it was very exciting. Yeah, was very interesting about the player, a mix of players, a lot of good players. So I was very excited to play, and I mean, the whole experience here it's amazing. It's a great experience.
Really, first time I enjoy in tournament, and now
perhaps attacking David like a king queen jack 10 type holding.
He's just got too much of it here. It's sort of really, really strange hand, but he is out of position. Sorry, he's in position to Sweetie, I should say.
Yeah, little Hollywood here.
So I suppose he's just going to call and hope to get another bet.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any reason or any universe where you want to raise.
58 or
Sweetie does river a pair.
Yeah, and I think Sweetie's probably thinking Cadra has some sort of ace, or maybe kings or queens. Makes the most sense right now.
Yeah, this is it. We're basically attacking, you know, the pocket kings, double suited types. Hand like a king, queen, jack 10, David, or something with that turn probe. Just trying to get a steal through. Of course, not going to work.
And with so much of it here, just
I think we have to go absolutely small? I think we have to go tiny. Yeah. Somehow induce some madness from our opponent.
Yeah, try and get the straight. I suppose the 5-3 straight to call is probably a decent target hand.
Yeah, even blocking diamonds is so funny. It's very difficult to give Sweetie credit for anything here.
He's going to go to third spot, sort of target the pocket sixes with the bigger bet. Very hard to get paid in this.
Yeah, we can see that. Probably could have blown on that pot and picked it up. Cadra doing Cadra things.
Yeah, 5k to the good today to add to his 16k profit.
Oh, he ended up
day 2 for re-entries.
There's a turbo flight also this evening.
Aha.
There's a 1D, so it's going to comfortably make it. And then I believe, yeah, 4 levels of late reg day 2, I think. Potentially 5. So guarantee almost certain to be broken.
Well.
Yeah. Shout out to Ryan Lashmar of Poker News, who's been providing tremendous coverage of that event and others over the week. Had a nice opportunity to speak to Ryan in the bar last night after our PLO session. He was enjoying his only day off while he's here. It's almost all work and no play for Ryan.
Here we go, David. Big pot brewing. Hasbani squeezing aces with nut spades. Picks up 3 callers. Mahmood. Very out of line overcall of the squeeze with 5-5-4-3. Jack, Jack 4. Nobody with a jack in hand. Ace is still good. This is very spicy from Mahmood. Like this check from Hasbani. Can't go mad on the Jack, Jack X. And see he's still best. Nobody with anything really. Sweetie with a gutter. He is going to step out once again. This time, if he could find a river bet, could work. Yeah, we see it says Georgi drawing dead. A 9 would work. It's not going to matter. Going to be out of there. Now, Sweetie, can you pull the trigger or drill a king? King, of course, would only be a chop. Problem here, David, Hasbani with just 3k back.
3 and 5.
Asking for a count. Knows he needs to do something heroic to get this one through, David. I'm not so sure about this. Blocking ace is not great here, right? I don't think it's great to block aces.
You win.
Does give it up. Hasbani very happy to see river check. Picks up a nice pot. Shade under 10k.
Yeah, Sweetie
joined by the musings of Mr. James Dempsey in the not too distant future. And as we continue through the week, live coverage. Day 2 of the Western Series main event tomorrow. I believe we'll be starting at 1 p.m. local time. The stream. So we see a limp from Mahmood. Seen he's very willing to get into the mix. ISO'd by Cadra, overcall by Georgi. Queen 10, 9, 7 of Cadra. Look at this, David. We spoke about reopening action. Mahmood, the somewhat dusty kings, does limp 3-bet. Georgi and Kadra both call. Bloated pot.
Oh, it's a big one coming, I feel it.
Yeah, Mahmoud here with less than pot behind. Great flop for him. About as good as it gets.
Well.
I think this one gets through.
I don't have five.
Kadra does have a pair of sevens and some potential to pair up. And a gut shot. Not much else. Problematically for him, of course, Georgi behind him.
He's going to
with
gamble.
14k is going to gamble. Georgi's going to get out of the way.
Once or twice?
As you like.
In bad shape here, Kadra. 4-1 dog.
Yeah, very much hoping to see pocket kings or pocket aces, not with a heart draw to go with.
Twice, 2 up,
and
2
not with
down.
a 2 pair.
That's a blank. And you need a king or an 8 or some kind of pair up. Doesn't find it on the first run.
Okay. Bro.
Looking for 7s, 9s, queens, and 10s, non-heart. No good turn. Bricks out river. Mahmoud taking both run outs.
Ship it.
Biggest pot of the day so far, 15.6k.
Yeah, and pretty much equal biggest with our biggest pot yesterday as well.
Little eyebrow.
Really must make them think about how light they have to play back at him.
That's like next level disrespect.
Oh my goodness me.
From Hadi Kadra as Mr. Dempsey strolls into the booth. Hassanli, ace 10, 9, 9, double suited. Makes it 300 to go. Haspani in from +1.
Good.
Makes the call, ace queen, jack 9, nutted clubs. Mahmoud and Kadra come along behind. Georgi gets out of the way. Shweety takes the price. 5-way action here. As I will cover this final hand before tagging in Mr. Dempsey. 10-5 deuce. Pocket 9s somehow still good. And nut hearts for Hassanli. Mahmoud here does have bottom 2. Currently the best hand.
And it just goes to show how much this game is already off the rails here, with guys feeling like it's a standard call to go with bottom 2 in a spot like this, where actually you see a lot of folds, to be honest.
Absolutely.
These guys really battling here for every chip. Waging war, firing shots across the bow.
Yeah, bottom 2
and look
pair.
at that, wow! Dream card for Mahmoud, obviously.
Oh, and he finds the check. Allows Hassanli to river the nut flush. He's going to have to pay this off, David, potentially. Looks like 3k.
Yeah, and as played, Hassanli, well, I don't think he can ever fold, but like I'm wondering if he would consider raising. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Paired board and all that, but first is the check back on the turn, and then the bet when the Jack of Hearts came.
Tell you something, if he raises here, Mahmoud will feel ill. I think he's up against the full house a lot. Better one.
I think it is just too hard to
Yeah,
find more value.
I don't see it happening.
I do think he thought about it for a few moments, though, because of that very reason.
Look at this, gets the bad news. Mahmoud turning the Queen 6 5 deuce into a $10,000 pot.
Yeah. No, I think someone like Kadra just sees it as 2 opportunities to raise the pot.
So, Shulukia and Shweety, 2 players, weren't in the game last night. I did gather Shweety was on the list. So, as I think you referenced last night, the players who played last night had first option.
Yeah.
Some of them electing not to come back. Could be a combination of many things. Could be just jumping in the main event. Could be, you know, don't want to play any bigger. Could be exhausted from yesterday. It was a long game, which they continued past our stream coverage, I believe. They were still playing for a little bit when we left.
They did. They continued on for a little while. We see 2 rundowns here. 9, 8, 7, 6 for Shweety. King, Queen, Jack, 10 for Hasbani. Pretty pure.
Shulukia with a lovely hand. Ace 10, 9, 8, double suited.
Yeah. There's a lot of interaction, actually, with these holdings. We could see a big pot here. 6,600 in the middle.
This is a more traditional PLO multi-way pot.
There is
Wow, Mahmoud flopping the joint. Shkulka with 8-10 and 10 high clubs. Shweety flopping the joint as well with top 2. And Hasbani actually in here with the live flush draw and a gut shot. You said we could see a flop that interferes with these hands. We found basically the one that interferes with every hand.
Yeah.
Always a bit grim when you're giving issues here because you're
hate
drawing that 10 high flush. But he does block the straights, the most likely hand to raise him, and has the open ender. So I kind of like betting here and perhaps making a hand like Hasbani's fold. It's very hard for Hasbani to continue with the queen high flush facing a bet.
Yeah.
Queen of flush draw, I should say.
Yeah, Shweety here with the nuts and a redraw to big boats here. 9-7 working as well. Obviously, Mahmoud with the nuts.
He just wants to flick it in against Mahmoud. I guess he figures Mahmoud, when he jams, has just got the straight, and obviously with his hand against a straight has great equity. Flush.
Flush. Or Shuluk, yeah.
I lose 2 times.
And flush.
Flush again.
Flush,
Wow.
flush.
He wins 2 times.
For the 10 high flush.
32k pot.
There we
Ship
go.
it to Georgie.
Wow. We're playing.
What a huge moment for him that he pushes out the Jack Queen
Yeah,
flush.
that's the benefit of betting there. You do make the not flushes fold. Obviously, he's going to
elasticity to them. I don't know if you've noticed. There's a brand new one here. There's a Christmas offering.
See, I mean, it's still got the fresh out the box folds on it.
It does have those. I'm sorry to be upsetting you with them, but it does have a little stretchiness, a little. If you've had a dessert or two.
Send me the link. Or 3. As you've been known to do in these parts. Desserts.
More fat shaming.
That's just impressive. Anyway, Hasbani popping up ace king 7-3 double.
Mahmoud squeezing the other side of the board here. 6-5 3 deuce. One suit. Optimistic, but we've seen Mahmoud drive the action almost as much as Kadra.
Was that actually Mahmoud who came up through? But I was busy looking at your shirt. Mahmoud, I guess when you got the bang lead, wants to fight. But look at this tough spot here for Shweety because he's flopped the second nut flush draw, a gut shot.
Georgie.
Oh, he has just decided to pot it up. And this is the spot. Look at this. He's in terrible shape against this hand. The better flush draw, top pair, backdoor, nut flush draw as well.
Yeah.
Shweety only surprised as high as this. I suppose, obviously, yeah, 2 pair draws a live part of me. That's what I was trying to work out how you still have 30%.
Yeah. Nonetheless, Hasbani in very good shape here. And are they going to go once?
Nice straight.
No, we're going twice.
Makes it a straight.
ميت ضدك انا بقى. ناقصه.
Hasbani with 2 flush draws.
ميت معي صح. شو بعمل؟
Yeah, rather fortunate of me to get out there with something. But you can always see the game heading. It seems like a more aggressive pace than our game yesterday. We're in straight back to it here at the Merritt Crystal Cove, home of, well, the best action in Europe. Right now we're eyes on what I presume is the largest game running in the room. You never can tell here. The pot going to limp in the Queen 10 9-8 over that straddle. Mahmoud raising it up, and Kadra just instantly slapping in a handful of 1k chips. So we've got a straddle, a limp, a raise, and a pot. 3k to go at the moment. Kadra with a nice hand, that ace 5 6 7 with a suit. The pot, though, of course.
Okay.
Oh, he is going to fold. I thought Queen 10 9 might get in there, but this is. I'm already seeing the bit of readjust from last night's game. Obviously, the players here are going to perhaps be a little bit more cautious about playing hands like that out of position 3 ways. Mahmoud just decided to rip it in with ace-jack 9-6. What does he know? I guess he knows he's up against Kadra because he's in great shape here with this hand. 60-40 favourite. Deuce 3 flop. Neither player with a pair yet, but Kadra has improved to a gut shot. They are running at once. Diamond on the turn. Good news for Kadra. Of course, all his pair draws now dead. And that's where he stays, dead with just ace-7 high. Mahmoud's ace-jack 9-6, running it in, winning the pot.
Yeah, Mahmoud also fearless. Really a battle of the two most fearsome competitors out there.
I love that he just raised 800. Get it in. Let's go. Kadra, not standing for that. This is something we wouldn't have seen last night. It would have been met with a call. We would have progressed to a flop.
Yeah, it's kind of they become sexually aroused.
Well,
so that cricket sound.
Does that make Ali Najad a cricket? Is that what you're saying? We'll call him the cricket from now on? Okay. I didn't know that.
It's a true fact.
Why is the insect called a cricket and the sport called a cricket? Or called cricket?
It's a good question. As someone who played cricket for 27 years, I should really know the answer to that, and I have no idea.
Okay. I could Google, but I'm going to let you come up with a either correct or incorrect answer. It's 10-9. I see a set of 10s. Aslanli with what is actually good equity, but very, very hard for him to know that and ever realize could just be goosed. He's going to take a peek for one bet because it's Kadra betting.
Yeah, and you just can't let yourself be run over by that man.
And it's delightful when it gets round from the players behind you because so often up against better draws. Mahmood, pardon me, of course, jamming behind. Here we go.
Yeah, Aslanli wondering if he has the price here.
Yeah, this is just where it's so hard because if your man's jamming here with the nut flush draw, you know, some sort of gut shot up there, you're basically dead. You can see here he's essentially flipping. So does he think Mahmood's the kind of guy who is going to check all his draws here and just play his made hands? In which case you could call. So it's against a player who is just going to be jamming in there with the Queen, Jack X, the King High flush draws, the pair and a flush draw. Then you'd have to fold. He
gamble.
Wants to gamble. He's certainly got some live outs down the bottom.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and he had the price as it turned out. So
easily had the price against this hand. Not against that turn card though, but
did he just say that's mine?
And a wasted spade is run one. But another spade, and of course a wasted pair up.
Yeah.
On the first run for Mahmood, so they will chop it up.
Flush. No.
Yeah, it's funny though because this line obviously we see he on cricket ovals.
I doubt it because they generally like a bit more growth. Usually cricket pitch is quite manicured. Mahmood gonna limp in with the aces here. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, so hang on. We have a limp from kings and an over limp from aces. So double sneaky, sneaky. And Kadra isn't going to raise it up here. Instead, he's going to over call with the 5-4-3-3. But we do have Georgie.
Falls into the trap. Thought though with these kings, I think these play best is just call and you make top set and you can win big pots.
But very good aces for Mahmood. He's definitely going to bump it up.
This is like one of the best you can have. The ace-ace double suited with connectors. Obviously, you'd rather have ace-ace double suited with two Broadways. But this is about as good as it ever gets. Yeah. You can see against the hand he's up against here with the 7-6-5-5, the 5-4-3-3. If they were ever inclined to play, you'd have them in very bad shape.
Such a dreamy situation here with Mahmood over limping and then back raising. Going to generate a pretty monstrous pot here.
Yeah.
Popo might just go with his hand here sometimes.
No, I think here you kind of know you're up against aces, which is the one hand that kings do absolutely awfully against.
Even though it's Mahmood?
Well, I haven't seen enough. I'll grant you. You've seen.
We've honestly seen so much loose play from both him and Kadra.
He was in with 9-6 a minute ago, so you're quite right.
And importantly, if you do shove and Mahmood isolates, we might get Georgie out of the pot.
Yeah, instead deciding they just call, take a flop. Obviously looking to get it in on plenty of non-King X flops. At the stack depth.
Oh yeah, like he only has to be.
You'd like to see a nice
30% or
he's
less.
looking for like a low, nice low paired board or something. Just going with it.
Might
Wow.
still go with this.
Gear flopping top 2 with the gut shot. Dreamy flop for him. He does go with it.
No choice for Mahmoud to come in behind here with the pair to go with his aces, and
Yeah, he's peering behind because the stack behind that's worrying him more, of course, when he's sitting there with 12k.
monster pot incoming. We might have 40k in the middle when this is done and dusted.
Yeah, and a snap from the man who's smashed the flop.
2 times. We're going to see 2 boards for this. What is it? It is a 40k pot.
Yeah, 36k.
Yeah.
Out of nothing, out of nowhere. 10 on the turn, further improving Shulukia, but pot now picking up an open ender. A safe deuce, he loves seeing that. Sitting there with top 2, sure.
Might be
someone
worried
could
about
in
the
with
8-9.
but you'd like to run it. Another deuce.
So
just
far,
dreamy.
so good.
Rainbows the board. Always nice in Omaha. There's always a chance of those backdoor draws. Ace on the river. Mahmoud, of course, will get a half.
And
Gia will take a half. You're never that upset taking half of a 3-way pot when you're in there with some vulnerability. Obviously, he was actually in really good shape.
And with that, it looks like Popo's seen enough today. Understandable. Obviously, not a good day at the office. Very tough spot from that last hand, I have to say. The way it was set up, he limped in with the kings. And then the over-limp back raise from Mahmoud. Sneaky, sneaky with the suited aces, and very well played by him. Ultimately drew in a situation.
Michael Dogs woofs.
Yeah.
I might bring it in. So we're blaming the French, both ways, for a sport they don't have much interest in.
And they're not very good at. I actually coached cricket in the south of France for a little while, and standard is not very good.
Was that due to the coach? I mean,
due to the fact that I was able to get a coaching job with the
did they
regional
improve
side.
under your tutelage?
They did improve a little bit, to be fair.
All right.
But there was not many French among them, to be honest.
Right.
By that I mean it was a mostly expatriate immigrant side.
King 6-5. Kadra with it and the clubs.
Yeah, lots of hand here from Kadra. Mahmoud with aces again.
It's Bani with top 2 and a live, well, live flush draw. Wow, I didn't even notice that hand has the lion's share of the equity.
And even Aslanli with...
Yeah, I mean, he's got reasonable equity only because you can see he's got the live gut shot, no one's sharing it, and of course, backdoor diamonds, but nobody can play that. He's still short of getting it in, but he's...
How much?
Here we go. Kadra happy to commit the remainder of Haspani's stack. We're going to be going to showdown again.
Right, but he has just called, I guess.
Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, it was kind of out of character for him. I've seen him just...
I thought he...
Hello everybody, welcome back to continuing cash game action here, live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Merit Poker Western Series, and that cash game action is about to continue as we welcome back into the booth David, Mr. David Lappin. How are you, sir?
What happened? Our game broke? What the hell happened? It was just too crazy?
Basically,
did everyone go broke?
Pretty much. There was a load of blood on the carpet, you guys who have been with us. We were streaming 5100 PLO. We saw several 50 to 60k pots towards the end of our coverage. Madness was ensuing. We saw Hadi Kadra flew a little too close to the sun, a la Icarus. Finally decided to leave the game. Mahmoud left also, Minkov left and came back, and they just decided to call it. So now we have 25-50 no limit hold'em, David. A game that me and you are obviously very expert at, right?
Yeah, nice Icarus reference there. That poor man's
like that?
waxy wings done melted all over our carpet here in Merit. Look, Hadi Kadra, one of the great characters
Brilliant.
in this poker room. I'm sure he won't be too upset. He'll shake it off. He'll be back. He might be jumping into 1D. Now, he might even be in this cash game. Who the hell knows what might happen right
Wouldn't
next?
be shocked, mate. The man loves the game more than almost anybody we've ever seen. So yeah, guys, now we're switching. 25-50 no limit hold'em. New lineup of players. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. We're about to jump into the action.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's in store here. Obviously, no secret. You know, James Dempsey knows his way around the Omaha streets.
Yeah.
We struggle a little. We can call the action, but I don't know if we're offering high-level expertise in the way that we are about to now on a
I don't
holding
even
game.
know what you're talking about, David. I'm now a PLO end boss. As we take a look, guys, at the chip counts. And here we go, a bunch of money on the table. Edward Chudnovsky, $22,600, good for 450 bigs. We have Nuri Hadioglu in there with 16k. Loving this. Seat 3, the Lion.
Famous character from, of course, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I don't see the Witch here, though, so, you know, maybe
We
maybe
had
a different lion.
Aslani in earlier. Aslan was the lion.
Aslan the Lion
A
from
little
exactly
reference,
that.
continuity
Wow.
reference. Igor Baliner in there, 10k. And then our shorter stacked players, Volodymyr Drokin in there with $9,000. Joy in seat 6. Hopefully there'll be Joy in the booth. Banksy, or Banjusy, in seat 7. And Panadero completing our lineup, guys. 25-50 no limit hold'em cash game. Got about 3.5 hours of coverage. Let's get right into it.
Wouldn't that be amazing if the artist known as Banksy had finally decided to give up his anonymity here on the Merit
This
Poker
is where he
stream?
decided the grand unveiling.
Fine, guys, okay. It's been me all along.
Just spray painting some artwork onto the felt. So we see Joy. Amazing. 125 right off the bat.
I like that we're now just naming ourselves emotions.
I'm loving that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Mine would be depression. Only joking, you know I'm always a happy character. Now look at this, right off the bat. 3-bet from the button, Hadioglu. Cold call from the big blind from Chudnovsky. I'm going to go heads up. I'm going to get to sweat this one. Mystery hand.
Yeah.
Strange now to see 2 cards. Right, after 2 days of non-stop PLO cash games.
Yeah, I'm not sure I remember the rules.
Me either.
Ah.
I'd be like, you can't fold that.
I want to see your
Got
cards on the screen.
15
I was just about
backdoors and
to ask where is the
nut flush draw. Right, that's the only thing now. I have to have the nut flush draw every hand I play from now on. Heads up to this flop. Ace of hearts, 4 of clubs, 3 of spades. They are playing very deep. So you may see some cold calling. It's not typically a thing that you see too much of in the limit hold'em, but they're
600.
super deep, David. Look at this, Chudnovsky. As the cold caller, gonna go ahead and lead here. 2/3 pot. Actually gonna put Hadioglu in a tough situation, you know, with his jacks through kings type holdings.
For sure.
Yeah, just gets out of the way.
We'll never know if there was some
I
scallywaggery
know,
afoot
would
there.
love to see it. Anyway, first blood, Chudnovsky.
Oh, and getting with the Western theme there.
The
Toothpick. Nice.
The jewelry.
Well, the jewelry's not very Western.
Did
the
they wear any?
toothpick
Did they wear any medallions or like? They must have worn something.
Maybe it was
Like a shiny belt buckle.
I don't think there was like massive, incredibly expensive watches though.
Well, they would have a timepiece, wouldn't they? They'd bring out their pocket on a chain.
Or
They'd
they
be like,
would
this is
put
my
in,
pappy's timepiece.
or they would put in their little jacket pocket, and sometimes the bullet would hit that,
There we
and they would
go.
survive the
Yeah.
duel.
Right. Let's hand the timepieces out. Don't know about the revolvers. We are still blind, guys, for a few hands. Bear with us. First look at Banksy. I'm calling him Banksy from now on. Hope that's okay. Chudnovsky in there. Maybe a glimpse into how he's going to approach things.
Balliner?
Yeah, baller. Balliner. Baller and Banksy.
Bah, liner.
Now, if he leads again here, we're in for some fun. Let's check it over. 3 checks. 4 liner completes. 7 of diamonds turn.
Yeah, definitely a spot here where small blind
Yeah.
Chudnovsky can start leading at this one.
I agree, David. Like this. It's gone almost full pot. you just put so many one pair holdings. You know, overpair is going to have to check this board a lot, right? We're super deep. Starts getting very, very awkward, even for a hand as strong as aces, but Balliner calls.
Yeah, and the obvious counter strategy here for Balliner, if he does have overpairs against a live wire like Chudinovsky, who might overbluff this card, for example, is to just, you know, close your eyes, hit the call button twice, and hope you're not punished too often.
Backdoor diamonds do get there. Under the gun, going to have quite a lot, I would venture, diamond combos, and look at that. That's why we're the best in the world here in the booth. He's going to have lots of that, David, right? Nut diamonds that check flop and give up and improve. King high flush. Pretty tough here to get action. Obviously, you're targeting a 5 for the most part. Some sets. I don't think we want to go too large.
Yeah, that was mostly self-congratulations on your
I
part.
know, it was.
I hadn't spotted the backdoor diamonds.
It was, I do apologize. You know what? I don't apologize. Looks like 2/3.
Yeah, nice size as well.
Yeah.
Looking to get some 2-pair calls, maybe even get a hero call out of, I don't know, maybe a 7.
Yeah, nice lay down. I just think we don't really beat a single hand at this point. We see backdoor flush.
Now that you
Get
take
there.
massage, you need to hire somebody to make to put your chips in order.
Part of the problem.
you have like assistant. to put it like this.
I know, that's good. You will be my assistant.
Okay, I charge you only 500. 500 per hour, it's nothing for you, boss.
Explain to me here, he's wearing a sort of a serviette.
Gave you
Is he afraid he's going to enjoy the massage so much?
forgot only when
Yeah, I'm not sure. Here we saw
give something, huh?
the Merit boss, Gio, sporting such a look. I thought he'd ordered some food, perhaps.
For you, it
you
was
know,
cold
getting
as
the old
nuts.
tuck-in.
Someone would have to feed him, I assume.
Is it the oil? Maybe it's oil. Or is it a little more comfy? I can't imagine a sheet of paper stops the pressure on the neck.
Is it a hygiene thing? Just so that it's the same, 'cause it's
Maybe.
the same one other people
Okay.
use?
Yeah.
Oh,
Beards,
no.
notoriously
They should put
unclean.
here?
Mine and yours included.
It probably is a beard thing. It's probably,
is.
an anti-beard bit of kit.
We restart the PLO.
Balliner here. ISOs, blind and blind, both have the same hand.
There are
Variety into the mark.
There are beards and there are Andrew Headley.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's
I know.
good. It's very good.
Mine's
But now it's
longer than
strange.
most.
We were playing all the time there, and now it's
different.
like...
back to them,
You're
it's going to
like-
be uncomfortable.
It's about 4 times the amount of growth. And it's luscious and it's thick.
I know. Thank you. It's. I know. Yeah. I'm a very hairy man.
Oh no, I was talking about you.
Oh yeah. I
Luscious
got
and
it.
thick.
Oh. I'm way behind. I'm behind you. Luscious and thick, indeed. Thick in the brain, apparently. Yeah.
Oh no, I meant thick spelled with the 2 C's.
Oh, shit. Right, we're not going down that path. Right, Harry Oglu, bail me out. King Deuce of Clubs.
125.
Banjisi,
Yes, yes,
gonna open. A little loose. I think at cash, right, we want to be pretty tight with our opening ranges.
I'm getting a bit
125.
giddy here, I think, because we're back to Hold'em, something I
know.
actually know a little bit about.
Yeah. Speaking of not playing tight, Chudinovsky, seen him VPIP close to 100% so far. Makes the call in the cutoff. Balliner decided, did have a squeeze candidate, decides just to call. Joy completing with the suited connector. Queen 3-8. Banjisi is best. He's going to go ahead and c-bet. Certainly an argument to check here, I think, multi-way. They're going to thin the field, half pot.
Yeah, we've got bottom pair and we've got 2 hands that have backdoor potential. Interesting to see how it develops with those. Looks like they have no interest whatsoever, multi-way, and Chudinovsky going to be sticky here.
Yeah, this is very sticky. Really difficult, of course, to improve. Banjisi turning Jin. He's very happy to see. Improves to top 2.
Do you ever knuckle over to your aggressive opponent who does look to pounce on situations such as this?
It's kind of hard to say. I think our overall range is going to check a lot here.
You just have too much made hands when you c-bet into 3, right?
Yeah. And I think, you know, a hand like King, Queen, Queen, Jack, we're not really content to go 3 streets here. We're gonna decide to bet 2. Oh wow, look at this.
Well, there you go. You can bet and still get raised.
And look at how uncomfortable Banjisi is
Why
here.
are you giving it away, Banjisi, with this?
I know. perhaps deciding that his decision point is going to be all in or fold,
Sure.
and maybe thinking it doesn't matter if I show emotion.
Top two pair, it's not even close. We're getting in here.
I don't think we get to fold.
Like, our opponent can easily have 10-8.
The problem is, David, yeah, he has just launched it. Fair play. I was about to say, very under-bluffed on the turn, I think. You know, four-way when he calls flop, raises turn. But you can just have the same hand. Could have a worse two pair.
I love this. There's no poker face right now.
I thought I'll make
There's
a
no
bluff
such
and
thing as
you
poker face.
put it on.
And you know what? This could have worked.
I'll try my
if, you know, if Banjussi has a hand like
You want
King
a
Queen,
river
David,
again.
right?
He's
Could've
giving him a spin.
He gives him a spin.
How much? 25?
10% hand, happy to call when needing.
My
More like
goodness.
17%.
Flicks it in.
You got something?
Yeah, I've got Queen 10.
Ah, right. So give me the eggs, please.
Or the 3 would do.
Right off the bat here, 6,500 in the middle. No good. 4 of diamonds. Chunovsky
Thanks,
doing a
mate.
little bit of an Icarus
I was just
impersonation
expecting to see a
himself.
3.
We referenced that earlier in the stream. Banjussi finds an immediate double. Nice hand. We haven't really had a look at these players before, David. I don't recognize too many. Always difficult, you know, to decide. Is it going to be a fast game? Is it going to be slower? You know, but in the early stages, at least, very chaotic.
Oh, I think we have a wild game. Undoubtedly here.
Here we go. Hadioglu content just to call +1. Banjussi in there, as is the Lion. Look at this. I'm going to get a multi-way pot.
Ooh, a little bit of something for everybody
Yeah, a couple
here.
of pocket pairs. Suited hands for the Lion and Droken. Hadioglu with the best hand. Of course, very vulnerable. I believe he is holding 8, 9, 10. That's that overpair to the board. Backdoor diamonds. Open-ended straight draw. The Lion, bottom pair. And some backdoor spades of his own. Not too much available for anyone else.
Hadioglu has to bet this, I feel. He's obviously blocking
pretty
the nuts.
grim. I
and
think
it's
we do
sort
just-
of awkward, but you got to thin the field. Like, you don't want to
Yeah.
let people in there with little shaves of equity, and we see a lot of people there with like 6% and 8%. You just don't want that stuff getting in there.
Yeah, very awkward. Does decide to go for a little stab.
I like this.
It's in the field.
I think this is really smart.
Yeah, gets a hand like 7-8 to fold. Likely just picks this one up, although Panadero does have 2 overs and a gutter. No diamond in hand, though. You've got to be a little afraid here, David, when someone bets 6 ways. You know, you're going to be up against quite a lot of hands like a set, right? Could be a made straight already.
Very setty board.
You know, your king and queen, maybe no good.
Remember,
Is going to stick around for 1.
Remember, it's a +1 caller here, so
Sure.
8s, 9s, 10s do stand out quite strongly.
Yeah, Panadero, very much guessing game related spot.
I guess he can maybe proceed in such a way that he now looks like he could have an overpair bigger than the jacks.
Yes.
If it goes check, would he venture a bet? Sort of using the blockers here, rep kings, rep queens.
Yeah, certainly going to have queens, kings, aces pure.
Maybe get a pocket 7s to fold, a pocket jacks to fold, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, Hadioglu correctly deduces his hand is good.
Yeah.
2/3 turn size. Gets the job done. Very welcome result after somehow going 6 ways. Not something you see too much in cash games, in theory at least.
No, it's a minefield in these situations.
In that
with
no
a
limit,
hand like
excuse me.
that.
Yeah. Nice result.
We see Banjussi there on the phone, maybe sending word of his good fortune over to a friend.
Yeah, that was a
or
wild
loved
one. Certainly a wild one to kick us off.
Yeah, I think the tweet or the message going out right now is something along the lines of, here, 20 minutes from now on the live stream, check it out.
Kind of loving that from Chunovsky though. Setting out his stall, he's here to play. Round to the button.
You still playing 7 deuce or not?
Yeah.
Joy.
We continue, yeah?
Still didn't go.
Gonna open. 7-8 off.
You asked
I
now.
was dealing.
You want your time, our
Daryl.
time.
Same suits, same hand. Electing not to defend.
Out for Joy.
I remember only one time to pay.
Yeah.
You want to pay more?
Magpies.
More
1 for
I want to
Sorrow,
get more.
2 for Joy,
Come on, me
3
too.
for a Banksy,
I want the catch.
4 for a Chunovsky.
Oh, the catch is also very nice.
I'm sorry guys, it's been a long day. Bear with me. I'm not really sorry. It's like the Conor McGregor meme.
You're doing a little Billy walk here. I like it. Another man with rapier wit.
Oh dear. If you are just joining us, guys, 25.50, no limit hold'em cash game. Merit Western Series. Myself, Andrew Headley, and the wonderful Mr. David Lappin calling the action. Is Banjisi with a very flourishing 1-chip flick in. Min raises. This is pretty wide, David. 7-5 suited under the gun.
Yeah, but
full ring game.
But when you do it with
such panache,
I think it gets a lot more respect.
Now then, is the 7 deuce game on? I'm going to venture that it is, right? There's no way Joy is looking at this hand if they don't have it on. Here we go. Oh, you love to see it, folks. This is going to work a lot.
Yeah, I think it'll just work straight away.
7 deuce game clearly in play unless Joy is just showing off for his fans.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, particularly when you're dominating him.
I mean, this gets through.
No, it's not a 7.
He just asked, do you have 7 deuce?
Give me the money.
Yes, it's on. There's the money.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Is it
100, I think, per
please.
player.
That's
Chunky.
about
Well,
it.
it's very spicy if it's 100.
Wow, yeah, you're picking up 800 bucks, right?
It was,
That's
it
big.
was,
Yeah, 7 dudes.
I don't know. You said it's not a 7 use. So I didn't see it.
Only one time.
we need check. After
seems
half
like a
an
lot,
hour,
David.
we check. What is 7 use?
But it
Normally
makes the
50,
game-
right?
makes the game-
Normally 1 blind.
Makes the game really fun when it's that much, because now we're in a situation where you can really polarize
Absolutely.
with your big hands and
Nice
your
hand.
7 deuces to try and win it. So I think
I hate
actually
this
a lot of the time people put on the 7 deuce game and it's not meaningful enough.
Yeah,
Whereas
okay.
and then it becomes more about like props and bragging rights. But if you put it on at a big enough amount, it almost becomes a wild card situation, and actually it can generate a lot more action with the big hands and can create a really fun dynamic.
Yeah, I'm with you. Loving some of these nicknames. The Lion. Trying to Droken. Ace deuce of diamonds. Opens the pot. Panadero. One of the shallower stacks. Likes the call. Round to Banjisi. Ace off. On these hands it doesn't play particularly well deep stacked. But he is going to complete. King 3 deuce. 6 is still good. For Panadero.
Posibil. Depinde.
Checks to
Fiecare care
Droken.
S-ar putea unii cineva joace mai des.
He's going to come in for a c-bet. Half pot. Very nice. You put 6s in a very tough spot, David. 6 is no heart.
So
What is this?
back doors for Banjisi here. Partially coming in, but we see there that the back door would only earn a
lead.
chop.
This is spicy.
And it should work, to be honest.
Should work against Ace Deuce. Not sure what the sizing is. Droken, of course, does improve to a wheel draw. Can, of course, just be dead against a hand like 5-6. 5-6 suited. Ace 5, just be chopping.
Yeah, his main consideration
best.
here is how often is it a flush draw, and could my hand be good a little bit at a time, and obviously then you have the backup of making a wheel if it is a 2-pair situation.
I think problematically here also, if we're up against a hand like 4-5, for example, that decides to just take the lead in the hand, try and freeze a hand like King Queen from raising. We don't even beat a 4, and look at this. This is ballsy.
Banjasi has chips in hand.
This is pretty sick from Drokin.
Sort of repping at this point sets.
Yeah, sets and straights.
Straights and then some bluffs. Maybe the nut flush draw, which of course he's blocking, so that kind of gives him more information.
Banjasi just doesn't attempt to hide his tells. I can't imagine he continues here, David. Well played, Drokin. Will not be messed with. Pretty sick. To find raise there. Well played.
Yeah. Fun hand.
Do I get change, mate?
Yeah, certainly a lot of action in the early stages.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Oh, Sebastian, you changed.
TV table. TV table.
Usually he doesn't change. He believes like in bad luck or something like this.
Round 2 Balina. Ace 9 of hearts. 2.5x. Seemingly the standard raise size here. Just going to take this one down pre. Get the opportunity, David, to do any reconnaissance? Do we have any information on total number of runners in the main or the like?
Nope.
I know that you're a man, a very studious individual.
I spent my break recording an interview for my GPI Award long-listed podcast.
Very nice. Nice
So
little plug.
Didn't even get food.
You didn't?
No.
You didn't have time for something to eat?
No, I'm going to offer this one up.
500.
Chudinovsky, real hand.
Here we go. Wow, Chudinovsky is sitting with 20k. Not sure if he topped up. That's 3-bet, 10 bigs. Very interesting spot for Hadioglu.
Does have a 4-bet candidate.
Yeah, I mean, he's not folding. Whether we decide to peel or 4-bet. That's come with call. Banjasi deciding price is good enough. Has the button. Comes along Jack 9 of spades.
But does somebody want to play with us?
Everybody whiffs. Horrible board, of course, for 10s. King 3, queen. 2 diamonds.
Yeah, particularly tough board for the 10s.
I don't really think anybody can bet here. I'd be very surprised to see Jack 9 stabbing.
Yeah.
Turn is the 8 of clubs. 10's still best. Of course, can't know it.
One wonders if he'll just throw out a probey one now.
I don't think so. I don't think it achieves much, David. But he is reaching. One of these sort of real strange mergey type spots,
It
I
is a mergey
suppose. You know, are we trying to get a queen to folds? Trying to deny some equity, although we do have a club and diamond in hand.
I think also
blocking
just
flush draws.
We don't feel like we can call a bet, so maybe if we do this, we deprive 2 very capable opponents the opportunity to bluff that it's been checked to them twice.
Yeah, okay. I could see it.
Now, Banjasi, or Banksy as you've been calling him, we're now
come.
wondering if he's a flower thrower or is he a game changer.
I mean, he can't continue here, I don't think, with any real credibility. Does let it go.
So flower thrower, you're saying?
I'm not saying anything, David. Don't even know what that means. Oh, his famous painting. You're always one step ahead of me on the cultural references. I'm here to bring the analysis and a bit of banter. You're always a little too highbrow for me.
Or will he say, show me the money?
Oh, it's going to be a long night.
Oh, well, I've got some bad news for you. The next event here is the Carmen series. There's going to be a lot of opera references
you
for that
love
one.
it, don't you? Good lord. I
Well,
like a bit of opera, you know.
Well, don't you worry, Andrew Headley. I have decided that before the next stop, presuming Ali, James, yourself, myself will be here again.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Darryl Carney might be in the mix as well. Who knows? I will make sure everybody is furnished with YouTube links to at least 4 different performances of Carmen and at least 8 different cover versions of the Habanera. So everybody will be well versed. We can actually have a good old sing song together as well.
7 to everybody fold,
Nice,
huh?
it
Yeah?
would be nice. Go 7.
It's the
700.
minimum amount of
700.
research and preparation you should do.
Present.
All right.
700.
I promise to dig deep down into the ether of the internet and find some opera references.
Be warned, it's a bit raunchy. It's a sexy opera. There's something for everyone.
Operas can be
For
sexy.
a red-blooded man, there's something for everyone.
There is?
Well, the Habanera is a very sexy dance, and it starts off things, yeah.
Wow.
There's a lot of thigh
I'm at
slapping.
a bit of a loss.
There's a lot of thigh
A lot
slapping.
of thigh slapping, okay.
Yeah. And not in a sort of Scottish Highlands way.
Right, we're just going to leave this where it deserves to stay. Banjisi, Queen Jack off, Junovsky splashing around, King 9 off. Very wide peel. Joy with a very nice looking ace king. Here comes the squeeze. It's gone pretty small, out of position. 8 blinds. You typically want to go a lot bigger than this.
Just fall for 7-2. Last time it was a grand.
Not every hand.
They are very deep. Seems a little small to me, David. 8 blinds. Gonna get called in 2 spots a good amount. Ace king off. He's gonna get rid of Chinovsky though. Art going heads up. Trouble brewing for the artistry of Banjisi. Great flop for ace king. Top pair. Does come with c-bet. 325. Banjisi now, having called pre-flop squeeze, obligated to be sticky for 1 street. Let's call. Here we go. Jack of hearts. One of the worst cards in the deck for Joy.
No joy.
No joy indeed. This is pretty brutal, David. I just don't think we can bet again. Really only be denying hands like Queen 10, hand like Jack 10. Open ourselves up to get bluffed if we do bet. As it stands, checks it over.
I feel like we do have to call once.
This is pretty grim already.
But it's not comfortable.
Yeah, you really are at this stage. You do beat some hands, King 9, King 10 suited, Jack 10, Queen 10. There are some hands we can beat.
Yeah, out of position, concerned that he may not realize against some of the bluffs. And then, you know, if he is up against the kind of hand he's up against, he's only just about getting the price.
Yeah. Not a great situation. Yeah, correctly folds. Nice laydown.
Yeah, very well played in the end.
Go on YouTube, you'll be able to see what I had.
That's for sure. Zero doubt about that. He's going to check.
Yeah, Joy. Very disciplined laydown. Correctly so.
2 pairs is good.
Would you have a king? No?
Look at that, David. Even correctly announces 2 pairs of
I'm going to check now.
Ace king, ace king.
Ace king?
Yeah.
Threw it away?
Yeah.
What do you think I had then?
Some queen jack, something like that.
Fair enough.
King queen.
Fantastic work from Joy. He knows his opponent's exact holding. That's never the greatest feeling in the world, right?
That's good fun.
When your opponent just instantly correctly announces your hand.
Yeah. Bandersty active here. He's been in almost every pot of this session so far. Again with the Queen Jack. This time the suited variety up against the Ace King. This time in the hand of Igor.
Yeah, Eduard again, pretty wise. Don't try this at home. Peels Queen 8 off. Igor, like this sizing more, David. We want to juice it up.
Is that your raise?
Yeah, you know, we're over 100 bigs deep. That's a position though. Makes it 11 blinds. You know, if our opponents are going to be too loose pre, right, if they're going to put too much money in the pot, certainly an argument to increase your 3-bet sizes. Eduard here, this would be extremely inadvisable.
Bit of value
The chips
in
are
there
going in. Igor here, very favorable position. See here, 54% pre. 1700 in the middle. Everybody bricks. No diamond working for any of the 3 players. 10-7-3. Very difficult for Ace King to c-bet here. Would imagine this mostly checks through. Eduard. Does he have plans in mind? This is wild.
Wow.
My goodness.
Here we go.
My goodness.
Half pot.
Can I have a cappuccino
For
with
a
honey
third.
inside and 1 lemonade, please?
Igor. No backdoor flush draw. Would imagine he always continues with the ace of diamonds in hand.
Speaking of backdoors, Bandersty with
Yeah.
a fair few backdoors and overcards. Much more reason to get involved here against a loose opponent. He's obviously out of position, but...
Yeah, this is pretty wild from Eduard. We can see that it just might work. Bandersty though. 2 overcards. Backdoor straight and flush draws. Here we go.
We saw a hand a little earlier where he flatted in a slightly surprising situation, more surprising than this one actually, and then led turn. Tough now on the pairing 10.
I mean, if Eduard finds this, would be heroic in the extreme. 10 of spades pairs the board.
I think he will find the bet. Eduard seems like a bit of a bully, and it feels like he must have known one street of betting wouldn't get the job done that often, and he may have to tell a more sophisticated story across multiple streets. Here it is.
Pretty sick. Goes for a half pot. Bandersty here. I mean, nothing you can do, right?
Absolutely.
Look at that. Eduard. 3 ways. Somehow wins a pot of 4.4k with Queen 8 high. We did talk about the fine line between genius and madness.
That was all muscle.
It was. I like it.
I'm going to zoom out briefly, maybe take a look at some chip counts as our dealers switch over. Or maybe we won't.
Just the tunes.
We'll just enjoy a little interlude. Little wide shot of that beautiful set, it must be said, prepared of course by our great friends at Sharehand, who produce and staff this phenomenal stream, it must be said. Every single festival themed differently, and while yes, in the early days we did express some amount of concern for these birds as they descended towards the windmill, as we see he is doing now. I have to say, overall, a beautiful stage.
It's fantastic.
And you see it, you walk down in the room, it's a very dramatic entrance into this poker room. You come down this sort of big staircase. About halfway down the staircase, the room comes into view. The stage is immediately visible right there in the middle at the back. And then as you come down those later steps, it kind of opens up and you see the entire vista.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a little read of your article earlier and liked this saying you said, the biggest little card room in the world. And it's just fantastic here. Tournaments, cash, It's a little something for everyone. PLO and No Limit. Speaking of a little something for everyone, Volodymyr. Cold finding jacks. A little tricky, facing under the gun open, and hijack 3-bet. Here comes the cold 4. I think this is how we have to proceed here, David. I'm going to raise it up.
Yeah, and tough one now for the Lion here versus Vladimir's 4-bet range.
I think we just call. Do have position. Hands are definitely a little too strong to fold. And I don't think we want a 5-bet fold ace king off.
Can we 5-bet shove it?
I don't think so. Not for 200
10K?
blinds. I don't believe you can. I would imagine he just calls.
Yeah, I do prefer that line, to be honest.
Yeah. You know, we can still be ahead, right? Some hands like ace queen suited, ace jack suited that get spicy.
Hi, we are unable. Good.
9, 8. Jack's still best. I think we're supposed to do a ton of checking here. Deep stack cash, not my absolute forte. You know, hands like aces and kings here, David, we're not happy with this texture. You know, look to pot control. I'd imagine he checks.
It's a weird one because there are sometimes these situations in poker where your range wants to check, but your hand actually wants to bet.
Sure.
And in that case, it sort of depends on where you feel more loyal. Do you feel loyal to the balance of your game, or do you feel loyal to that pocket jacks and helping him out most often?
I think this one just fits really nicely into check. And we always get to see a turn. Can induce some bluffs. Pot control. I hear you though. I'm with you.
I wonder if the Lion, wondering if a hand like aces, kings, certainly queens, would check this one. Wondering if he is up against something like tens or jacks and if he can begin to tell
really
a story.
interesting. Here he comes.
Have you ever watched it?
I'd imagine we
Pardon?
can do
Have
some
you ever
small
watched it
betting,
live?
targeting. The problem
ever
is
watched
we
it?
start
If I
targeting a
don't
hand
watch
like
it,
ace
have you
king,
ever
right, to try and
before
get it to
watched
fold down the streets, and we
Yeah.
have ace king.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which isn't
They've
ideal.
got commentary.
But combinatorically, even when we have ace king, there's probably just as many
There
other
is.
ace kings as there are pairs.
Yeah. Let's go bet call, as we would expect.
Sorry. And by pairs, I mean over pairs.
Sure. 7 of spades, no change. Jack's still best. Badugi turn. No flush draws working. This is tough to find a barrel off. You know, we really will be targeting one pair holdings if we decide to run it here.
Yeah, pocket tens, pocket jacks, and ace king would be our targets for folds. Tens may not even fold now that they're open-ended. Weirdly, I think in this spot, tens a better hand than jacks.
Absolutely, with the open ender working for it. We can leverage pressure on these one pair holdings.
Yeah,
just really an awkward all-round situation with ace king high. Does shut it down. Not surprised to see it.
A nigh impossible four-liner now. Don't think there's any 6x in either range.
Yeah, this feels like just check or tiny block, and I'm not sure about that in a deep stack cash game. Does just check.
Hoping to get a chop.
The Lion gives it up. Sees a hand he probably expects to see a lot. Just deciding he didn't like his combo for a multi-barrel bluff. Volodymyr delighted to rake that one in, facing no more pressure.
Yeah, Vlad, the Impaler in that case.
Very good. Would have been fun to see a card like a 10 or a jack, because I think the IP player has lots of straights, whereas the cold 4-better should have a lot less. Fun one. Small pot goes the way of Vlad.
below 5.5 cards, it's open.
He's now being called Banksy. I'm not messing.
Is he really? Brilliant. They've updated it.
They've changed his name to Banksy from Banjasi.
Edward.
I don't know if that's our team having a bit of fun with us or if it's actually what he didn't want to be called.
Yeah. Edward bringing us the action. That was a magic hand, the Queen 8 off. Not to be tried at home, but he got it through. Does open here for 5x. He's certainly our table wild card thus far. Volodymyr in position. Peels with Queen 10 of hearts. As you would expect, playing very deep. Sevens still best. Jack 5-5 and Jack of hearts. Of course, very key card. Volodymyr wrapping around it nicely. Interesting to get a glimpse here into how Edward proceeds with these type of marginal hands out of position. Is going to come with around about a third. Volodymyr's not going to fold here. Wrapping around that Jack of hearts, I'd be shocked. Yeah, it does flick the call. And here we go. We get the fun turn. 9 of hearts. Volodymyr open-ended straight flush draw. Edward, look at this. Very surprised to see this. He's going for another small one, David. Not too sure what this achieves. I guess, you know, targeting maybe a hand like ace-10 of spades, right? Ace-10 of diamonds, these type of holdings that decide to peel one. And then we'll fold. And like sixes, it's very thin to bet turn. And look at this. Love this from Volodymyr. Senses weakness, pounces.
Yeah, and it's kind of mandatory here. Even if you're up against a jack, you got to rep the 5 when you get this turn card.
Yeah. Yeah, very good point, David. Even a hand as strong as, you know, a king jack, going to be worried that they could be up against a slow played sort of 5-6 suited, ace-5 suited holding. Pocket 9s, of course, in there.
Guys,
this is, if Edouard continues here, it's pretty sick.
Yeah, no decision really here from Edouard. It would be a shocker if he continued in the hand.
I stand
Prepare yourself to be shocked, Andrew Headley.
I'm not that shocked. Edouard, spicy.
Is he going to raise and then be met with...
Just going to call. I mean, there are a bunch of semi-bluffs, David, right? We know that Volodymyr is going to float.
And now he's got a terrible bluff candidate on the river.
Thank you.
This is pretty sick. Loving it in the booth. Edouard.
Couldn't you take massage?
Backdoor heart is a kind of hand that Edouard could have, but when you're blocking it so heavily, I don't know if you want to fire out again.
Is Edouard going to lead? This would be pretty outrageous. You know, perhaps not wanting to face a bet himself, David. Wouldn't advise it. Here it comes.
Can I just say as well, the double riffle, very intimidating.
This is an absurd hand. Oh, can he find it? Doesn't look like it body language-wise. Edouard. My goodness.
He thinks he was bluffing.
And he shows the 7s.
It was good, he says. La la la. Oh, I'm loving Edouard. What a character. The guys are signing their lives away here. What's it? Someone's come in with notepad and pen for everyone. I assume they have to give away their image rights to us. If you get bluffed on live stream, do we have permission to clip it and send it out into the ether with lots of lols and smiley faces?
Yeah.
I think that's what they signed away for there.
What a hand. Edouard. Right, I'm just going to give up strategy calling what he's going to do. Although I did predict the river lead somehow. Not sure how.
Edouard theory optimal.
Yes. I mean, he's found a way, David, to win 2 pots that nobody else is going to win. So you've got to respect it. And here he comes, 890. Sitting with 24K. Certainly the table captain so far. Panadero perhaps aware of how wide Edouard can be. I think this is an adjustment, David. I don't think you're going to play King 10 off here versus UTG of many players. Obviously wants to get in there in position. Banksy. Going to complete his 5-0. Panadero best. Edouard gut shot. And a 9 of clubs in hand.
Oh, Edouard's going nowhere.
Probably not versus 1 bet. I think Panadero can go both ways, David. I think you can bet or check here. Does decide on small bet. Picks up 2 callers. Can't love it. Banksy, sticky with bottom pair. No club in hand, but does call 1. Edouard, of course, not folding to 1 bet. Drawing to the nuts. Awkward situation for Panadero, David, I think, already. You're not loving it.
Nope.
Mediocre king.
Although you're up against 2 fairly loose opponents, so it's the wrong 10.
Is the wrong 10. Happy in that you've now outdrawn a hand like King Jack, King Queen.
Oh.
Unhappy in that the front door flush completes. The door is open. Edouard. Oh, he does? Yeah.
I would have bet.
Listen, he knew he was getting called.
I would have put good money on Edouard.
Take the PLO from the massage girl.
Me too. I think Panadero now, when Edouard, you know, snap checks, the only person you're really worried about having a flush potentially is Banksy, and he will bet a bunch of them himself.
On the chair.
Right? But probably should seek value, and he has deduced that his hand is best. Yeah, I like this. Let's try and target worst king. Target some kind of hand that might do something heroic. Turn itself into a bluff. Nice hand, Panadero. Loving Edouard already.
Oh.
Wild card. He's gone. He's gone. He'll be back.
Yeah, he's just one of those sort of breath of fresh air players who clearly loves his poker, chortling away, big belly laugh when he gets it through. It's like gentle needles, like you can't take it too personally. He's just in there for fun. He's going to try and test you out with some funky lines, some unorthodox stuff, and it's great. It's a great advertisement for this room and the sort of dynamics that we create here and the players that are willing to gamble it up and put you to the test. But you know, if you can meet that test, maybe there's some good spots for you too.
Yeah, we reference this regularly on stream. Of course, predominantly we cover tournaments, but there are constantly infinite cash games running, PLO and Hold'em. Great place to come and play poker. As we see Igor kicks us off, ace-6 of spades. Banksy has also shown himself to be very liberal. Gonna call. This is very wide. Jack 9-0. Does flop a gut shot with a middling flush draw. Arguably flops best on this board, of course. With just Jack high. Turn is the 10 of
Well, that's
hearts.
a beautiful card, isn't it?
It changes nothing.
He means it too.
Does mean it.
Don't
Goes
show
for
seven
immediate
moves.
value.
Okay, good.
Shows his hand. Takes down a small one. I think I'm loving the most, about Edouard. You know, you should never make snap judgments. But you know, when you first look at him, you're like, that's a scary customer, right?
Oh.
He looked like pretty terrifying.
Oh, he's terrifying.
All the bling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then he shows bluffs to sevens and just looks like the sweetest man in the world. Little chuckle.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like, what's the character from, that has like the Russian accent, who's sort of is he a vampire? No, he's Oh,
You've lost
I'm
me.
usually better on this stuff. Steve Carell voices him.
Oh, from Despicable Me?
Despicable Me.
Yeah.
Kind of has a, you
Yeah,
know,
okay.
you know, the kind of villain, but he's not really. He's
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
very likable.
Actually has a heart of gold.
Thank you for saving me there. It would have taken me a while to Google Steve Carell, voice artist.
I'm proud of myself.
Pixar.
Movie references. Cards back in the air. You are just joining us, guys. 25.50, no limit hold'em cash game.
Yeah, give us a like, give us a subscribe there. The subscribe is an important one, guys, because we do notify you then with the start times of the streams. If you're in the UK, Ireland, sort of western part of Europe, it's going to be early-ish in the morning, I guess, from a poker player's point of view, kind of 10:30 streams. But you know, you get a little bell, could be like a little alarm clock for you to wake up and tune in. Watch Andrew Headley win the Western main event.
Oh, that would be nice. Who's up at 10 in the morning, though? Come on. Is that a thing?
I've been up for 3 hours already. I've already brought my kids to school. I've already had my first coffee. I've probably written an article already.
I'm in my bed, pal. Joy. I'm going to take the betting lead here. Intriguing decision. The Lion going to be sticky for a street. Single raise pot. Diamond comes in. Joy, would imagine, thinks he's bluffing on the turn. He's bluffing on the turn. Deuce of Diamonds is the dream to continue the story. Probably believes he's targeting at like 9x, maybe a 6x, pocket 7s, pocket 8s type holdings. I'm going to go after those.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Bluffing with the best hand here.
Yeah, 275. We're just a shade over half pot. I mean, the Lion really, it's a pretty dreadful combo to consider anything heroic. Looks like a hand funeral to me. And is. Joy probably thinks he got away with one.
It's a very harsh segue back to poker action, as if the audience watching are more interested in analysis of the poker on screen and want to listen to less about my domestic life. I feel like you cut me off early there. I was about to talk about how I go to the supermarket early in the morning.
Nice.
Too, sometimes.
Are you the guy that has the list of shopping all done?
No.
I just roll in there and I'm like,
I
that
roll
looks pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm that guy. I roll in for
Yeah.
sure. There might be like, I might have been told or sent a photograph of a little thing we have on the fridge which has a, you know, things we definitely need.
Right.
I could send that with like 2 or 3 things.
Right.
But no, I'm winging it from there on.
Yeah. I never know what I need. Just roll in. I'm like, look at that. That looks great. That's shiny and distracting. Give me 3 of them.
Well,
I'm like, I need an entire rotisserie chicken. It's 8:30 at night. I've had my dinner. I want one of them. That looks good. Give me that. Why not?
I'll tell you something else that's shiny and distracting. Pocket Kings.
Yes.
Or the Django's, as I like to call them here at the Western Series, because, you know, famous cowboy Django.
Interesting. Banksy. He is messing around. And this one could get spicy. Overpair still best for Nuri. Top pair for Joy. Open-ended straight draw for Banksy. Igor, pocket 6s with that club in hand. He is going to be the one to announce himself. Small bet makes some sense, multi-way. Nuri. Might be time to raise, David, I would suggest. Small bet and call.
600.
Yeah, very nice. Makes it 600. Banksy very upset with this development.
Yeah, if there was a spade on board, he might consider an audacious bluff here, rep sets and have, you know. open-ender with the backdoor potential, but I
Sure.
think without that, you can probably just bin this now.
Absolutely love how his body language. He's just like, yeah, I'm really weak. don't care that you know. Let's get out of the way. Igor now in a grim spot, David.
Yeah, obviously 6 of clubs in hand, but it doesn't feel like enough facing 2 bets. And Joy against Nuri.
Let's have a little look at the next cards, dealer.
Can we have a little look? Can we do a little rabbit hunt there?
See the
if
next
there's
cards.
To see more
Cheeky
cards.
ace.
Next
Very
one.
well played by
All of
Nuri.
them.
Next one.
Like it.
For $5, all of
3
them.
times. Nice bet, man.
Like it, Nuri. Thin the field, get value with that overpair.
Tidy.
Chased out a bunch of equity. Nicely done. Leave Edouard back in his seat. We've already seen Banksy and Edouard driving the action, getting in there. Lots of speculative holdings. Everybody else just sort of feeling out the temperature. Nobody getting too out of line.
No, it's been good poker, to be honest. Good poker from Edouard too. He's definitely bringing a different set of rules.
He is.
But you need that, you know, like that's sort of the beauty of this game. You know, we talk a lot about solvers and GTO, and this can kind of really like drag you into the weeds of what the right and wrong thing to do are. But actually, in reality, when you have a live one at the table, everyone has to adjust to him. Well, then everyone's range is changing, and everyone's adjusting to the fact that everyone else is adjusting. So suddenly, you get one live one in a game. Even the most skilled GTO exponents are going to start deviating
The bet over a grand if
wildly
you had 7
with one
two.
another.
I have to defend them.
And that's what poker is.
That's a double
That's
block.
actually poker,
7 deuce,
as opposed
7 deuce,
to
7 deuce.
solver land.
Yeah. As we see Volodymyr flopped the best of it. Top pair with the jack kicker. Not much working for Panadero or Edouard. Really never know what this man's going to do. I would have imagined he would check, but that's not going to happen. That's 200. Yeah. Volodymyr content to call.
Yeah, and given what Vladimir's seen already, he may just have to buckle up, put on his big boy pants here, call 3 times if necessary, as horrible as the board may run out.
Yeah, I think he's going to be very happy to call to the first 2 streets. Third one would be a test if it were to come. Let's go check, check. Queen of clubs, river. Going to be pretty convinced his hand is best.
Okay, thank you.
You would imagine Edouard barrels ace, queen, ace, king for value on the turn. Hands like ace 10, ace 9, and sets. Going to go ahead and seek value himself. Comes with block.
Yeah, looking to get called by a weak ace here.
Yeah.
And I think Edouard would call with a weak ace, so...
Yeah, well played. Takes down a small one.
A reminder for you guys listening in, watching this cash game, we will be coming back to you with tournament coverage, day 2 to be exact, of our main event here, $3,300 event. Got a $1.5 million guarantee on that one, which I think we've already smashed. 1D is up and running, 1C is still happening, although I don't think there's much play left. I think it may be ending around now. 1D will carry on for a few more hours, and then of course you can just enter straight into day 2. So
Yeah.
there's plenty more registrations to come.
Gotta say, the structure is pretty unreal. Very good. 9 more levels of play tomorrow. To be covered by David, James, and Mr. Ali Nahad.
You've got 400k, give or take, Andrew, I know.
Someone fancied
How many
it.
big blinds is that? Are you coming back to big blinds?
Every
2K?
time
come back to
someone
David,
is
just going to a quick
showing what
commercial.
I'm afraid of.
We are lucky because he didn't take a lot.
Answer my question, Andrew Headley, as I was so rudely cut off by those fabulously produced ads. How many big blinds do you have?
They really are fabulous, aren't they? I believe we go back to 3K big blind, so I have 130
lovely
bigs. And yeah, 1 hour clock. It's great. Lots of play, 9 levels. Hopefully you can just have a nice smooth. First day was super smooth, so I take another one of those. We sort of slowly accumulated.
Well, look, we'll get you on the stream early just in case something goes wrong. You should have seen the daggers he threw at me there. Banksy in the mix here, calling the overbet with Jack 6 of hearts.
Yeah, this is gangster from both.
This is graffiti poker.
I like this adjustment from Joy. He's obviously seen that Edouard is just too wide. So he's deciding here, I'm going to try and get the pot heads up, right? I'm going to 3-bet 6s. You know, not a hand you typically see people use often enough, in my opinion. They will just use it as a pure set mine, but nice to mix in a 3-bet. And he gets a very favorable board.
Yeah, speaking of atypical, don't expect to flop an overpair when you get in there with 6s.
Yeah, Banksy here, put the spanner in the works. And imagine he's not folding if he's calling this 3-bet. Look at this, that's a raise. Wow, 1200. There's Joy in a very awkward spot.
I guess he can just put it in, but it feels very dicey. You could be up against 10s, maybe.
That's the problem here, is that you feel as if with the action pre,
2,300.
that we don't face many semi-bluffs, right? Like normally a semi-bluff here, I mean, what's it going to be? A hand like pocket 5s, right? Something like this. There aren't too many. You know, you're not going to give your opponent Jack 6 of hearts here, for example, right? That cold calls. So like you just referenced, David, you do run the risk of your opponent just having a hand like Jacks.
Wow, look at this.
I mean, you can't fold. Can't fold yet.
Well, stack to pot ratio 0.7 to 1. Will Banksy send it in? Hey. Oh, he's going to take a different tact.
Strange.
The shove might have worked. I don't know if the 800 will work to this specific holding. I mean, but then he may well actually go for it on the river and just take this incredibly deft little line. Is he got any ace-5 suited? Given the overcall, it's a bit...
We're telling that story.
Cheeky.
Can we have a trap like aces?
Oh.
Suggest not. With Edouard still in there, you probably just juice it a little bit more. You know, it's one of these. Joy, very confusing spot.
Very
tough. David, for sure.
Because you do think that all of the hands that he sort of best represents, the 10s, the 9s, might just stick it in here.
I don't think we can fold. This is the thing. We're getting such a ridiculous price. Hand can still be good in some universe. We can see in this universe it is good. Our drawing to 4-5s to make the effective nuts.
So does Banksy have this?
I mean, if
40% shell,
it would be pretty sick. Big river coming. We can see a 5 would be boring for us. We get the board pair 3. My word, he's found the jam. Oh my goodness, and who bluffs here?
What a play! What a play, what a player.
It's not repping much, David, right? We have the 9s, 10s, Jacks. Are we really doing this?
No, we're more into that trappy stuff you talked about
that's
now.
it though, right?
The aces and kings.
Narrowing. The problem for Joy is if Banksy overcalls deuces through 4s and he finds the call.
Jack.
Very nicely sniffed out. Banksy felted. Look at this. Joy.
Well played, mate. Well played, guys.
Thank you. Pocket 6s. Finds the hero. Correctly so. Banksy. Looks like GG for him. Walks away from the table. Pretty sick sniff out from Joy. Well played. Banksy, a little too out of line, David. I think Joy also just sees his opponent, knows he's been in every pot, so probably just widens that perceived pre-flop range and thinks that there's just too much nonsense. Not going to fold my 6s.
Yeah.
For the price. Shove turn would have been interesting.
I think shove turn works.
So
Because I think that's what a sort of a, oh no, I don't want to see any more overcards, pocket
gonna put
tens
it
does. And then you get to rep more of that middling stuff that, as it turns out, you really want to be able to against the sixes.
Yeah. Well played, Joy.
I will sit there next round.
Up to 10k in front of him.
It's not possible? Why?
Because we should start.
Really? Okay.
Edward's back. Well, no shortage of action here on our feature table. Clearly, after that PLO game broke earlier, fabulous game in and of itself, they found us another great game in the room to give center stage to. Was this game going on already, or did they quickly assemble it?
Really not sure. We did not get clarification either way. They did have it ready to roll, so...
Yeah, very quick turnaround, half an hour.
Maybe it was already running, and they said, you guys want to hop up on the feature? You see the lion receive a walk. I don't think it was planned, right? I don't think we had plans for 25-50 no limit.
No.
But there was so much blood on the carpet in the 5100 PLO, that game broke. Very interesting disconnect between name and demeanor.
Do you think it's an ironic?
Could be.
Ironic name.
Like the biggest guy in the prison, Tiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could well be.
Yeah.
You only see one card of Joy.
I feel like he should be called Insouciant.
Can I change it in the
You're too smart for your own good, honestly.
Roman? ¿Dónde está
I feel
Roman?
like you swore at me in French. We are going 5 ways. I'm not sure if the dealer shuffled. Deuce B4, like a magnet to this board. Joy with a potential flush draw. Don't see his other card. Edward, top pair in a gut shot, has flopped. You could argue best. Volodymyr in here with 9s. Overpair to the board. I'm going to come in for a small bet. Goes with half pot. Look to define the ranges of his opponents.
I wonder if Edward comes with call or raise. I wouldn't be surprised with either with this man. I do prefer call.
I think call multi-way. Let's see if anyone behind has anything good. Joy gets out of the way. Maybe a hand like ace 10. Turn is the 3 of hearts. Volodymyr does have the 9 of hearts. Not going to be loving this card. Nice to have 9 of hearts back up.
It's become a check call maybe against someone like Edward.
I think so. No, reaching. Again, against these players who have such a wide range, you may start to expand your turn value bets. Right. So now targeting 5s through 8s, ace 4. You know, Edward could just be in there with ace 4 off, right? We've seen him in there with lots of different holdings. Ace deuce off. If he starts to have all of these, all of the pairs, bunch of the 4 and deuce X with an ace, starts to become more attractive to bet again. You also get to see the river a good amount. You know, if your opponent somehow has a better hand, like a hand like 10s.
Yeah, and
not going to get raised.
Every reason to believe as well that Edward could have an ace here.
Sure.
And you can just get that hand to fold away its equity, which is always nice.
Yeah, it's going to be sticky.
Wow. This is a sticky call.
Yeah, very.
And now he may have made an awkward bet for himself.
Yeah, this is a really bad river, of course, for Edward. If Volodymyr did have a flush, we, of course, beat that now. Can beat a hand like ace of hearts. queen, although I don't believe it bets flop ever, so you can normally rule these hands out. He's going to go for straight value, Vladimir. Nice read of the situation. Figures himself to be up against a worse pair, and he is right. Very low morale spot for Edward. Feels compelled to flick it in. Gets the bad news. And Vladimir, beautifully played, David. Got the max.
Yeah, just kept control of that pot the
Yeah,
whole
he
way
really did.
through.
Really did.
So we take a bird's eye view of our players. Lovely flourish of camera work there.
Straddle is on. Love to see it in the booth.
Oh, Edward. 6-9 suited.
It's a straddle.
Oh, and Igor, assuming the 7-deuce game is on, with an opportunity to isolate here and maybe isolate big, 500 or 600. Be such a great result for him to get heads up against Edward with the betting lead. He's going to go 500. Remember, 100 from each player. I think 7 at the table right now. So, 7-deuce game being on. A huge factor in this hand. Joy with the 7-8 suited, dominating the 7-deuce. Wonder if he's ever considering that possibility. Does actually let it go. They're always tricky with Edward behind. Exactly what Igor would have wanted. Get heads up against Edward, who probably has the widest range, and then try to take it down on flop or turn. You could always flop something as well. 7-deuce can end up being a winner. And an absolutely beautiful board for Igor to fire on here. He does actually have a backdoor flush draw, but more importantly, on a paired board, very unlikely for Edward to have connected. This will almost certainly work, although we've said that before with Edward and been surprised.
I can't see him find and continue here, David. No backdoor spade. This would be pretty wild. We've seen it already. Oh my goodness, find it.
And
extra dynamic, right? The 7-deuce. Would it fold? Oh my word, Edward, you legend. Finds a raise.
Does Igor sniff this out, figuring that he's got the good ace, king, king, queen kind of stuff with his line, and Edward more likely to, you know, play possum if he did have a king of his own and just flat. So actually this might get sniffed out, Andrew Headley. We might be in
for he's gonna float. This is sickness.
Yeah, I like it because I don't think he expected to ever face a raise, and now he's very suspicious of the raise.
The problem is, does Edward slow down? Because if he doesn't, then this gets pretty grim pretty quick. Igor obviously with the plan to bet river when Edward checks back. Current plan, and he does.
Doesn't have to now.
We river showdown.
Yeah, and I think that might change everything. Can he just decide?
Yeah, I think
it's fine. I can just check call.
I think we can. Edward very unlikely to raise a hand like an 8. I think. He is going to go ahead and sort of merge it.
I'd be so frightened of these small bets against this
man.
Look
at this.
Slap your 7-deuce down, sir.
You didn't believe me that I had the kings?
I just wanted to win the 7-deuce and take 100 more from you. Wow. Nice.
Fantastic stuff. Edward.
That was, I'm more surprised that he done it, you know?
Very jovial character. Love to see it.
5,350. Exactly.
Because of your strada. Because of your strada there.
Fun hand there. 7 deuce game, always enlivening a cash game session.
Yeah, brilliant.
If you're watching at home and you've never played it in your own home game, always great fun to add it into the mix. We'll create a few crazy pots, some memorable
Should have
moments.
raised on the turn.
Yeah, turn is a problem.
I know.
Yes, we see Edward. Wake up with a real one. Ace King.
Mai aduce. Știe că e loc liber, nu cred că nu știe.
That's 3-bet. Nuri peeling. Does that flop him? Bottom pair. Jack 9 deuce. Here are deuces. With the backdoor nut flush draw. Certainly not folding.
7.
Look at this. Gonna turn it into a bluff. Look at this. Edward snap peels. Wonder if Nuri reads anything into the timing. Oh my goodness. This is big, big trouble for Edward. Turns top pair, best kicker. Nuri with the very disguised top and bottom. Would have been interesting if he found a check, David. As it stands, 1K called by Edward. Backdoor diamonds complete. Queen 10 gets there. Not a comfortable board for ace deuce. Nuri, comfortable enough.
Ace jack.
It's 2K. Edward on the right lines, immediately announcing ace jack. It's not ace jack, but it is 2 pairs. Does pay it off. 10K pot going the way of Nuri. Unfortunate run out for Edward.
Ace deuce.
It's
Felt
not the
compelled
7 deuce,
to
but
call it off, even though he was
we're getting there.
pretty strong in his read.
Andrew Headley, on that note, I'm going to have to bid you a good
I'm
day,
really
sir,
surprised
and
that-
a best of
I'm
luck
really
in
surprised that you
the
go-
tournament tomorrow. I will
I'm
be
really
rooting for
surprised
you.
that you played it,
my
Igor.
friend.
I will be back in the booth. I guess I will see you briefly to tag back in a little later on, but if we don't get an opportunity to speak, be well.
Oh, the James Dempsey send-off. Yeah, thank you to Mr. David Lappin. Gonna step out of the booth. Myself and James will take you through the next 75 minutes or so of action here. 25.50. No limit hold'em cash game.
I have it. Sometimes I have, sometimes I don't. You will see.
Three bet here from the Lion. 2-350. King Jack of Hearts. Edward in there. Jack 7 of Spades.
What did you have?
Ace 5.
Ace 5.
The mixed mark, there. Mixed mark.
King 5, 6, no?
10, 5, 3 with 2 diamonds. Edward comes up empty. Just Jack high. No real backdoors working. Uncomfortable spot for the Lion. Does decide to c-bet 300. Around about 40%. Gonna get the job done. Edward, just Jack high. No backdoor potential, lets it go. Rocky rocky few moments for Edouard. We did see him execute those two big bluffs. Brave bluffs. Most people not finding them, that is for sure. Rocky few moments. We'll look to recalibrate. As Mr. James Dempsey rejoins me in the booth. How are you, James?
Daddy's home.
Oh.
What's going on? Bansky, is that the Bansky? Has he finally been unmasked?
This is what we said. Is it,
oh,
has he chosen
it's,
this
it's an obvious joke, but I thought maybe you'd missed it.
Of course not. We've been saying it non-stop.
All right, that shows how much I've been paying attention. There is a rather, well, rather not important, but there's a foot match going on. They've had my eye on.
Oh, yes.
My beloved Brighton are currently playing a thrilling 0-0 draw with Wolves.
Oh, that never happens with Brighton. It's always goals.
We try.
Yeah. Brighton and both teams to score was what you told me for about 9 months.
It's only missed twice this season,
yeah,
I think.
Insane.
Or maybe just once, actually.
Oh,
no, we kept a clean sheet at some point. It was amazing. We celebrated like we won the cup. Anyway, talk to me about the poker. What's been going on? Oh, Nuri's in the mix. Okay.
He is.
Familiar face.
Yeah, we saw him just play a very nice pot with top and bottom pair against Edouard. He's been pretty out of the line. Burned his fingers. Floated the flop check raise. Turned top pair. Very disguised top and bottom for Nuri, who had turned that ace deuce into a bluff on the flop. Had to pay it off. We've got Edouard there in seat 4. Driving the action in there with lots of different hands.
He looks like the kind of guy. They've
has
given him more space to sit at the table. It's like he's the main star. You got to separate, put him center frame.
Absolutely. Had been table captain, bluffing away, firing away. Banksy to his right, also in there with a lot of very wide holdings. So they're the two kind of wild cards. Rest of the table, somewhat snug. Sort of feeling things out. We saw a very nice hero call from Joy. He did stack Banksy with a pretty large hero. Banksy back in the mix. So we see Edouard back in there, ace-3 off under the gun. Don't try it at home. Joy looks to ISO with a 3-bet. Makes it 350 to go. Edouard in there, defending ace-3.
All right, so we're playing.
We're playing. He is in there, not afraid. Jack 4-4.
No tippy-tappy nonsense.
Let's have the ace of spades working for him. We know he's not afraid to bluff it off. Saw a wild one multi-way with queen 8 off. He got through. Got 2 better hands to fold. 9 of hearts turn. Ace 10 of diamonds still best. Joy content to check back.
Yeah, a bit of a nothing hand really, this one, the way it's progressed, isn't it?
Sure.
The ace 10 figures to just win a bunch anyway.
Check, check.
Hoping to get the showdown. You must be happy anyway. Back in your beloved Hold'em streets.
Ah, flourishing. You know what? Really enjoyed.
You did, didn't you?
PLO. I did. Opened my eyes to some possibilities. I think it just helps with your hand reading and stuff, right? I think that that's something to be said, of course, always, to add a string to your bow.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. I did enjoy it.
It's funny you say that because I remember back in the day when you were, I'm going to say when you were a young nipper, but you're only a couple of years younger than me, although maybe you look a little bit younger than me. More than 2. I know, I'm being kind. It's
Thanks,
weird.
mate.
I don't feel comfortable doing it. But I sort of started playing poker, and I was playing a mix of 2 games. I was playing Hold'em.
Yeah.
And I just, for whatever reason, just got into Omar High-Low. It was a game that ran on Party, and I was like, this is like fun. And just the amount of times you end up going down streets and recognizing boards changing and all this, it really does make your other games better. Especially your Hold'em becomes a little bit better because you're thinking a little bit more about other stuff that maybe you haven't thought of before.
Yeah, I can absolutely see it. When I leave this wonderful place.
You're in, aren't you? We've converted you to the
I
great
am
game.
in. I think I'm in. I'm just going to go home and test myself, you know. Low stakes, just get some volume in. Play some hands. Speaking of playing hands, Banksy's image as well, James, is incredibly wide.
Okay.
So, going to get action in spots like this a lot more than some others. We did see him cold call a 3-bet with Jack 6 of hearts, for example. He's in the mix. So
Joy not experiencing too much, but Have we been sort of seeing splashy calls, these kind of spots? No, it doesn't look like it.
Not from Joy, but I don't expect Panadero.
Oh, he does give the respect.
All right. One thing I will say.
Nuri sort of looked there like at him like, how did you get that through?
Yeah.
Like that just goes to the point of what you were saying. A little surprised that Bangsy didn't get any action.
Yeah, potentially he has entered most pots with call. You
Right.
know, not shown much, not shown too many squeezes. So maybe players picking up on it. So Nuri, James, you know him well. I don't outwardly immediately recognize him.
Just seen him on streams here, going deep in some of the tournaments.
Yeah.
Right.
From Barcelona.
From Spain to here.
Yeah.
Yeah, holds himself very well.
Yeah, it looks the type who spent a bit of time
Does.
at a poker table, doesn't he?
Where you got to change? Go Larnaca.
Yeah. I had to go first to Frankfurt.
Germany.
Yeah, Panadero being very disciplined. Sort of recognizing, I think, hijack a little too early at the table to make this call.
No, actually.
Well, I'm not sure, James. You have two players behind who are going to enter the pot with call a lot, right, and not going to squeeze you out. I wouldn't have minded a little adjustment there with deuces.
Yeah.
Although having said that, here we go. Edward going to bump it up.
Wow, all right.
Yeah.
The Lion. We've got some names here.
Oh, I know. I'd love to see it.
The Lion. Has he been lion-like?
Not yet.
Okay. Well,
more like alley cat.
Sometimes the lion sleeps tonight.
Oh, brilliant.
They do sleep most of the day, and then they burst into action. So give him time.
Yeah.
2 Jack 10s, 9-9-7 board. Eagles Ace 5, somehow the best here.
Yeah.
But Edward, if you're 3-betting, this feels like a board he's going to want to continue on, doesn't it?
We haven't seen many boards that Edward doesn't want to continue on. Does find a check here.
Not that much, but that of course.
Igor sandwiched here.
Oh, but
he's looking.
He's glancing.
There is a lot of.
He's reaching.
You cannot relax.
Here he goes.
Seaside.
Interesting.
I mean, if it's night and you are drunk, it's not a good idea, of course. I'm not
Banksy's not folding this, I'll tell you that. I will make the prediction. Oh no.
When I was last time there.
I mean, so far, all you've done in this booth is lie to
no.
me. You tell me he's going to get called in squeezing pots. You tell me he's going to c-bet. You tell me there's going to be a call. It's just
quite troubling for me, considering I will be playing this variant tomorrow.
The tournaments, they play a little bit more standardized. Ooh, nice when you barrel, as Igor did. Find the ace. Although, kind of hands that Edward maybe 3-bets with and check calls this flop with might be some of the ace-king, ace-queen types.
This feels like a check, right, for Igor.
Yeah.
In position, just pot control, pick off some bluffs.
Yeah, pot control, allow your opponent to bluff. Most seem like good reasons.
Are we wrong again? No, thank the Lord.
I like it. I mean, we can bet. It's all dependent on the situation. You can bet there and then check back rivers, but I like this. But if you say Edward's a very aggressive player, checking back here, surely he then wants to stab at the ace.
I mean, you'd imagine he has to bluff here against perceived range of Igor, right?
Right.
A lot of pocket pairs and some 7x in there that we can attack.
Edward 3-betting from the small blind.
This is very confusing.
You just lied to me. That's what it is. They've all been just.
I promise. Didn't lie.
Single raise pots, lots of checking going on, right?
I don't know what's going on, James. No, genuinely surprised to see Edward has shown himself very capable. I think perhaps just took 2 large hits in the not too distant past. Maybe just adjusting now, James, and deciding, all right, I'm going to have it next time. As we look at the counts.
There we go. Igor, the big winner thus far. Edward getting stung a little bit for now. Vansky, obviously the shortest stack, but bought in pretty shallow. Seems like a game to me that is primed to bubble. Vladimir, Joy also winning. I think it's interesting when you look at stack sizes in the cash game. You see the players who are deep stacked but losing. They've been firing, getting themselves out of it. And reasonable to presume, I guess, that this game maybe had started before we started the stream, or did they buy them with level stacks? Do you remember?
No, there was certainly some different stacks. So I presume that the TD said to the floor, right, PLO game's winding up.
Yeah.
We want a Hold'em game.
Who wants it?
Lads, who wants it?
Yeah.
I think so. Because I don't think it was planned, James, to have
no
limit. So
obviously we scheduled that PLO, but the PLO just blew itself up early
it
on.
did. It blew hot and cold, and then finally it blew out.
So much crazy action.
Oh, by the way, to let you know, 7-deuce game in play, James. 100 a man.
Okay,
so
okay.
We're 100 a man, pretty large, right? So we're seeing some.
Yeah, a couple of blinds.
Yeah. We are seeing a lot of action.
So the line is roaring.
Now, Panadero knows the game is on.
Right. Does change ranges, obviously, every time you bring in 16 extra combinations, the players are going to be keen to 3-bet with. And the sizing is quite large as well. I don't know if that's... If people have been going with the larger sizes with 7-deuce game being on, you tend to see that a lot of people 3-bet bigger because they get to have all these extra bluffs.
Yeah, Panadero looks
thinking about it.
Aware.
You said the line's been relatively quiet thus far.
Is an uncomfortable spot to find yourself in, right? Ace Jack O. Not typically a hand. I don't think that we're gonna 4-bet. Could be.
Yeah, it's just
but it's
so
this large size that is the problem, right?
And it gets so sticky when you call here, and then had you proceed on so many boards as Panadero.
Taking a long time.
Yeah, it's a really long tank. Is he thinking? I don't know what he's thinking here.
Here we go.
Oh.
Here we go.
He's going to click it. Is that the play here?
Yeah. All of a
like
sudden.
A non-all-in. Like a 1,500, 1,800, something like that.
Partly what I was getting at is that I think if the squeeze is 500, for example, it becomes a lot more comfortable to 4-bet fold, right?
Right.
Whereas now we're going to have to put a third of our stack in. You ever read anything into this, James? Someone taking this
Yeah, it's
long?
bizarre. It's really confusing. He has just clicked it.
Wow.
Edward now with no choice with the 2 5s. It's just... And yeah, I do.
Do you know what I mean?
It's just odd when someone takes that long, and then even once they've decided they're going to play and pull the chips back, still take quite a long time to make the bet.
Right.
Such a clicky sizing as well. It's tiny. Is actually... Is it minimum? Is he?
Yeah.
He's gone for 625 more, near enough, right? The open was to 150. In fact, has he gone? Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's...
Look
Oh,
at
hello.
this. I wasn't wrong. I promised you.
Wow.
Oh, my word.
Was Edward thinking the line can't fold to that sizing? But he's got worried the line might still jam.
Do we have to call with 7-deuce now if we don't reopen? Do we, right? No?
It's so grim. He's made that bet. Has to fold for 600 more.
I was just wondering if it... You know, there's another 800 coming your way if you somehow win.
All of a sudden, Panadero playing a pot out of position against the man he thought was going to fold, but the flop makes life easy for him.
We are really guessing now. In the weeds. I would imagine, James, lots of tiny sizings. We're going to see a little 10%er. Surely can't give Edward ace-king here. Ace-queen seems quite unlikely. I think Panadero, James, really confused here of what to do. Tough to blame him. Very rare that you see a 15 big blind squeeze, a click, then a cold call. Imagine he goes very small, 10 to 20%.
I mean, I'm just lost in this one. It's kind of confused me all out.
I would go 15% or so here. He's gone large. Large, relatively speaking, right?
But then on the flip, I mean, does he think Edward's just got a pocket pair a lot?
That won't fold.
That doesn't want to fold? And
right.
I mean, you're not getting any action here from like the King Jack suitors of the world, whatever you bet.
Right.
Might as well, if you think you can get one bet, you might as well go a little bit bigger, is my guess of the reasoning.
Yeah, actually makes quite a lot of sense.
Obviously, if your opponent has somehow got the other ace, you're getting them regardless.
Edward has been very sticky. So perhaps thinking he can size up here. Target those pairs as you suggest, James. or the case ace. I wonder if Edouard ever thinks. All right, the 7 deuce game's on. This guy could just be messing around. He's made that tiny click, which is either pocket aces, kings, or 7 deuce. Potentially.
Well, there is that.
Right.
You've got to factor in, is this ever 7 deuce?
Yeah.
Would the 7 deuce make the click sizing?
Problematic.
What makes the click sizing of anything?
Even if we don't believe, though, James, right? Panadero, 2.3k behind. Doesn't give us much wiggle room.
This is
weird hand.
A fun one. I, like some of you watching, would have just tuned in.
Oh, wow.
Andrew's been in since the
my
start of this
goodness
Hold'em
me.
game, and he does make the call. Wants to see one more. And this is like, it's actually quite nice, because surely Panadero would just have to give up if he had 7 deuce now.
You would think. He has to check now.
I'd imagine so.
Right? Don't want to hand... Although maybe he just thinks Edouard won't fold. 10s through
Or just bet.
queens.
Just do some crazy exploit and bet 600.
Yeah.
But, I mean, does he ever have 10s through queens? Does he not 3-bet those
I know,
three?
mate. I know. Yeah, I'm just lost. It's. I mean, he shouldn't have 5s.
He shouldn't have 5s.
So,
but if we are in here playing a lot of hands, then
Right.
these kind of hands do make sense. Some of those ace-X's as well. Obviously, like I say, Panadero, he's getting it if he's up against an ace. That's not a problem.
Sure.
I think you're right. Panadero just has to think, just has to make it look like he's got deuce, 7 deuce.
And Edouard, heart sinking.
Yeah, kind of.
7-2.
Yeah, they did ask.
I thought you had the I actually put you on the king. I thought you had the kings.
I'm not that rich, my friend.
Actually, I thought he's got the kings.
I'm sorry, my friend. I'm not that rich as you.
Maybe
I have to think
calling,
with this
looking
money.
to bluff
I
against
guess
potentially
so.
kings.
No kings, no kings.
Spicy.
You will see.
I'll put you on
Also,
the
he
kings.
will see.
I don't know, but this hand lasted a lot.
I'm sorry, my friend. When you play big pots, I don't say nothing. Don't worry.
No, I'm just saying. My wife went to sleep.
We digest that one.
When this hand
I do.
left to sleep.
I do it for your wife. We don't go about your money after.
And now the line looks down at the real hand, having just got caught
I was thinking about.
with 7 deuce, generating all that action we saw.
Yeah. Oh, I would have loved it so much if he just rammed that in pre.
Yeah,
Would have been outrageous.
Would have been outrageous. That's the problem. It would have worked, but it would have been
worked.
outrageous. Set for the line with an overcard on the board to hopefully tempt some action as it is. Edouard completely whiffing the board.
Yeah, somewhat disheartening for the middle set. Picks up a small one. Did you enjoy your break, James? Get.
I had a lovely little dinner. For the first time this trip, I was at the buffet at the right time on the right day to visit the Asian station, which you know
I
is
know
my
that-
go-to.
Yeah, you've not been able to so far.
Every time I've missed it. The weekend, it's different things.
The last day for me.
Didn't get there
Can I get an ice glass?
last week because I was always in commentary when dinner was on.
Can we get
What
some
did they
water
have
as well?
for you?
Oh, I had kung pao beef. Oh, I had
It's also
like a teriyaki. Well, I think it was teriyaki salmon, but some salmon with some sort of glaze, and
lovely.
some noodles, some steamed broccoli.
Oh,
Oh,
now it's
the dream.
See Banksy. Looking to get some upward momentum. Did get stacked. Went away from the table. Rebought.
Okay.
Well,
pop the joint. That'll help. Of course, Vladimir having nothing doesn't help in terms of getting paid off.
and we just always c-bet, right? Unblocking the board. Pretty frustrating
Nothing.
when you get no action.
What did you have?
Just bet, like
What
you
did
say,
have?
every time you
I will
flop a
see,
straight,
actually.
such a unique hand.
Yeah.
It's a
You
nice
unblock
flop for me.
the pairs for your opponent. You just want to bet.
Ah, you mean your hand? I am curious about
Kings
mine.
now.
No action.
So
I
that
have
you
an ace.
confuse or-
I was thinking.
What about this one? About this one, I was
Doesn't make sense to
how long
like-
it lasted.
Okay, yes.
Still deconstructing the hand.
So you just set an alarm 11:05. I will do it for you.
Actually, I wanted to bet a little bit
Just-
less on the,
I'm curious how
on
long
the
it
flop.
lasted. That's all.
Did
you have it?
I made 500
Seems
more
like
than I
It
want.
was ridiculously long.
Did you have it?
Yeah. I have an ace. You will see.
What do you have, king?
So you
Round
want to
two,
bluff me
Edward.
after.
It's trending downward, James. Did have 20k at one stage.
You've always got it.
Sorry?
You
It's gonna
hardly
open.
ever bluff.
Ace 4-0.
Me?
Yeah.
Never?
Hardly ever.
You will see.
Trend we've seen here, Joy.
For me, it's good. But you think this?
Gonna 3-bet
ready
Edward
to
once
bluff
more.
with
These
Yeah.
two building up a
I bluffed
fair
it
amount of dynamic.
Before.
Third
Not
time
before, but
we have seen
when?
this.
Before in the other table. Small pot, but
Oh, that was tiny.
Makes the call.
Your cards are better than mine.
could be also. Maybe I'm just lucky, you know.
Here we go, James. 6-5-3. Pretty much as good as flops get for Ace 4-0. Wow, Joy, quick check back. Somewhat surprised.
Trappy. I'm with you though.
Somewhat trappy, somewhat pot control-y.
It just happened. Apologise for the clap. I didn't have time to mute the mic, but the Merit Mozzie is no more. I snared it. Meanwhile, Droy trying to snare Edward with his delayed bet. Trying to make him think maybe the ace high is good. And well, he may well think it's good now. As the board double pairs, Joy with the delayed C, oh, he just checks back. Perhaps could have got some more there, although somewhat scary. When he's been called twice, needs his opponent to have ace high.
Sometimes it's like this.
Yeah.
Edward coming in with a big open, 7-deuce game in play. Always a little scary when you see that big raise. I think it could be someone trying to win the bounty cheap. You see Nuri with all that in mind. Then, of course, the player in question, whether he'll just defend. And he does. Keep him honest. This is the point that defending against any perceived 7-deuce would surely end. But look at this, Edward just checking back, and Nuri now making top pair and wisely checking in flow as a card that he'd expect Edward to attack. He's still willing to check that back. Nuri now must now know he has the best of it. Comes in with a tickly bet. And we saw this hand, Andrew, that it was a 5.5x pre-flop unopened pot from Edward. I don't know if that's been his usual MO, but it screams to me when people make that big sizing. It's like they're saying, I could have 7-deuce.
Right. I know, it's such an interesting little wrinkle, the 7-deuce. I do enjoy watching it. Obviously, drives action. Now, Edward, he's had some min raises, some limps, some big opens.
Let's do one round.
Very difficult man to range. He's just in there, mixing things up.
I don't know. Everyone agree?
I'm okay with everybody.
Liable to have any two at any time.
I don't know if everybody
Perhaps a
wants.
little misstep to not c-bet this board, I think. And the Jack 9-3 with that king of clubs. Could have lined up the barrels, elected not to. Allowed Nuri to get there.
There's a discussion of trying to get a round of straddles on, whatever
Right.
it is. Edward's putting it on here.
Kudos, by the way, for taking out that mosquito in such lethal fashion.
One shot, one kill.
It was very impressive.
I've sat in here and watched Ali and Lappin run around the place trying to kill this thing. I just
got him.
I looked it in its eyes, stunned it with my devilishly handsome.
Not sure
good
about
looks.
stunned. He just
And then I
obliterated.
took my hands to it as Paladero is going to take his hands to
Yeah.
a couple of bullets of his own. Vladimir popping up from the cutoff, coming out with a little raise on the button against the cutoff raise.
It looks suspicious.
Yeah, like over a limp.
Wow, just fold very deep. Kind of surprised.
It's like another 600, isn't it? To call out of position. Sixes get pretty tough.
Ah,
to
live
play.
a little, man. Nah, I hear
I mean,
you.
I call. That's why I'm in here.
Cash game range is disgustingly tight. Yeah, like I don't play that much
Seven deuce
deep
is
stack
dou-
cash.
seven
But
deuce
I've
is
looked
double
at
or
these ranges. They want you to
Seven deuce?
fold ace
Double
queen
or
to one open in some seats. That's just something I don't want to know. I don't want to be a part of it, James.
Nah.
No,
Come on.
I didn't get.
If you're in a game where
I
you're supposed to be
didn't
folding
get
ace queen,
double.
you're in the wrong game.
Oh my days.
No,
It's a
no,
thing,
no,
I promise you.
not this
But
hand.
it's a thing
not
in
this hand.
games where everyone plays like a computer.
I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm just saying.
You don't have to do it. You're not playing games where everyone plays like a computer.
I am. Sometimes.
No, we can, but I mean not after this hand.
Because you didn't have seven deuce?
I actually think he should be evicted from the stream for that. Fold.
Maybe you see a card and say, let's make it double now.
Just saying.
Let's call him a seventh. How about that?
Here we go.
When I won the 7 deuce, it was also straddle.
Six
This
deuce.
is exactly what I did. You read
No bounty for
like
that
a
hand.
book. I saw my cards and then I asked for this.
It's a hell of a watch on Edward's wrist.
It
I mean,
is.
I say that.
300.
I don't know really anything about watches, but it looks like a hell of a watch.
Straddle on. The lion. Deciding. Just going to take a look with the 450. An attractive price. Likely live cards. You can see they are. Hello. Oh my goodness, Edward. Now
Wow.
is your time.
Wow. Top pair, top kicker, set of sevens and a straight. Are we playing PLO still?
This could be it, by the way, James. Because Edward, just so spicy. I know they're very deep. But can't fold bottom set to this man ever.
Right, what happens here if Vladimir decides to slow play the set of sevens? If he just calls and Edward pops up a big raise,
He's getting stacked.
then Igor's in trouble, right?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I know he's getting
Yeah,
stacked.
I
But
hear
look,
you.
look at this. Now let's see what
Yeah,
happens. Edward brings the trap. Igor going to put more chips in.
Yeah, I hear you. I think one problem is Edward, he hasn't really shown that much
Right, post flop.
rampant post-flop aggression, yeah. A lot of it's been... Oh, he just calls, James. Didn't expect this.
No, and
This comes a
bricky
low
turn.
blank.
Yeah. and Igor's going to bet big, surely.
Wow. Big turn incoming. Selfishly, I would like a low blank for the stream. There it is.
Yep.
My goodness, Edward's playing this to perfection. And right, James, Igor, you just got to keep betting, right?
And I'd imagine you want to bet quite big here. I mean, obviously the Jack of Clubs blocking the Jack X of Clubs combos that have picked
Right.
up flush draws, but there might be some Jack 8, some Jack 9, 10 8, 10 9, these kind of hands.
All the king queens.
King Queens, yeah.
9 suited.
Wow, this is spicy. Vladimir pretty sick. He doesn't know he's up against such strength and the fact that he's behind.
Thinks he's got the nuts, right?
Yeah. But it's thinks he's got the nuts and he's like, how am I going to get paid?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get paid all right.
It's going to be about 2K. Going smaller. Looks like half pot.
I can understand perhaps getting a little bit small because it just looks like you're up against pretty weak ranges.
Okay. Maybe like a pair and gutter from Edward or something like this. Igor's
Yeah,
shut it down.
Could just be a pair of any sort.
Right.
They could be drawing dead against you.
Edward now with the decision point, James. We fast playing this? There's a lot to protect from. A lot to get value from.
It just looks so strong now, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be difficult to feign. We maybe rep some semi-bluffs, like a 10-8 of clubs.
I mean, I like raising the flop.
Yeah.
As played, it suddenly gets a much harder hand to play, if that makes sense. Like, we do want to raise.
Agreed.
But maybe we're best served with just calling because Vladimir may just perceive us as weak and barrel a lot of rivers.
Here comes the small raise. Oh, he's gone for the half stack.
Yeah, and Igor, therefore, manages to lose no more with this one. And Vladimir's still going to feel very good. He's thinking I could be up against some 2 pairs here.
Yeah, he's just all in.
You'd expect a straight to raise the flop. Obviously, we know in these kind of games everything's possible all times, but I'd certainly be expecting to see when I
Jack
get it in
six.
hit like Jack 6 or even a flop 2 pair maybe.
Yeah, Jack 6, a potential semi-bluff, like a 10-8 of clubs, 10-9 of clubs that decides to...
Even the last 7 with a 6, kind of that kind of hand.
Here we go. Biggest pot of the stream. $20,000.
There it is.
Looks like once.
Was it once? Was it?
From Edward, I believe so.
All right. If you hit, you hit. Have a go.
He's played it very well, James. And it might be twice.
Looks like it is twice.
Yeah.
So he's held on the first one. And he holds on the second. Huge pickup. The deck dealt that one out, Jack 10-7. Kind of,
that was a lovely
it got in maybe slightly later than we were expecting, but unsurprisingly was always going to get in there.
I flopped this straight, no one played.
Igor, just delightful when he sees those two hands. He's
Igor,
like, wow,
right? Kudos to Igor for
lost
losing
a
the
C
minimum.
bet.
Yeah.
Double the board. Queen,
I would have
9,
bet
8.
his hand in game.
For sure.
Well played. Edward, the wild card, stacking Vladimir. Played this hand really well.
I had also potential.
Well played.
I was lower. Some streets lower than yours.
So now it's 200 or 100? What we decide?
100.
One, okay.
Some discussion of a 200 straddle.
Here we go.
I think it's been turned down. 100 is on. No, 100's on.
Boring.
Yeah.
Still got a few hours of this game. Scheduled to play a couple more hours. So there's time yet.
Yeah, game warming up nicely. Another Merit Mosquito is on the hunt.
Oh, they've come. You can smell the blood.
I trust you to sort the situation, James.
Come looking for their brethren.
Straddle on. Joy here. Interesting. Saw him fold Queen 10 of diamonds earlier in this spot with the straddle on. Would imagine that performs better than threes, but I'm no cash game expert. Nuri, 3-betting cutoff.
Like it.
Queen. Yeah.
Like it. Just go after it. Again, just very hard for Joy to continue. When these mosquitoes are getting themselves in from the weather, there was quite a lightning display going on outside.
Oh yeah, has the storm landed?
Well, I'd obviously missed the rain portion of the storm. When I came out and the ground was sodden. It was drizzling.
Okay.
But, you know, it's what back in the UK we'd call a dry day. But in the distance in the sky was lightning going off all over the place.
I also have, but it doesn't.
Love a good storm.
Oh, I can give you that work if you need. I don't know. I have almost full.
As I was going to bed last night, I heard the whistle of the wind along the outside the building, and just such a soothing sound.
Almost full battery.
I love it.
You really do have a way with words, James.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I will tell you a story. Just a short one.
But give me back after.
I've visited Curacao many years ago. It's an island in the Dutch Antilles, Caribbean island.
No.
I'm with you now.
I use
and I'm staying in these little huts,
my phone and my
you know, that like are supposed to be romantic and wonderful and great. But when the biggest tropical storm in 10, 15, 20 years hits the island, I'm not ashamed to say it, I was absolutely petrified. Supposed to be alpha male, right? Don't worry, everything will be fine. Honestly, I've never been so scared in
The
my
roof
life.
just shaking.
In my life, thunder, lightning, literally cascading down outside the door. And honestly, I thought I might die. I was very scared, very terrified of what was going to happen to me.
Understandably so.
And yeah.
It's a part of the world where the weather is no joke.
Kind of emasculated myself in the process.
You
It
know,
was a very sad time.
We both live in a part of the world where the weather's never going to kill you.
Well, I don't know. Apparently there was tornadoes, right, in the UK this week.
Tornado touchdown for a second, nothing happens.
Is that right?
Oh. Yeah, we have a lot of tornadoes.
So they just sound scary, and it's like the least scary of the
Yeah.
weather phenomena.
Yeah.
You just know these things, right? I'd still be like, tornado, oh my God. I'm in trouble, Dorothy.
We have...
Fly away home.
Actually, in the UK, bizarrely, we have quite a high number of tornadoes per square kilometre.
How do you know these things?
But they're just all so mild that they very rarely touch down, and when they do, it just dissipates them.
The knowledge of the Dempsey. So we see Banksy take on Edward, our 2 wild cards. 8-9 off versus King Jack.
I'm just a nerd.
Ooh. Jack in the window, followed by the 8. Little something for both. Problem for Banksy is we really have seen Edward be pretty liberal, you know, with C-bets.
Right. Yeah, you obviously suggested he wasn't going to be reading the MO of check raising that Jack 10-7, but this kind of betting a flow. And what a great turn card that is for Banksy.
And look at this, he fist pump checks back, James. Bit of deception.
Yeah, and now it's the ace. It kind of just looks like, well, that's his card. Very curious that you check that back on a rainbow board. Your opponent could easily have a Jack themselves. They could easily have an 8, both of which would call you.
Banksy might call this off. This very much could look like...
Just looks like an ace that's got there, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also could look like a turn give up that just now
right, that
decides, right, I have to go for it now.
Yep, certainly you're right.
But I'm with you, one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. Just has this image, Edward, of being out of line. Banksy gets it wrong.
Yeah, you're right. If he's a player who's, you know, he's playing a lot of hands pre-flop, making some action, we can't always give him an ace as the hand plays out. And you're right, if he gets there, he would perhaps feel compelled to bluff.
The absolute speed of the turn check.
Speed of the hand and all, the speed of both of them checking the turn and Banksy's check on the river.
Oh. Yeah, Edward rallying. Did see his stack go down from 22k or so down to 9. Back up around 23k now. He is the man at this table who's going to drive the big pots one way or the other.
Banksy in there with the King 9, the Lion.
Yeah, I like this.
Throws in a chip, announces raise.
Looks like a good spot to me, James.
Yeah. Very good spot against the hands that are out there.
Yeah.
Well picked up on that. There's going to be some light opens from Nuri here. Perhaps a little lighter than they should be, and then...
Yeah.
Oh, Banksy
he's decided. He's going to run it.
Banksy's just had enough.
Wow.
Puts it in with King 9 off, and...
Whatever you want.
The Lion is loving life, dominating his man.
Tough to get it in this good a shape.
2 times.
Does so.
2 times.
He's check 3. Mansky looking for just that 9. There are some killouts. Mansky just drew the line, had enough, doesn't get there. I wonder what percent he was thinking. Oh, they're running it twice? Okay. I wonder what percent he was thinking. Yeah. Maybe 7 deuce. You know, just like, oh, just convince myself you've got 7 deuce and I can put it on my King 9.
True, very true.
Could be a thing.
Actually, definitely could. It's in trouble here, James. Gonna have to find one of the 3 remaining 9s. We're gonna get felted.
He's had 10 pulls at it, couldn't find one. Kransky felt it, and strikes as a man who's done. When they put the bag on, take the phone, it's over. And with that, we're going to take a very short break, so please don't go too far.
Straddle?
Requests for straddles.
I think round straddle.
There we go.
Right?
The Lion. Oh, I thought Lion had straddled as well. I think Lion has straddled. That graphic, I think, is a slight misrepresentation because there was a straddle announced there, and there's no way he's min raising ace king. So
people have been though.
I think I heard the word straddle.
Okay.
As those chips went out.
Could it be a double straddle? No.
Yeah, it straddles 100, straddles 200.
Oh, that's going to make this interesting.
Yeah. I'm just saying that because when we... Oh, maybe it wasn't, given this action. Maybe it was a raise.
Deuce 7.
King 6-4 is not deuce 7, but it's...
King is also good.
Lots of the Lion's going to like. I think that was a straddle, and he just decided to flat from the effective big blind.
Makes some sense. Have some deceptively strong hands in there.
We've got to approach this one in two different ways. What if it was a raise, and what if it was just a flat? I guess if it was just a flat, it's kind of fun to have some... Yeah, a flat, pardon me, it would just be fun to just be calling here. But if we had raised and got 3-bet, and then we come up with a sneaky little check raise on this king high board, that would be kind of fun line, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, Igor here. It's a kind of middling part of his value range.
Is this where you can just kind of bet smallish again and
so.
buy a showdown?
I think you can do either. Check would be fine. There's not too many draws to be concerned with.
Right.
You can also pick off some... You know, we can go for a bit of value, small value on some river cards if check to. As it stands, Lion, very clear value bet in my eyes.
Yeah, and I mean, one of those draws down the bottom did get there in the form of 7-8, but if he wanted a rep, assuming, again, it all depends, assuming he was the straddle and defended, he's going to have some hands in here, like 3-5 suited, 5-7 suited.
Any blocks in here, Demps, to try and allow a hand like 7-deuce to go for it if it's in there and he's given up?
Wow.
Right?
You are spicy, aren't you?
I don't really hate it, right? You're going to get value. You're going to get value from like a river 10 when you block.
Let's see.
Maybe I had nothing, but I already bluffed into you today. You can see. Half an hour. What did I have?
Oh, now I see. He's got a lion.
Oh, he has a lion protector.
Yeah, that's why he's the lion.
Okay. I kind of like block there. I think some good things can happen.
He starts.
Kind of like card protectors. Oh, we'll come on to your conversation
All right.
first, because you are talking some poker, which does make sense. We are on a poker stream. And then we'll come back to my nonsense.
I'm in for the protector thing in a moment.
I do. I'm with you. I do like a little. That's a nice
Let's
hand to
see,
have as
let's
an
see.
inducer, isn't it?
I think,
Oh,
you know,
no,
just
not
like
with this
a
card.
river 10, just
seven deuce,
side,
alright.
flicks it in. A hand like Jack X, Queen X might do something crazy that gave up.
Yeah.
Right? Decides to go for it. If the 7 deuce is in there and has given up, might feel compelled to do something crazy.
900.
I'm not sure about river check. I think it's my least favorite option. Don't think the action gets reopened enough by like a 1 pair. I don't know. Oh, here we go, Joy.
Oh no, that must have been a raise last time because this is clearly a straddle because he's now looking at his cards for the first time. I think. We missed. Or was there a player missing last hand? I don't know. Okay, right. So he did raise last hand, but has double straddled this
Not
one.
this hand. Not this hand.
Yeah. Joy looks like he may be about to pick up an additional 800 from the table.
Oh, yeah.
You never know with Edward. He can't be in here, James.
No, but he's going to feel like he should have done when he gets shown the. And look at. Look.
He knows. They all know.
Burn, Sebastian, burn.
Easy.
He has blocker.
This is money.
He has blockers of 7 deuce. What the fuck?
Take. Also from there.
He was sitting?
Yeah. He
Did he? Okay. I think he wasn't here. No. But I think that if you are not sitting...
Did he get cards or not?
Yes.
I think he wasn't here.
Yeah, if you're not in the hand, I think it'd be pretty
Yeah.
rough to pay
If
the
he's not
bounty.
here, I
Yeah,
think
players just
it
deciding.
not make sense to pay. I mean,
Everybody has to pay.
In this situation, you kind of, I always
If
defer
you
to
are-
the player who's
if
got
you
the
are
7
not
deuce
sitting
because
while you are-
they're the ones who know who was in the game. As soon as you look at the 7 deuce, you look around like, okay, he's in, okay.
Okay,
Dar era la masă, eu știu că era.
I think if you get cards, you should pay.
Of course.
why? If you are not sitting, it's like you can defend from 7 deuces. Doesn't make any sense in my honest
But
opinion.
not was on the table. He's on the table when I raised.
He was on the table?
Yes.
And then yes?
Yes.
You sure? Sorry.
Maybe we don't see if somebody gets cards and go. And
They can go to VAR in
Maybe
half an
he's
hour.
right, I don't know.
Yeah.
If he is sure, well, it's okay.
You can check.
Give it that.
We can check out.
You can check it.
If not penalty, 500.
I put here.
You were here in the last round, the last hand, no? Yeah.
Joy,
Because 7 deuce over
once
there,
they've
we
figured
were-
this all out, we'll kick things off the next hand with a raise to 200.
He had 7 deuce.
We do have that straddle on pretty relentlessly, but it looks like this hand was skipping it.
Yeah.
No, we already
No, it's okay.
But I don't
And
know.
I had 7-3.
It's not 100, Estrada?
Huh?
I had 7-3.
Ah, finish.
7-3?
Ah, okay.
Offset.
Edward going to defend with a6 from the big, and both will miss this 8-5 deuce.
You can try next time.
Burn doesn't work on TV.
Burn is working very good.
Ay. What did you have? Jack?
Joy
4,
betting
3. Offsuited.
the turn, delayed c-bet.
Last hand?
With what is the best
When
hand?
I had ace king.
Perhaps looking to protect
You
a
don't
little
want
bit
to
against
check
some draws.
Okay, I can.
Protects a little bit against some random equity.
If you insist.
I thought if you have jacks, you don't call. If you have
Why do you think I don't call? Maybe I call. Because I already called you today?
Yeah, but it's different. I'm big blind.
Why did you bluff there?
This is
My small blind.
Not important. You will see it on stream. No, I won't. That's why.
Sorry, hola. Sorry.
Small raise this time up to 125 from Igor.
What is this 25?
King
What
Jig.
is this?
Vladimir with the
Small
two
blind.
sevens that, of course, destroyed his stack last time out. He flopped a set against Edward straight. And now Panadero with the option. In the cutoff, ace queen suited. He wants to make this a little larger, but not prohibitively so. Still under 4x with a player in between.
Yeah, some very playable hands here. Interesting stuff. Edward cold calling. Igor now. Some thought of shenanigans. James thinks better of it. Can't imagine Vladimir doesn't complete here. We do go three ways. Ace queen suited of Panadero against the two under pairs.
Check blind.
We see Jack 10-7 again. And
Wow.
poor Vladimir.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. Action all around here. Vladimir will like that flop with his two sevens. It's Edward with the overpair, but Panadero with the betting lead, with the range advantage.
Yeah, potential for a very large pot. Do we ever check? Probably not. This deep, just start fast playing.
I don't see the need to be checking here.
I agree.
Let's just start building a pot.
Yeah.
I want to get this in. I want someone to go mad with King Jack suited.
Sure. Let's go half pot.
I want to put pressure on. Hands like Vladimir's.
Edward won't fold. I guarantee you this.
What do you have?
Oh.
Jacks, damas, kings. One of them.
Maybe he will fold, James.
Just a little chat.
825.
Don't you think we give away a bit of weakness there, James? Like, it's hard to be balanced here, right? And have a really
some
strong
players
hand.
are, though.
Okay.
But yeah, I hear you.
Be very impressed if you gave the same speech with the top set.
Right.
Something I'm not capable of.
See now, Panadero wants to follow up.
The thing is, against a player like Edward, who will be sticky, do you ever take the free one?
Right, that's what he's decided to do.
I don't mind it. I really don't.
And of course,
yeah,
Vladimir's going to feel a bit annoyed at how this one's progressed when he sees it check through turn, and he would have got there. Not much he could do, though, of course, once Edward had called. And now Edward with the decision point of whether he ever wants to try and maybe block here.
Yeah, I think it's block or check, nothing else. I know in tournaments we'll have some 10% kind of stuff going on here. Not so sure about deep stack cash. Seems pretty hard for Panadero to reopen action versus a very small bet on this run out. Unlikely to have too many 7x or 3x. Looks like he's going to go for that, James.
700.
Yeah, goes for 25%.
Yeah, I like that.
Very nice. Very frustrating, of course, here as Panadero. We had such a beautiful looking holding. Turns into dust. Realize he's got to let it go.
Nice hand.
Edward picks up a nice medium-sized pot. Really is fun to watch, Edward. We were laughing earlier, James. At first glance, you know, should never make assumptions, but Edward looks like quite a terrifying character. Right? All the jewelry, big lad. Looks a bit scary. Has been an absolute gentleman, laughing away in a few spots where he's been outdrawn or got executed a nice bluff.
Yeah, seems like a fun guy.
Yeah, big fan.
Nuri. I'm not sure if I've actually seen Nuri manage to drag a pot just yet.
No, it's been pretty slow. think he did win a nice large one early doors.
Right. I mean, he's been trying.
Yeah.
Just he's been entering pots.
Yeah.
From what I've seen, just not really getting many good hands, not really getting anywhere.
Very nice squeeze candidate here, I would suggest. Queen 10 suited can drive out some hands that just pip us.
Certainly can.
Yeah. Does. Decide on squeeze. 750 to go. No, the Edward doesn't like to fold. Gonna let this one go though. Job done for Igor. Vladimir under the gun, opening ace-4 of clubs. Called from Edward in the cutoff with the 5-6-0, continuing to be spicy pre. Joy now in the big, pocket nines. Does decide just to complete 3 ways. How about this for a board? 8-5 deuce. Overpair for Joy, very disguised. Middle pair and backdoor straight draws for Edward. And the gut shot to the wheel for Vladimir with the betting lead. Backdoor clubs working for him also.
I wonder where they got their coffee cup from.
Yeah. Interesting decision point now, James, for Joy. Now, when it comes bet call, you don't really love to overcall. Rather, you know, can we raise and define where we are?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
He has decided on call. Can become tricky.
Yeah,
Certainly don't want to fold.
It's just tricky when you do call you're right, because so often you're going to get a turn card that's
Like
very
this.
rarely good. I mean, this was this especially bad example, but yeah, and then you don't really know where you are. You end up checking, goes check, check, and then another card comes to the river. Sometimes check raising there just does make the hand a little easier to play, perhaps.
I think so, especially against someone as wide as Edward, right?
Right.
Who's not quite so scary with him in the middle.
And you know you can get plenty of value from an 8 or a 5 potentially.
Yeah.
They can all be in there.
Yeah, I think any card higher than a 10 becomes very tricky to play. Vladimir now, sort of mediocre value. Can go a couple of ways, James, I think. Small bet or check. Both options open. Lands on small bet. A little bigger than that, 45%. Edward now, hand in no man's land. Yeah, pretty prudent fold, and Joy now in that guessing game spot, James, just decides to get away.
Once he bets twice, this is a little easier.
Liar.
And with that, I believe my work in the booth for the Western Series could be done. No? I stand corrected, James. I'm back.
Yeah, what it was is David Lappin came in here because he heard about my conquering of the Merit Mosquito, and he wanted to come see the carcass, and that threw you off into thinking that perhaps he was coming to relieve you. But there are far more important things going on here.
Of course. I don't mind. Very much enjoying covering this 25-50 no limit game.
Edward coming up with a 3-bet with King Jack suited.
Yeah, Nuri gonna defend.
Wow, what a flop that is for Nuri. Pair and flush draw. And a hand that you may expect Edward to carry on with, but he didn't. He just elected to check this back. Now picks up a gut shot draw to Broadway. Nuri, I'm surprised he doesn't seem to check it again. He's got a piece and he's got the draw. Nothing to be afraid of.
Yeah, actually don't mind this as a delay from Edward. Don't, you know, we do block the natural folds of Nuri with those diamond broadways particularly.
Well,
I was waiting for
look
this.
at that, Edward shuts it down. Loses the bare minimum.
What you said? I did not. I was waiting for this dama. The queen.
You are.
Waiting for the cooler.
If the queen would come, ooh.
Straddle.
Oh, of course, it's my money.
Round.
Of course, it's my money. You can straddle it.
You see, Sebastian. You
All this one, my money.
earn more money. Next hand.
I have to go to toilet.
No. Actually, I also need to go. But let's burn one round and after.
No more burn. On TV doesn't work burn.
It does. It worked very well.
For you guys. For him.
Straddle on from Nuri. Igor wakes up with the Rockets. Wow, joy. Just into the bin, James.
How much
8-9
it
of
is?
clubs on the button.
What?
Pretty tight fold. In position. Little surprised. I think I would like to see him enter the pot. You know, they are very deep, James, right? 220 bigs plus. We have a cracker hand. Did let it go. Nuri not going to let go his ace-4.
It's funny when you talk about cash games. I just come from a world where cash games are like 220 is like, oh, I've got short in the cash game. I know it's a not usual scenario, but
I mean, I'm out for folding 8-9 of clubs. I'm sorry.
yeah, that's
Not going to happen.
I'm playing games where I don't have to. So.
Yeah. You don't have to in any game, in my opinion.
Well, that is true.
Very coordinated board. Ace is not delighted, James, on the King, Queen, 10. But
No, it's certainly one of those cards where you expect to get action, and that means you could easily be behind.
proceed
of
with
course.
caution.
Yeah, I mean, you've still got enough.
Nuri going to
See.
take one off with the gutter.
All the Jack X that's made a pair is going to be keen.
Sure.
Going to be some pair and gut shots. Obviously, never ideal when the top card pairs up, especially.
Would imagine Nuri's going to bluff this river if checked through. But there is some potential for Igor to pursue more value, of course.
It's kind of scary to still even bluff, because, I mean...
Hard to be winning ever, though, right?
Right. I think it's just one we just give up with.
Okay.
It's like... Ace-High's probably not good.
You could chop.
Yeah.
It's like an ace-8, ace-9 that gives up.
Right. It's whether you think your opponent can have a hand, is 3-betting a hand like 8s or 9s in this
Yeah.
spot, and you can make them fold.
Not going to matter in any case. Igor does pursue turn value. Rightly so, I think.
Reverse psychology.
Enough. Queen Jack, 10 Jack
By Igor.
type holdings in there. Queen 9, 10 9, all that good stuff. We could
Reverse
look for
Yeah, I'm
a
still
little bit of value on the turn.
I'm still thinking about that perceived possible river spot.
Yeah.
You do have a bluff for the ace-4. Obviously, you know, it's hard to imagine we've got there with an ace-high.
Might be a bit of an overbluff.
But
I don't know though. We don't have too many other pure
we don't have
bluffs.
many-
Jack X.
yeah, but it's hard again to have Jack X, isn't it?
Straddle. That's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
bluff something.
Round straddle the deal.
It's hard to have it's hard to ever have a
Sebastian.
bluff, I suppose.
Yeah,
You like
let's go.
free money, you like
Boom. Doesn't
I
matter
like
in
the
any
way
case.
when he's playing with somebody else's money. Eh?
Actually, Sebastian, actually for last free money of you, I paid also 100. So
But
it was not so easy.
I paid 3.
Straddle
No
on
problem.
from Edward.
You should protect.
Panadero gonna attack
7-3.
out the small blind.
You dominate. Domination.
Domination nation.
Does have the opportunity to get heads
but
up.
Difficult to dominate because
Edward very
Kicker
dusty,
doesn't play
9-5 off,
different
but he is
views of the
going to
club.
stick around,
And
peek
you
at
still
3.
lose.
Yeah.
5 in the window, followed by a jack.
Yeah, that could have been a... There's a card I'm thinking of. Actually, I don't want to see any blood between these two just yet.
Yeah.
We can do better.
Would be a 9. Would be that death card. as it stands. Bit of an action freezing board. Ace of diamonds. Imagine this goes check, check. Never quite know with Edward. Decides to open the action. 225. That jack 9 of Panadero coming under some duress. Not loving it, but he is going to call one street. We can see that if Edward does find a way to charge through the door, could work. But the 3 of clubs, interesting. Jack of clubs, of course, working for Panadero.
Yeah, interesting that Edward did decide to fire on this turn ace. We've seen a few spots where he had kind of like good turns to potentially bluff, didn't take them. So I wonder if his opponents are giving any more credence here when he does actually bet these spots.
Yeah, does decide to shut it down.
I'd have been a little worried.
Sure. Did have the 9 of clubs working for him. Could have tried to fold out something like a jack, something like pocket queens.
Where was I going with my 5?
Panadero decides not to. Surrenders. This is a small one.
Restraddle. Restraddle. Restraddle.
Edward asking for the double straddle.
No, I don't know how to burn.
You like him, but you don't.
I don't know how to burn. I need to take lessons from Sebastian.
You talked about this earlier, James.
I know only how to burn with 7
Sometimes, if the action guys ask you to do something,
just go do it.
Stick it on.
Give them what they want.
Yeah, Igor declines, gets ribbed by the table. Panadero opening. Ace 5. Nuri wakes up with a real one. Ace Queen in the small.
Yeah.
You would imagine 3-bet is incoming. Would seem mandatory against a button open. Here it comes. Makes it 1,000 to go.
Nice. Very nice.
Pass.
The Lion looked at a deuce, James. Figured, yes, my moment is here.
You deserve this one.
At least blocker.
Fortunately, just the 8 alongside. 7 deuce game is in play, guys. 100 per player. If you successfully get
It's always
7
easier
deuce
to
through.
fold when you have blocker to 7 deuce. No, for me, if I see 7 or deuce in my hand, I fold easier. It's like...
It's true. You have to pitch it in against a big raise. You got 7 or deuce. You block.
Nobody likes to restraddle, eh?
No, it doesn't seem so.
Not even restraddle, it's a race.
I think we can restraddle also.
Ah, yeah, it was a rule.
One restraddle is allowed at high limit.
I think it was like this. I don't know if it's still.
Igor.
Yeah, they change always. Maybe
Just Nuri popping it up. Edward with deuces in the small. Is he pulling out a number of chips here? He is. I'll tell you what he's doing here. He's 3-betting, so when they fold, he can rip over a deuce. Petrify them all that he's got the 7 deuce.
Yeah. So many interesting little wrinkles with that game. Any chance Edward gets the bluff through if this goes to showdown? Just show 1 deuce. Everyone pay me $100.
That's what I'm saying. It's offer them the discount.
We have seen Igor in these spots, James, be tempted to pull the trigger, but just pull out each time with some blockery type holdings. Doesn't go for it. Nuri is going to defend with that King Jack. Jack in the window, followed by 2 10s.
Yeah, dangerous looking board when you are Edward. It's right around where you expect your opponent to be when they raise call of 3-bet.
Yeah, Igor cursing himself. Was going to call 4 with ace 10 off. Declined the opportunity. We can see it probably would have been done pre if he did. Like this a lot, James from Nuri. Very small, have position. Can get called by a myriad of worse hands. Edward does feel compelled. Calls 1 with deuces. Nuri seems very aware. Sizings have been on point. Knows he's got the best hand here. Just for 1/3 here on the turn. Look for a bit more value. We have seen Edward be very, very sticky.
Yeah, I mean, seen it before with his underpairs. He does want to keep his man honest.
Does beat some bluffs.
Right.
King, queen, ace, queen, queen, 9, the most likely candidates.
Beats absolutely nothing on that river card, unfortunately.
Unless he wants to do something spicy.
I think this should go check, check.
Yeah.
Nuri doesn't like seeing that card, of course.
Deuces.
Against ace, queen, ace, king. It's got behind. He likes hearing the word deuces, though. Not one who's expecting to hear.
Probably expects to lose a good amount of showdown. Happily for Nuri. Jacks and 10s are good.
I waited, but
Yeah.
I also have.
That's very good.
I said I'll play straightforward.
The Lion. Nearly out of it. In for 26, sitting with 25. Nuri up 6 bags in this game. Joy up 5. Vladimir, of course, down the most of those still with us, but mostly virtue of having flopped a set against a straight on that Jack 10-7 board.
Yeah.
Not much he could have done on that one.
Yeah, Edward played that hand very nicely. Super unfortunate, of course, for bottom set. Game in this sort of holding pattern, James. Nobody winning chunks, nobody losing loads.
Yeah, it seems like there's quite a lot of action pre-flop, but then post-flop it kind of plays a bit more honest.
Agreed. We haven't seen any mega blast-offs or any big coolers aside from that flop straight versus bottom set.
Yeah, they've got another hour and a half of coverage of this game on this stream, and I think there's plenty of time for someone to step out and start going for it post-flop.
Absolutely.
It would certainly be effective to start with. Like I say, everyone's playing fairly honest there.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for somebody to start blasting off. Well, here's an opportunity right now.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh,
just cool. A man who's been kind of active. Somewhat surprising to see him not want to.
Very much so.
Especially Nuri's been opening a lot as well. Eagle thought about it for a second. Would have been disastrous.
This is somewhat of a candidate, James, but everyone seems to be playing pretty snug pre.
Oh no, I like this, which is cool. The Jack 10.
Yeah, I just wondered if he ever bumps it up. Certainly would have considered it.
Find ourselves a napkin board.
Yeah.
Edward playing it as slow as he can, just calling pre, checking at flop.
Yeah, we can see he's up against 2 hands where he can do this.
Yeah. He was desperate, thinking maybe Nuri was going to do a delayed c-bet.
Yeah, unfortunate.
He had dreams of maybe a raise behind, pre-flops. Is he going to show them? Yeah.
Oh my god.
The standard poker shit.
When you need something to come, never is there.
Maybe this guy's coming back and they keep it because it looks like he needs to change some money.
No, he already
Roma
did.
said he will come back.
Ah. He did came back.
Huh?
He did came back to the 3,000 and he left. He lost them and he left.
He wants to solve
But he's
his,
a good client, eh?
transfer problem, I think. He has some transfer problem.
Doesn't have crypto.
Yes, he has PayPal, but
Yeah.
doesn't have. He needs to find some
Straddle
money to
from Vladimir.
Logistics of getting money to poker rooms.
I know, right? Edward.
Money in PayPal, I think. It's a simple
Did you
solution.
know PayPal?
Get your money into Luxon.
Hey, absolutely. By the way, it's so efficient. It's unreal how good it is.
Yeah.
Just makes life so simple when you want to buy into tournaments and cash games. Action here, James.
Oh yeah. See if the Lion is just going to flat this.
Looks like it.
It's 4x. Ooh. Eagle with the 2 7s. All right, well.
You're talking about him, right?
Imagine. Oh, he's going to reach for the raising chips.
This is intriguing.
Yeah, I can see why he wants to do this in the sense that Edward does raise a lot. The Lion's just flat.
Wow, look at the sizing.
Yeah, 6x. Does he just want to flash a 7?
Right.
It's going to be a big game now.
Here we go. Edward, pardon me, just flatting. And now the Lion. What a lovely spot this is. Obviously, it's chunky to call another 2K.
Very chunky, yeah.
But you're on the button against 2 players.
Yeah, do have very nice implied odds here, I'd suggest. Against a player like Edward, if he catches a big piece or any piece and we catch our set. Here we go, James.
Yeah, I'm in this all day long.
Yeah.
I know it's, you know, they're calling off like 10% of the effectives against the other 2 players, but it just seems like when we hit, we do get paid in this spot.
I'm kind of intrigued, somewhat out of character for Igor. You haven't really seen him take these out of position spots, but deciding to do it with 7s. Now in this sort of uncomfortable out of position situation, guess we just put a little bit out there, try to deny. In an ideal world, James just pick it up on the flop. You can see that's not going to happen. Edward. Ace King high, no backdoor.
This is the problem for the Lion now.
Yeah, I mean,
I think they were playing not a fit or fold strategy, but not far off that.
Absolutely.
When you see Igor, like you say, hasn't been up to much. Sizing may be suspicious, obviously, being that it was a 6-6. Maybe he's wondering, is this a 7 deuce going?
Right.
Going crazy. Right, I think disciplined just to lay that down.
Me?
I mean, Edward's still cool the 2000. I mean,
At the moment?
he can certainly have us beat. There's no future with the 9s bar catching a miracle. And now, Igor's built himself a little hole here. Edward behind, picking up the gut shot.
I mean, how can we bet?
This is good also.
He ain't got to give this 25.
Yeah,
He ain't got
feels like one we just have to give up on.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
We bet. It feels like we don't bet just twice.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to barrel off if we do bet turn. Problematically, if we do bet and Edward calls and a queen rolls off, we might go for it ourselves.
Well, Sean the man in position with Ace King.
Yeah, Edward.
Casually drops 2K into the middle.
This is ugly for Igor.
Yeah, he just can't do anything about this, can he? Even if he's suspicious, like, how are we ever going to get 7s to showdown?
Love this from Edward.
Especially where he's been checking back quite a lot of hats. It's now,
yeah,
it gives it a bit more credence, I think.
Very credible to have a jack here. King Jack, Ace Jack suited. Igor in the bin.
It's a big pot for how this game's been playing.
Yes,
Suddenly
huge pot.
10,000 in there with
Bring me some ananas, please.
Such a big 3-bet.
I mean, there are some draws, James. Right?
Yeah, there are, but what are we,
yeah,
going to do?
Just listen, absolutely.
Call with 7s and pray?
Call with 7s and hope our man shuts down.
Right.
Seems optimistic.
You need a non-draw completing card and him to shut down.
Does glance.
His senses are tingling.
Oh,
wow.
He does find a turn call.
Well, this is the problem, perhaps, for Edward. He's sort of the man giving a lot of action. He does get it, in this case, from the better hand.
Oh, yes! Finds the river bluff.
He fires the second shell.
This
is the issue. And of course, this is the flush draw that's more credible for him to have, right? It's called the flop.
Ah, brilliant.
Take a bow.
And he shows the bluff.
Flashes the red ace king.
Wow, what a filthy hand. Magic stuff from Edward. Igor, sickened, of course. $16,000 pot. Plus the 6K going the way of Edward. Heart showing Demps to find that bluff.
Love it.
Brilliant. Note that one down.
Interesting to play in our last tournament for tonight, which is the 1K Mix Max. At the moment we have
Christian the Bounty in the background, pardon me, announcing yet another tournament going off. 1K Mix Max. Tournaments going off every day, every evening. Those who busted the main still want to play. Maybe bag the main. Just don't want to go to bed. Just jump in the Mix Max. Play it through. rock up tomorrow.
To entry or re-entry in our last tournament for tonight.
Nuri raising up, trying once again. Really hasn't been having much luck. Continues with these good hands. Gets 3 callers. Joy in there with 7 deuce. Just playing it slow. I kind of like it when people do this with 7 deuce. It's 2 ways to do it. Also, when you keep the pot smaller, you get like much better value on the bluff post flop.
Right.
If it's big an extra 600 here, he's looking at this pot as being 1550.
Yeah, and people just always think that you will always play it pre, right? You'll always blow up the pot, and they can have that in mind. Whereas this way, you know, a little disguised. If we make our very disguised 2 pair here.
Yeah.
You see Banksy, he's back with 10K.
He's back. Solve those banking issues. Is he going to banks this one? No, he's not. That was pretty poor from me. I'll apologise to everyone listening. Does get away from the 7-8. Joy, like I say, with the overlay of the bounty and, of course, backdoor spades, I think he's going to want to continue here. Plus for the banter.
The banter, indeed. Yeah, we actually have a very
no, he doesn't.
Continue.
He does just decide to give it up. And as this hand draws to a close, so does your work with us here on this side of the camera, as it is the end of your commentating for this series.
It is.
You're going to be stepping aside. But more importantly, you have other stuff to do because you've got to go get some rest. And tomorrow we're going to see you main event day 2 in there with the 4 starting stacks.
Yeah.
Ready to do battle. And well,
yeah, it's been a pleasure. As
we're going to see you there on the screen.
Of course you are at some point, right? You've got to go in there with confidence. Now, it's been a pleasure as always. I'm going to wake up in the morning, do the Rocky montage thing, crack 2 raw eggs into a glass, and then give them to someone else to fry up.
Awesome.
Like that Family Guy.
I was going to say I was going to make an omelette, but you're just going to have them fried, yeah?
I don't like eggs. Anyway, yeah, I will do my best. Thanks, guys, as always. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to you, James, and to you, Mr. Lappin. I've enjoyed it as always. And yeah, the best of luck the rest of the week. And hopefully you guys will be railing a deep run. That would be nice.
There we go. All right, my man.
See you next time. Thanks.
Vladimir coming in with a 3-bet against Edward as we do tag out Mr. Headley.
Did he say he was going to crack one off in the morning?
I didn't want to go there. He was on the way out. He has no
Very bad. Huh? Very bad.
right to reply anymore.
No
He's no longer fair game.
I think
He's managed to not spill tea over himself today, though, so it's a step in the right direction.
I will go to toilet.
Sometimes I can
One
surprise
round.
you.
We've had some action.
So let's do the one round double straddle.
Man left a
toilet.
picture.
Me too.
Edward just got a spicy little bluff.
No, I will do it. I will do it.
He is
And then
the
show it.
action driver. Oh, I see. Sorry. Bit of news. Banksy's back.
Yep.
Before, from straddle, he lost because he didn't do straddle. Everybody make, he didn't.
Yeah, you didn't do it, but you finished now. I didn't say nothing about. We were doing.
This is finished already.
We were doing
So the
one.
lion's been roaring here. 22k. He had less than that when I
Is
left.
Neil round straddle? No.
No.
I understand, Sebastian. You don't care.
Please make some wine or enjoy it like I didn't do that as soon as I came
I
in.
said last round when we did it.
Nuri!
You managed to stay for one round.
All right.
Do one more round.
He's actually kind of...
It's right.
He's been giving it a go in a few pots, Nuri, but nothing's really been going his way. Won a couple of small ones. This seems a bit better. Raising a 3-bet ahead. Find the kings.
Yeah, sorry.
4-bet deployed here. 2400. Big sizing out of the big.
7 this.
Yeah, we're out of position against the 3-better from that hijack. Fairly deep. I kind of like that. 400, well, 200, yeah, 400 big blinds. I see, might be starting, or maybe 300 effective.
I think I like a slightly smaller size, just because
juiced
it's a
it,
4-bet. No,
Right.
but like if it's a 3-bet, I absolutely get behind the
Sure.
sizing relative to the open.
Oh,
But
yeah, like-
3-bet, 4-bet, I think you can go a little bit smaller there. But job done.
I can give
Cleans
you
up some equity.
because
Takes
I
down
have a
a
lot of.
pot uncontested.
Yeah, I
Never a
can-
bad result in poker.
I appreciate it.
I didn't play my best game on TV table. Too many lights.
So it's a straddle?
I don't know. I will do it if when I
Are
come.
we doing the round or not?
No.
I finished.
I think Edward wants to straddle.
Yeah, I feel like he enjoys these bigger pots.
Said just he doesn't straddle, just open to 6x. Still get to pay the pot for as much.
Gonna protect these 4s. And it's gonna get round to Banksy, who has an unplayable one.
Now the panic. Does he have 7 deuce when he 6x's? No.
Yeah, always a little worrying moment. Letting the guy
That's actually my best cuts. Yeah? That's my best cuts.
get a raise and take it through.
You love an 8, don't you?
When the 7 deuce game
You know how to
is
play with them? Yes.
up and running. Has there been any in the last
can
hour?
play
We had a
with any
couple.
Yeah, one I think. Yeah, one collected. I think it was such a kind of like an under the radar one as well. It's just a raise getting through. Or
I
something.
had 7 deuce now.
Cheeky
You
one.
protect the table.
Joyless.
Well, you never know. Sometimes it takes a while for the joy to arrive.
Against normal raise, I do things, but 300
Vladimir
raise,
is
I
going to
think
go
about
for the
it.
more standard 2.5x. It's what you would expect to see with these stacks. Edouard just in there with the Jack 8, battling.
Yeah, I think I'd be opening slightly larger, given the propensity we've seen for these players to get involved. I mean, I just start at 4x and see how things go.
And Gutterball's going to get a dunk bet.
And a win.
Come on, guys, you're so easy.
Oof.
That's when he says that, you're still not sure if he's going to turn over a monster.
Did Albert came this time or not? Albert.
Albert Dar being discussed.
I assume that's what they're talking about. And I did wonder when we
Lebanese guy.
running some
Lebanese guy?
screen games that he wasn't in the mix. So
No.
assumed he wasn't here.
I saw Albert in the win. He was in the lobby bar one night as I walked past. Obviously some good cash games in Vegas last December. He doesn't really play any tournaments, right? He's just on the cash game grind.
I think for the most part, yeah. I think he certainly has played tournaments and probably will, but yeah, he's a cash game man.
Vladimir back on the horse, 125 again. Nouri disinterested. Banksy elects to fold his button. An action round to Joy here with the defendable Queen Jack offsuit. Not so though. Let's it go. Joy obviously giving lots of respect to Vladimir there under the gun. Obviously it's a hand that can be dominated, but in a game such as this one, I don't know, I was sort of expected to see a call from Queen Jack.
How sick would you feel if you fold the Queen Jack and the guy just rips over 7 deuce?
For 125. I think you would make an enemy out of everyone at the table.
Yeah.
All yellow.
Edouard. Looks like he's going to flat what appears to be an open. Going without graphics for the moment.
Thank you.
There we go. Vladimir in, Bansky in, Edouard in, and a flop that gives us some interest. Bansky with the double got shot. Backdoor diamonds. Vladimir with top pair. I've been trying to emulate my success with the mosquito. Looks like your hands are clean.
Wow.
Had a shot and failed. It's okay.
You're bringing more chips.
In case I was unlucky.
Bet from Vladimir with the top pair. Bansky going to call. Edouard thinking about doing anything fishy here with
You have sun lucky.
just the 6 of hearts.
Start to be lucky.
Gonna go bananas. He doesn't. Bansky in a lovely spot here.
Подготовка к пасу.
And much lovelier spot now. He makes that straight, albeit with 3 hearts on board. More concerning that it's harder to get paid off in these spots than it is worried necessarily about your opponent always having a flush. On the flip side, your opponent's going to have lots of 1 heart hands that might want to stick around. Good 350 against Banksy, going nowhere with that top pair.
No.
Oh, wow. Offsuit queen on the river. That's a cruel one.
Yeah, and Banksy going to say, show me the money.
Awful. Awful.
750. Right.
750 getting swiftly paid. Small bet, not much he could do. But David, obviously, when your break came along, the buffet, at least the main buffet would have been closed. Did you dabble at least in the poker room buffet? Get anything sweet?
I had a bowl of soup.
Oh, and savoury.
Yeah.
What was the soup?
Lentil.
Oh.
There was a yogurt soup and a lentil soup. I went lentil. Gluten intolerance and lactose intolerance these days.
That's growth there from you.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're lactose intolerant. I got you a cappuccino earlier with dairy milk in. I didn't. But the look of panic on his face a moment ago.
So it was a little tricky because I obviously ordered the soy milk lattes and I could tell the difference, but this lactose-free milk is a little trickier to discern.
No, it's lactose-free. Well, I asked for lactose-free.
Well, I'll have a sweat tonight. Banksy looking to throw some more flowers here.
Oh, God, someone save me. Vladimir, potential to squeeze. What do we think?
James needs a balloon girl.
He's going to squeeze. Love it. What a hand to do it with. What a position to find him where it's gone raised and everyone's called in between. And then you find this. Now, how does Panadero react with 2 10s? Kind of looks like a squeeze, feels like a squeeze. Might be a squeeze.
Yeah. Quacking like a squeeze. Vladimir only has just over 5k.
Yeah.
I say just. That is 100 bigs. 10s. Usually thresholding a little bit less than 100 bigs, but it is this like row of calls and squeeze, so it sort of changes things.
Unique situation that's popped up here. And against a player who's certainly capable. Maybe just calls here and decides to kind of go with it on good flops.
I suppose the fear is with Banksy and Edouard right behind, you could end up in a massive multi-way. 10's obviously doesn't love that. It would like to get heads up.
It's gone clicky.
Clicky
He has
indeed.
clicky again. He did this
Ananas,
before.
all languages except English.
And, well, does Vladimir ever consider versus
actually,
this
ananas
sizing
is
to 3 to
almost in
5?
Every language.
With the ace-5 suited, sort of the pure one-bluff candidate you might put into that range?
Well, the last time he did this, he had ace-jack offsuit. If Vladimir had seen that hand, if he has looked at the hands, then he may be encouraged to do so. Oh, hello, we've got a friend in the booth here. We've got a small cat, otherwise known as a kitten. Anyway, yeah, back to the
it's a meow, James.
It is a meow. Well done. He does just decide to call. Of course, this price can't fold.
No. But it does set up an awkward one. Sex par ratio of just over 1.
I wondered if Canadero is doing something where he thinks, well, I think maybe my opponent has 7 deuce, make it this sizing and make life difficult for them as it is. He flops an overpair with the 2 10s, and yeah, stacked to pot just over 1. Feels like a, well, you got it, you got it.
Is it a kind of a close your eyes jam pot situation?
Yeah, I think so. When you've done this click pre, you've kept so much stuff in there, but also you've surely induced the jam from better. So you feel like very, very up against an overpair here. Might get a crying call from, well, not even crying call, but I might get a call from a hand like ace queen with a heart that's felt compelled to stick around for the click bet.
We are going small, so we're kind of taking it across a couple of streets here. 925 probably gets the job done anyway against this particular holding, but sort of playing with fire there, Panadero. As you said, kept so many cards in.
Yeah, weird one.
Funky little hand, but
Spanish word for beautiful.
he pots off an R.
Spanish for beautiful.
Bonito.
Bonito.
Bonito. Muy bonito.
Well, a rolling stone gathers no moss. Vladimir.
It's late. I'm not ready for all this from you. Can't we just go Western? Just say howdy.
I would say very beautiful.
Muy bonito.
Wonder what the play was like in the games in the old Wild West. They were
I'd say
anything close to GTO?
No, I'd say it was very large sizings and generally tight ranges, and
how much fun would it be to go back in time now, knowing you know, and go to those games and just become like a professional card sharp?
you'd be murdered day 2. There's no chance. The minute you started cleaning up those games, you'd be dead, man.
Yeah, that's possible. Free bet from the 10-6 off out of nowhere from Edward. Igor just called him behind with the super dominating 2 10s and Panadero with kings now. The hand after 4-betting pre-flop. He finds another 4-bet. And tough spot for Igor when it gets him, given that he kind of has somewhat under-rep this.
Yeah.
Normally wouldn't be considered an under-rep, but with the style of Bansky and Edward in front, it is somewhat of one.
I'm interested to know the sizing here, because obviously these guys are fairly deep. Panadero stack effective, but still playing 200 deep here.
Right, I think like a 1K.
I think we might want to go bigger than 1K because there's 2 of them. I think I would like to round a maybe 900, 950 sizing against 1.
Wow.
Well, 1650 or 1625 is quite large. I would probably have chosen something around 1300 personally, maybe 1400. But 1625 will, well, it should it should remove the 10-6 from the equation. But yeah, Igor, tricky now.
You always got 7 deuce in the back of your mind.
Yes, of course. Well, that could be the reason for the larger sizing. Then
Right.
we talked a bit about this earlier, how you can sort of polarize with kings, aces, and the 7 deuce. You sort of maybe put them all into their own. Well, you don't want to put them all into their own range. You don't. But you can.
Oh wow! Wow. Edward just in here with 10-6 off.
Wow. What are we witnessing right now?
What does Igor now do with this information?
Hold on to your hats, ladies and germs.
Is there ever a world where he just rips?
Yes, such a world could be a thing, although Edward's flat is so strong.
But it's Edward.
But it's Edward. Flatting can't be bad at this price.
Yeah.
13 into the ultimately 5k, so just needs to be like 26%, and but then sadly for him, 10 unlikely to flop out here.
Right. Yeah, something below 26%.
Edward with a piece. This is potentially dangerous for him. Obviously, no business really being in a pot of this size with the 10-6-0, but he is so creative and so tricky. One wonders now if this is the situation where he gets himself into serious trouble with such unorthodox lines. Panadero obviously still has ace-king in range when he makes this 4-bet. Would Edward ever gamble on that fact? Can downsize really, really small here. I think he can bet like almost a K into 5 with the kings. Maybe you want to go 1200 just to... Okay, 17. So we've got a third. I guess feeling like he's up against strong ranges. I suppose that's...
Right.
I'm being very biased because I can see the hands, but actually I suppose you actually kind of feel like your opponents can have decent holdings here.
Is there a world where Edward specifically calls the 4-bet with 10-6 and never follows after flopping a pair?
Well,
Get Igor out the way to all that action.
Yeah, Edward.
Edward's perhaps saving Igor.
Well, dealer surely is not going to find a 10 or 6 here.
Ooh. Ace. Surely going to slow Panadero down.
An ace-jack, a definite potential holding for Edward here.
Panadero hating that card. We saw a pot earlier where Edward kind of put Panadero on kings, he said, and stuck around with no hand in a view to bluffing him on the river. I wonder if he's going to put his man on a big pair this time. And
because ace hits our range so hard when we 4-bet, I think we have to bet here even though we hate it. It's a bit like when we have kings and the ace flops, so we have to bet it anyway.
And he goes tiny.
Yeah, so actually a smaller sizing than his flop sizing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, he does. He's just going to pounce on it. He thinks he's up against kings or queens, and he's going to pounce.
Oh, wow. This, don't do it to me. Oh, think about it.
Edward, show the hand.
What have we just seen? Daylight robbery from Edward. He just shows the 6. I guess it's the only one he can show.
I hope the other is...
Well, we're going to throw things to a quick break after that hand we were back into.
I had the 6.
Now back straight into the action. Mansky opening up. They're still discussing that hand. 30-minute delay here. All these merit cash games. They keep an eye on the clock.
Just you and I then.
They're going to know at 1 a.m. our time.
10-6.
Yeah.
10-6.
We're going to be.
He just so he said I had 10-6.
He has admitted
claimed 10-6, and Flandero doesn't believe it because if he had 10-6, then he's a brave man, and I wouldn't believe it either.
No, you'd be thinking that's not even a
Like, how was he
real
just
hand. Maybe
called
6-7, but like
1600 pre-flop.
Yeah, like 10-6. Must be nonsense. As we see Banksy getting the job done here with King Queen on the King High board. Got about 45-50 minutes of play remaining in the day, guys. These cash games do run all night here, but televised live stream gonna do a hard stop at around 1:25, 1:30 local time. Reason for that is
show us 6.
we're going to be bringing you coverage tomorrow morning, kind of early actually, 12:30 local time. So if you're in the UK or Ireland, that's 10:30 a.m. If you're in Central Europe, that's 11:30 a.m. So maybe set your alarm.
What time is
Put
it
on
if I'm
a
in
pot of
Singapore?
coffee. In Singapore, I'm going to guess it's, I'm going to say it's about 5 p.m. Am I right? Do you know? You don't know the answer?
No, I did. If you did. If you did. It could be
Sure
around
guess.
there.
Nori with aces.
Well,
Joy
just
with
quizzing for the rest of the frame.
As James tries to play time zones.
Nuri loving life.
Yeah, Joy just calls the 7s here after the Lion min raises. I think he's probably going to stick around here. No reason to fold as of yet with the 7s. He's tried to keep the pot small so that he could call an isolation raise such as this. And here we go to a flop. Joy set mining, maybe kind of board mining as well. And, well, so much of it now for Nuri. Top set. Awkward for Joy that he does have 7s here, connecting a little bit with the 6 and 4. Maybe making a call to a very small bet mandatory here. And that is a small bet he faces. Obviously, if the 7 of spades was in hand, no question he makes the call. Awkward thing for Joy here is that a lot of the light 3 bets coming from the small blind here will be ace-x as well. They might even be the ace-4, the ace-6.
Right.
So, not in great shape against some of the strong and some of the light portions of the range. And then, of course, behind all the pocket pairs, although there might be a way to outmaneuver those in position. And it looks like straight away he's going to go for a raise to 900, pounce upon Nuri's perceived lead here.
Yeah, make it really hard if it is hands that 3-bet value like kings, queens, jacks. Also going to freeze it against some of the non-nutted ace-x.
Yeah, and if it is those kind of king, queen, king, jack type hands, we definitely get them put in the bin now and make life a little simpler for ourselves. Nuri deciding to call here.
Yeah, I think now we just obviously play into the have at it, Joy. Good luck to you.
Well, he does pick up a draw here, Joy. Don't know if that will slow him down or speed him up.
Right. It's kind of hard. You bet into a guy who did squeeze from the small, bet the flop and called a raise.
Yeah, he doesn't
It's
look
like even his bluffy aces pre-flop are very connected to this board. You're trying making fold ace, queen, ace, king here if you're betting. Strikes me that being a 3-street maneuver. I think checking back here and just trying to realize. And you can still bluff some rivers like this one.
Yeah, this is a bluffable one. Some sort of 7-8 of spades might have taken this line.
Instead of coffee, this tea is to put me to sleep. Chamomile.
Yes, herbal tea, relax, chamomile,
No, just sort of waves the white flag there, kind of one and done on the flop. Nuri laying the trap. Wouldn't have got any more chips.
No.
So, I suppose
Ship is down.
Pretty good outcome getting that raised to 900 on the flop.
Did you see? Ship is down.
He was ahead from the start. Strange reaction.
You need your team. Put it correct.
Nice hammer.
Yeah, I need to do something. Getting a
Player missing. I think it's Alexander. Oh no, sorry, Vladimir. Vladimir.
Yeah.
Nouri. Suited connector now. More than qualifies on the button. Banksy, wow, he's been pretty loose passive here in these kinds of spots.
Yeah, this is definitely on the loose passive side. 3-4 off from the small.
Oh, and Edward has a hand.
And these guys are deep. No way Nuri's going anywhere here with this 7-8 suited, and he's up against exactly the kind of hand he wants to be up against. If he were to strike some gold, he could win a big one.
So Edward in position and out of position versus his villains. Awkward little board here, facing one overcard. Two players where King X definitely in both ranges.
Anticlimactic flop. So I'm going to describe that. David, I'm not even going to deign to offer any input on this board. I just want to get it over and done with.
Three of clubs turn. How'd you like that?
No, not joining in on this one. The dealer has let me down. I was seeing a 5-6 board.
Not good. I asked another.
Betting just a tiddler, just a little morsel here.
It's enough to get both to call.
Oh.
All right, you got somewhat interesting at the end, if your name's Edward. Kind of fun as well. The thing is, I don't think either of these players look like they've got a king, do they?
No, and the queen very unlikely to have made them two pair, so it's, yeah.
You're hoping you got up against Jack X, and you're hoping you're not up against a hand like 9-10.
I wonder if you're thinking you're better served checking.
Right, that's what I'm leaning towards, try and get bluff out of Nuri.
But I did say it first, James, even though you were thinking it.
I was setting myself up for it. And you just jumped in and stole it. But that's okay. I've seen you at the pudding table. If you're not quick, you don't get anything.
Sometimes it's a game of yes and sometimes it's a game of I'm going to say that before he does to sound clever.
Edward coming out with a big bet. The other alternative. Fishing for heroes.
Wow.
He's beating my 3-4.
It's the first time we've had a cat come all the way around behind the back of the booth here, isn't it?
Actually happened with myself and Ali 2 or 3 nights ago. High roller night.
To this corner, it was something he likes there. Maybe because of the mosquito I killed in here.
Oh, perhaps. It was the same cat too.
Huh?
It was the same cat that came
Familiar. Our feline friend.
And I feel like maybe a house cat because it had a collar. Little bell attached, so maybe not one of the wilder ones that we see here on the property who are so well looked after. You can see why so many wildcats live around here because they can always just pop to the door of the restaurant and get a feed.
Joy. 7
like this,
deuce.
no? I'm going to attack.
The hand you never normally want, but today you do. Bansky calling the button, the line. Folding the big. So we will go heads up where one man will be desperate to just get a bet through post flop. You see betting 100% with this holding.
Are we ever over betting flop?
Right, that's what I'm wondering. Just bet once and bet big on every flop. Whoa.
Oh, gonna go for the check raise line instead. Obviously feels like
a little. Flash the eyebrows. Who was that at?
Amazing.
Going for the check call.
Oh.
When she finds a piece, is he hoping it goes check and he just gets bluff rivers? Is that the strategy?
Banksy playing this 3 like it's the nuts.
Well, he's found himself against the hand he wants to be up against. Joy have to raise now? Seven deuce bounty on.
Raise.
He does raise. And, well, he's played it in a way that should win him the pot, but Bansky with the gut shot to the wheel, going to stick about.
Yeah, interesting river coming up here, guys. Joy.
Does he follow through now? This is the spot where you wonder, how did I manage to blast off 3K? Trying to win a few hundred with 7 deuce. I could have just bet big on the flop. Surely a bet will get it done, David.
I don't know. Banksy's sticky.
Doesn't look comfortable, does he, Joy? I'm not just saying that because we can see the 7 deuce, but body language not exuding confidence. And he does just give up. Bansy's going to check back, assume, and get shown a 7 deuce. I mean, he might be thinking about bluffing himself here. Check back, but I think he checked back by just flipping his cards over rather than...
You don't have to turn over your 7 deuce. If he checks, then the 7 deuce has to roll over.
Right. Which would have been a joy for us.
A joyous moment for the rest of the table who'd all have a giggle at his expense. Joy to the world. Well, joy to the table. Don't have to pay $100 each. The lion. The jacks, 3-betting Edouard. Who has a suited connector this time. We know he needs a lot less than that to stick around for a lot more. One wonders, as these guys play super deep, does 6-5 suited become a 4-bet at some frequency?
It'd be out of the MO of Edouard, who's seemed sort of keen to just take it to the flops. But I hear what you're saying. Heat pressure on the strong but not nuttest hands here. Again, normally the kind of board that you have to show some caution on 3-betting from the small, getting peeled by the big by the button. But when it's Edouard, we know it can be any hand at this point. Does he ever stick him around now, chasing that bottom end of a gut shot with backdoor diamonds? Looks like he will. Drawing dead on the 9 of spades turn.
But likely to bluff if checked to.
Right. Well, let's see if he does. He's actually shown the the willingness to sometimes check back and delayed bluff.
In the jungle, the lion sleeps tonight, James. Just
You can take it.
I want one pint.
playing possum right now, playing dead, checking it on over.
Look at that, Edouard is going to go for the delay when he checks it back, makes the straight.
No way. Well, bad news for Edouard here.
Yeah, the lion. It does check it over, trying to elicit bluffs. Obviously, he's going to elicit a value bet.
It's also for charge battery.
Edouard loving life now, having seen 2 checks and making a straight. I think the size is going to go here. It does go pretty small. I kind of like it because you're up against a pretty weak range at this point, aren't you?
Yeah.
And with that size, does the line ever raise, David?
I think you do.
Yes, thank you.
You do, I think, versus someone like Edward, you might have expected a raise from Jack Queen, which of course you block. And you would have certainly assumed that a hand like 9x would bet turn. Maybe pocket 8s being the only sort of bout that would make a ton of sense here.
He does come out with a...
You were the one who's got the jacks.
Instantly recognising the situation he's in. Or suspecting it at least.
Yeah, a pretty underbluffed spot to this line. I think Edward feeling compelled because of the strength of his hand, but actually when analysed, this does feel very strong from the lion. Chips are in hand, and he does commit them. Gets the bad news.
I know.
Like an 8 fucked me up everything.
Sorry?
The 8 fucked me everything.
I mean, my second hand, one in this table.
I knew you had the jacks. Why did I pay? I have no idea.
To see it.
He's already sure. You called it as well.
Huh?
You called it.
Vladimir back.
Nice. We've got our man.
125. 125. Right.
Oh. Banksy with some suited almost connectors. Oh, and the line upgrades from jacks to queens this time.
A beautiful spot.
I'm waiting to see your
Looks
hand.
squeezy.
10-6.
Oh yeah, we're, by my reckoning, about 7 minutes away from the... Probably a little bit less, because that was after the hand finish, and the hand took a while.
I had no other choice. I had to do it.
And the line squeezing up. Joy! Now in the big blind. The potential to make some more action himself. He's studying the man who's open under the gun. Obviously, always a concern. The purse lips.
That's why
the fold to me.
Sure, like now, I paid to see it.
Vladimir cannot go away to one bet here.
No.
Yeah.
It's tough though, because he has open under the gun.
$550 is it?
Bansky sticking around with 10-7 of clubs. We will go three-way with $1,700 in the middle. So a king, deuce, 3, 2 club flop. Bansky does find some interest. Just the one overcard to Vladimir's 2 10s, but the same case for the man doing the front running with the 2 queens. Interesting to see if he decides to bet here or check. It feels like this is like a disaster card when you're up against 2 players who've called this 3-bet, right? There's some reasonable amount of King X in there. Not a huge amount, because obviously we block King Queen and Ace King we imagine we hear from, but and keep things simple. Bet and flow.
Yeah, and for that reason, it's sometimes
third time lucky.
For that reason, it's sometimes a very good triple, because you actually blow off every hand worse than King Queen. So King 10, King Jack stick around for flop and turn, but fold river.
Credit to the 10s there, not putting another chip in the pot after this flop. Very good fold. Vansky sticking around, of course, with that flush draw. a bad card for the Lion in terms of everything you were just saying there. Obviously,
Yeah.
he was going to try and barrel this off, which would be a spicy line. Much harder to do so now. So it is, I guess he just plays this as a check back, or do we ever go for just small again against this particular opponent?
I'd be more afraid of the check raise on the turn maybe against this guy. So yeah, quite like this check and then probably having to call. Well, we have a give up from Banksy. I don't think we can bet. I know that there's like pocket 9s, pocket 8s maybe in Banksy's range that we can pursue value from. Okay.
Do you think he's ever doing this to sort of maybe even induce as well? Rice smile, 10 high. Not often you go for Rice smile and then raise. We know 10 high is not calling.
Okay, nicely done from the Lion. Minutes left on this feature table. I'm still predicting some fireworks. Not like we've been short of some busy pots, but...
It's been crazy action today, all things considered, on this table. See, we had a monstrous 50-100 game that played very, very big.
Yeah, if you love PLO, go back and check that out for about 4 hours today. We played a...
Was it? The funny thing is, it feels like it was 4 hours. I think it was actually less than that. It's just the action was so fast and furious that
wow,
kind of it felt like a highlight game.
Yeah.
There weren't many boring pots in there.
Igor 3-betting the Queen 7 of hearts here. Edouard going nowhere with...
Igor's just had enough at this point.
Suited Queen Jack. Oh, Edouard with the spicy 4-bet.
Wow.
And Igor now, smile on face. I think we know now.
I have blocker.
I have a blocker to the 7 deuce. Nice.
Not worried about 7 deuce anymore.
That again?
Dacha.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to change?
Seems like a fair trade, doesn't it?
Well, guys, I saved you 100, so give me 50. The 7-2 yet?
7-2? Hmm?
He had 7-2?
No, I didn't.
Ah, I
mean, I fold 7 because he probably doesn't have 7 deuce. I can fold. I don't need to protect.
I thought you had the 7-2, so that's why.
No.
Defending the table, good.
7-2, I call. What? Obviously.
Easy call. Big blind, yeah?
Edouard getting busy with a 10-8-0 here in early. Lion going to be the 3-better this time round. Joy. Looks like he wants to get involved in a pot before the end of the night here.
Oh, yeah. He's been playing quite a few. Again, one of these that it kind of slightly go against him. I mean, the 7 deuce a minute ago being just an example. A little unlucky that Banksy even had anything and then decided to stick around with just a pair of 3s.
Cole 4 here with the ace-8 suited in position. Lion, who had gone for a light 3-bet of his own, now in a slightly wonky spot. Obviously can call and play the hand out of position, but it's not easy to do. Ace 4 is one of those very low frequency 5 bets. But like earlier, James, call the order of the day to that price.
Yeah.
Ooh, and a little bit of something here.
It's so nice when you get the cold 4-bet called and you see a club in the first card. You think, oh, is it my day?
Well, Joy definitely gets to c-bet this one all day long. Not having to go for too big a sizing, presumably. But remember, he is up against a 3-bet called 4-bet range.
Right.
800. 8.
Fire at 1/3 pot.
And the Lion probably unable to go anywhere with this wheel draw as of yet. It will be very disguised if it comes in, and it will get paid by over pairs, you would expect. So all of those implied odds. Now, slightly interesting whether the Lion has an opportunity here.
Right, to maybe
to lead at this one.
Take the reins.
Not very many Jack X in the 4-betting range.
Right.
And much more in the 3-betting range that calls a 4-bet to a small-ish sizing.
Same time, does the Lion think maybe I can just check here? Joy's going to check back. I get to have a little look and I can potentially bluff the river if I still choose to. No, he's going to go for the front door maneuver.
This is nice.
Yeah, really nice. Joy looking straight at his chips. I was sitting there, I'd be like, oh no. As it is. Can't do anything, surely. Is he really trying to sniff this out?
Well, he may be conscious of the fact that his opponent can have a hand like 9s or 10s here.
No.
And just be betting because that's a good card to bet on.
He doesn't strike me. I can see the cards and think he must be folding, but his body language doesn't strike someone's about to fold.
It's rife with danger here.
Wow! Clicks it!
And this doesn't make tremendous amount of sense, to be honest.
Is it like Ace-Jack could be a cold 4-bet? Is that what he's trying to say?
Yeah, and I think that's it. I think you will have a very small frequency of Ace-Jack suited here. And then remember, the Ace of Spades in the Lion's hand removes one of those combos. So it's basically one combo, Ace-Jack of Hearts. And that's not massively plausible. Now, if your opponent just has aces and is thinking, well, you might just bet this with 8s, 9s, 10s, then I guess maybe they've just decided at this stack depth they can't get away, so they may as well try and induce that part of your range. But this is fishy, and I think the Lion knows this is fishy. But it's very hard to pull the trigger at this stack depth.
Love that from Joy. A little smile across his own face. That's right, boys. Little does he know he was bluffing with the best of it. It's still a fantastic bluff.
Yeah, and he won't have to be still at the table with these guys when that hand is shown. It will be past the end of day mark as we take a look at the chip counts as they stand. 699 bigs for Edouard. What a day he has had here. Up 12.3k, our biggest winner of the night so far. Nouri up 8.5k. He's sitting with 500 bigs. This is a deep game. Shortest stack at the table is Panadero, who's not had a bad night at all. Just down $1,600 with 4,400. Two other winners there, Joy and Banksy, up money, although I don't think that's right.
I think he stepped away from the table for a long time, so I think he must have been re-entered.
He was put in as a new person, I think. Yeah, so Banksy probably more like break even or down slightly.
It's heading in the right direction, though.
Unfortunately for Igor and Vladimir, not a night they will want to remember as of yet. But, as I said, deep stack cash game here, Every reason to believe it could all turn around very quickly.
Bansky, 2-8s. And pop that up. Edward on the next seat, looking to give him some action. Is it going to be an elevation? I love this. He's just so hard to ever know where he's at. He's flatting sometimes, 3-betting some other times. Only Igor here with a nice cold 4-bet candidate.
Certainly does, particularly when it's an Edward 3-bet over a Banksy Open.
Yeah. So he just got the kind of unfortunate spot a moment ago. Just calls. With, Igor had, I'm trying to think of how he played. He certainly had a horrible one. It's escaped my mind. It's getting late, David. My mind starts to slow down at these hours.
So, somewhat of a fair fight here between these three hands pre.
Deuce. Bansky still with the best of it. Igor with the gut shot. Edward with a complete whiff, but the betting lead. He has shown a propensity to kind of slow down. Always flop in a lot of spots. Doesn't always follow through, and he's shown some sneakiness with his sometimes delayed bluffs, sometimes delayed for value. I just find it very hard to read him at any moment.
Is Edward sort of... No, okay. Well, Igor surely going to come with the bet here. Actually does have a wheel draw, and obviously looks like he has overpairs most of the time here. Banksy can't love life here, but can fold for 500. Tricky situation where you can't protect your hand. Although, I say that, fearlessly just going to raise it up to 1500.
Yeah, I just thinks Edward's going to be betting better on the flop. Igor's just trying to pick it up, perhaps. Doesn't want to call and perhaps have an overcall, play 3-way with a vulnerable hand. So it's close to the old, I'm going to raise and find out where I am now.
Yeah, and it does seem like it would be over pairs here.
Igor sticking around with the gut shot and that lone ace overcard. How'd you like that, Bansky?
Massaging the pot here, 1100 into 45. Quick call again. Going to try and use position here, one presumes, Igor.
Well, we'll just get there.
We're just Barry Greensteiner's man.
Banksy now with a check and a sort of stare down at his man like, please tell me you haven't done that to me. Pretty more concerned about hands like ace-x of spades that I've got there. Does Igor pursue value here, David? Try and get, the queens and kings of the world, or is it just too small part of the range?
Yeah, I think I like the check back there. I think it's possible you're actually up against an ace as well.
Yeah.
If you're up against the ace-8 of spades, ace-7 of spades, I feel like they're possible. Would be rather sad to value 10 yourself.
I like the look of the lion's line. Are there two? Is there one on? Is there one on top of the stack? Has he got the? Is the? There is. But is that a line up there?
I think they might be two little gnomes. You get a zoom in?
They're so strong.
Given that the camera work was done 30 minutes ago, unlikely to predict what we're talking about.
Yeah, a little difficult. A chipmunk or something. Yeah, it's definitely two. It's two figures. You're not wrong.
I think it might be two little gnomes or two little boys.
We do chat some absolute nonsense.
This is... Are you trying to suggest that if we upped our game a bit, we might have been shortlisted for the GPI award this year? or at least you would have been up for Broadcaster of the Year instead of Ali Najad.
Aren't you shortlisted for like half of the awards as it is?
I'm long listed for 3 awards? 2 awards.
350.
I don't know. I suppose I could be like a write-in for best trophy.
I mean, you'd be a good trophy. Edward, I think facing a 3-bet here and Vladimir pairing the jack. I mean, I feel like this one should be the end of the hand, but
absolutely not.
A lot has surprised me so far.
It's so funny how your perception of ranges change in situations where when you watch a guy like Edouard, you know, move through his machinations for a few hours, you're just like, you start having the game through Edward lenses.
Yeah, the potential. We've got the 4 of spades working. We've got a backdoor nut flush draw. We're up against a play. Might not have anything.
We can always just make some inconceivable bluff that works at some later point.
It's going to get hard to do it here. Vladimir picking up nut clubs to go with the flops, top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, and I think just must get some more chips into the pot. You want to be able to get it all in here on river.
Yeah, and he has bet 1,200, leaving just 3,000 behind.
Yeah, setting up a very nice sort of 75% of pot river bet, which I think would come on a lot of river cards. Not all, but when you have a hand as strong as this, you definitely want that option. Now, Edouard, this would be kamikaze, but we've seen kamikaze from him before.
I think even for Edouard, this would be a tough one to find.
Looks like he's giving up.
Vladimir, a little sad. Come on, in you come. The water's warm.
Yeah. Did you vote for the GPIs this year? Did you fill out your ballots? Did Eric Denny send you a little email say,
just to say,
esteemed member of the jury, we would value knowing your opinion on these 17 categories?
Ah, okay.
Let's just say that I may have forgotten to vote before the deadline.
No
I don't think the deadline's up, is it?
If nobody
Wasn't
says
it?
no,
Have you not actually voted?
No.
For anything?
If somebody
No.
You made no votes?
says no, I don't
You
know.
didn't even vote for, like, people that you share a booth with this weekend?
I mean, I intended to. I just forgot.
Do it now. You've got a computer. Click the link. Click the link. Come on, we'll do this together. We've got 16 minutes. It's not too late. I'm pretty sure. I think it's like midnight tonight, America time.
Oh,
like
okay.
4 hours.
Fine. I thought it was like the 20th or something.
I don't know, but just try anyway.
Wait, I mean, you want to? Oh, Final Round closes Monday, 22nd.
There we go.
At 11 p.m. in Vegas. Ah, we've got ages.
We
I can do it in
no,
the
hang
morning.
on. No, we don't. No, it is gone then. It's Tuesday.
No, it's Tuesday here.
Oh.
I can do it in the morning when I wake up.
I'm literally going to stand over you until this is done.
In the meantime, Edward's got his favourite hand, 10-6, which of course, by now, about 15 minutes ago, the news would have filtered down that he did actually have the 10-6. They all believe him, but I missed any instant reaction. Might have happened when we were on
No,
our break.
there was a little chortle, and he said, what was I supposed to do?
Nice.
Just click the button, James. Okay, look. I don't know why this is so difficult.
I'm opening them all up.
Podcast, broadcaster, written content. There's only 3 important ones.
Okay, you get angry at me. I'll have a little look. If there's an award for buffet of the year. I mean, some might say the Win buffet, but
Win buffet is good.
you got to pay for it though. You know, I'm cheap. This feels like this. This feels like election interference, shall we say?
I'm not saying why you should vote for. I'm just saying you should vote. I'm one of those people. I think there should be penalties if you don't exercise your vote.
800.
People died so you could have this vote, James.
I don't think anyone died to get me this vote. I'm being entirely honest with you. There's so many categories here where I know of nothing. Don't look at them all.
I don't know why this is so hard. Broadcaster, podcast, written content.
I'm going to start with photo of the year.
Oh, Jesus. It's a nice picture of Gus Hansen there, actually.
I mean, if you want me to be voting, you've got to be picking up a little bit of the slack.
Okay, okay, here we go.
The commentary.
While
There's a hand
James,
going on.
while James votes for merit.
Oh, is there merit
As
in here?
Merit broadcast as poker stream, live stream of the year.
Oh, we had to vote for myself? Is that
You are allowed to vote for yourself in that category.
Okay.
We see Edouard overtake the ace-king of Nuri here, but it is a monotone flop. Both players will probably proceed carefully. I say that with my tongue somewhat in my cheek as Edouard leads out here, 800 into 2k. Immediately putting pressure on this very hand, ace-king, no diamond, really cannot love life right now, probably has to just bin it straight away. Maybe not. Maybe not against Edouard. Once you start expanding it out as much as he maybe will, no, you just let it go.
I'm voting for tournament director.
Luca Vivaldi for merit. Who else is there? Nick O'Hara, Irish Open. Toby Stone, Poker
I'm not allowed to
Stars.
reveal who I voted for.
I'm not saying, I'm just naming some people's names. I suppose what I'm trying to say is don't vote for Americans. Let's create
I have voted for
a Euro block.
I have voted for an American.
It's okay. I actually took it. I do take a view with those that I do vote for Americans when they're very deserving, but I also try to like have a slight bias for Euros because they don't get a look in at these awards. Vladimir with the ladies and Panadero with the ace queen right behind. Straddle is on here. Joy has bopped it up to 100. So Panadero going to proceed cautiously here. There's so many squeezers at this table. Banksy just going to flat the king 10 suited. Nice flat from him. I like this.
Wow.
And Joy getting an amazing discount, but really a terrible, terrible hand.
Yeah.
Does let go. You just keep voting, James. I got this. These cards could interact with one another, but not on the 6-6 deuce rainbow. Vladimir delighted to see a board of that nature. Very possible that +2 and a cut-off call can be pocket pairs under his queens that cannot go away to this bet. Panadero will still probably think his hand is good quite often. Flicks in the call, and then Banksy with 2 overcards and backdoor spades calls.
Oh, the ace on the turn. Panadero getting there.
Very tough now.
There's in a few of these. There's a lot of aces in this deck.
Vladimir maybe feels like he has to go super small again just not to concede the betting lead. No, he is going to check it. Panadero quick check. Banksy quick check. To the river. Well, if Vladimir blocks, I think Panadero probably... Oh, it's actually kind of close between raise and call, with Banksy lurking behind. If he checks, then one wonders if he would have to call a bet, so probably prefers to bet a small amount himself. That is what he's chosen to do. Nice line here from Vladimir. We see it's a losing hand, but I think he has played it quite well. Panadero now, as I said, interesting decision between just calling here with Banksy behind or raising it up to maybe something like 1,200, 1,300. I think he probably feels as though calling is better in the long run. No, he does go for the very small raise here to 1050. Credit to him for trying to squeeze out some value, maybe recognizing some kings and queens would take this line. Maybe even a weak ace would take this line.
Seen some real creativity down the streets in this table.
Probably thinking to himself, well, surely ace-king would have bet turn. I think maybe a weak ace trying to pot control would do this. I think a jacks, kings, or queens might do this. And maybe I can level them a little bit into a call. Nicely done from Panadero. Obviously wins the same amount either way, but credit to him for recognizing that it was a spot he could pursue value.
It's got this best podcast category.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I do in this situation? I vote for the podcasts who've invited me on. It's just a rule I have. It's just one of my personal rules. Who invited me on this year? Now, it's a more complicated one for me because, you know, I've been on all of them. But
just getting moved out of that column. Oh, my arms have been really hard twisted. Oh, hurts. Election interference is a real thing.
Stop the count.
Stop the All right, everyone got bluffed off one. Yeah, pretty insignificant one, but a pot nonetheless. Written content.
Some very good books this year. Alex O'Brien and The Truth Detective. Highly recommend, guys, if you haven't checked it out. We are perusing the written content category of the GPI Awards right now on James's laptop. Darrow Carney wrote a very good book on mystery bounties. Lots of good articles by a variety of different people. Turquoise Honey by David Lappin stands out.
It helps I've actually read that one as well.
Banksy with Big Slick here as we enter the last maybe 6 or 7 minutes of play. Probably only the last couple of hands on live stream. Can he take down a big one?
Not every hand.
Oh no, it's okay.
Panadero has the straddle on.
There's been a lot of big hands out in this game.
There have been a lot. Igor probably going to flat here. No, he's going to 3-bet the 10s. Sorry, the 5s.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. That's a step out here. Honestly, I'd probably just call and hope that it induces some more calls and I get to set mine in position with a really nice hand. But Igor preferring to open the door to 4 bets and find other ways to win, obviously, with the betting lead as well. That's sort of part of the plan here. Vladimir thinking deeply about whatever he's got.
Yeah.
In the big blind here with a 375 and a 1k in front of him.
Yeah, that's be a very good hand to play. We've seen some kind of coyness with ace-king in this game, but surely Banksy just sends it in. Texting is ace-king a good hand? Yeah.
Just checking the hand ranking charts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Igor.
Yeah, and it could have played out so differently for Igor there had he taken a more passive line.
Well, dust settles on that one, as you say, Igor. Maybe with a little unfortunate, maybe with the timing that he walked into a Banksy.
There is a straddle or the
jam.
Yeah, it was a straddle round.
So this is a straddle round. They're pointing to their man under the gun going, don't think you put your 100 in there. Hands in the muck already. So, ooh, the lion with the 7 deuce. We might have some 7 deuce shenanigans before the end here. And against Edouard, who will call to any sizing.
Yeah.
Maybe better to proceed with a flat sometimes against somebody like him. See if you can win it on a funny board texture. Is going to isolate. Is going to go for this 7 deuce bounty from each player. A reminder there, guys. 7 deuce game is on $100 per player. So factor that in. Essentially, the line gets to play this with a bigger pot in the middle. And that can change some of the ranges, change some of the bet sizes too. Edouard, as we said, not going anywhere with the 8-5 suited. And definitely not going anywhere with the gutter and a flush draw.
The poor lion.
The poor lion is in the trap.
The poachers are out. Look, these guys are so deep. If Edward ever becomes a check raise here, given the opportunity. Might be one that just the line didn't even bother trying on, right? It's Queen 9-6, such a rich board. Does indeed check through, as I suspected it might. Edouard makes the flush on the turn.
Nonchalant check over to his man here.
Yeah, he does play very coyly sometimes post-flop. The line does eventually take a stab.
Yeah, and the 9 coming on the river, obviously tricky now for Edouard. Did Edouard fold?
Yeah.
Wow.
You see the flop? It was the best flop for me.
But the worst for me. I did 100 for me.
Wow, kick in the teeth. Had the Nightmare River. Has to fold to a bet with a flush, and then gets asked for an additional $100.
Amazing hand.
I thought he's got the pair, and so he's got the full house. I don't know why, but
you have?
My friend, 7 deuce.
I don't see 7 deuce.
But he didn't.
Yeah, he showed.
Yeah,
he folded.
Here
He
is
lost
my
against
100.
flush.
You have to
Really?
Yeah, you have to take the 7 deuce.
Yeah, that's why I put.
So you must pay for all, yeah?
But you see my hand, huh?
Good flop.
This is this mine thing.
I played so bad this game.
Again, Sebastian?
Huh?
Again, you?
What do you mean again? First time.
First time?
No, first time I win.
Eddie, твое слово.
Oh, 150.
This is a straddle.
Sorry.
Карты будешь смотреть?
See the cards. Sorry. Still can't forget about the other hand.
Alright, finish my voting. You happy?
Good work, James. I don't know. I genuinely wasn't watching.
You weren't watching, but my arm really hurts. My hand's got a pen through
Look,
it.
it's not my fault you crashed your skis.
Я не видел вообще даже 7-2.
Я сам придумал эту игру. Я сам, блядь...
Ты выкинул его что сильно?
Я флаш выкинул.
Ace 7 board.
Huh?
May well be the final hands of the evening. It's going to see very little action between two players who've been driving most of said action throughout the
У меня
stream.
на флоте был и стрит-дро, и флэш-дро. На терне вышел... На терне вышел флаш. Там вышло 3 девятки, короче. Я думал, что у него P.
Well, I believe that is where we're going to finish things off. And that's how we will leave these guys. They may well continue upstream, of course. Edward winning 11,500 as we get to the very late hour. Bansky doing a bit of a recovery. We believe he was in for more than that. That was the first go round. Panadero unbelievably sort of finishing right around level, considering how much of the action he was involved with as we bring you back to the booth before we say goodbye. Myself, James Dempsey, alongside David Lappin, who's already turning his mind towards tomorrow.
Yeah, before I do, I want to give a shout out to Edward, the Gentle Giant, one of the great characters of this poker room. He really entertained us tonight, and we appreciate that. Bit of a star of the show. You're right. I have been drifting over the last few minutes into the excellent poker news coverage, looking at what's going on over there in our main event, which of course coverage we're going to pick up in the morning. 511 entries so far. Haven't quite hit the guarantee, but they are very close to the guarantee. And of course we do have several levels of play in which these guys can re-enter. 223 left right now from that 511, and just a few chip stacks I caught my eye on there. Thomas A. Chen, 350k. Helmut Fung, 290. Gurkan Gungoran, 265. Anatoly Nikita, 210. Maxim Shripkin, 180k. Guoling Wei, who obviously is going for the... Well, he did. I was about to say 3 final tables, but he bubbled one.
Nice
he just about made one. He's got 150k. And someone called Andrew Headley has 400k.
Never heard of him.
He's down as Scottish.